How many of you got a chance to check out the kiosks, the community showcases? Okay, some of you have still not done that. Maybe you can do that in the break. Susan, Mustafa, if you guys can sit there, on that side, that'll be great. Thank you. Sorry, I feel like a class monitor right now. So apologies for that, but yeah, just trying to fill in the room. Okay, I think we have all settled in. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of Samagra and the Code for GovTech team, we would like to extend a very, very warm welcome to all of you to the third edition of DPG Dialogues. I'm Shailaja Nair. I lead the Code for GovTech initiative as part of Samagra's team, and I will be your host for today. We have with us Dr. Arish Sharma, former CEO of the National Health Authority, former chairperson of the Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, former Director General and Mission Director for the UIDAI. He has been the force behind Aadhaar, COWIN, and multiple digital transformation projects in India even before the majority of us knew what digital transformation really meant. He currently serves on the Advisory Council of the Open Network for Digital Commerce, ONDC, and is a distinguished visiting professor at IIT Kanpur. Welcome, Dr. Sharma. As always, we are honored to have you with us today. With that, I would like to now invite Gaurav Goyal, founder and CEO Samagra, to kickstart the convening.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shelza. Good morning, everyone. And once again, a very warm welcome to this third edition of the DPG Dialogues. As a lot of you are aware, DPG Dialogues is the annual convening of three kinds of people from the community: contributors, both students as well as working professionals who contribute code, typically open source, for products. Second is mentors. These are people who have been in the ecosystem for a while, and therefore they handhold and guide the contributors. And third is organizations, both government as well as private, which are trying to either build or adopt DPGs, DPIs, and tech for good products. And the way DPG Dialogues is conceptualized, it's not a showcase, not a big kind of grand event, but it's a place to have real, meaningful, and deep conversations around DPGs, DPIs, and the most pertinent issues around these topics every year. DPG Dialogues itself is part of a larger umbrella initiative, which is Code for GovTech, or a movement, I would say. It's trying to foster a community around DPGs, DPIs, and tech for good products. Code for GovTech, or C4GT, started as a small initiative or a small pilot, I would say, in 2022. And it's come a long way in the last 3 to 4 years. Right now, it's a strong and vibrant community of more than 30,000 techies. And this journey over the last 3 to 4 years has been a journey of learning. Tried different things, what works, what does not work when it comes to communities, tech communities in India. And I would say overall, this year in particular, 2025, has been a year of stabilization. We largely know what does not work, and therefore could focus our energies on what really works. Now, the different initiatives that have been there as part of Code for GovTech throughout the year, we'll kind of understand them through a small, it's not a very small, but it's through a video. It's a 7 to 8 minute video, slightly longish, but it'll give a very good sense of the different parts of the C4GT puzzle. So I'll request the team to play the video, and then we'll take forward the proceedings from there.
2025 has been a year of building, learning, and growing together at Code for GovTech, an ecosystem initiative that brings together contributors, mentors, and organizations to build open source solutions powering global digital public infrastructure. Guided by this mission, we anchor our work around three tracks: contribution pathways, community constructs, and consolidated assets. These tracks enable hands-on contribution, nurture learning communities, and create reusable knowledge to sustain participation across the ecosystem. Let's see how the collaboration came alive this year through a set of initiatives that help people build, contribute, and stay connected to the mission. We begin with the contribution pathways, covering initiatives that enable a frictionless collaboration between contributors and organizations. First, our flagship initiative, the Dedicated Mentoring Program, which offers contributors the chance to work on real-world, population-scale open source projects with one-on-one mentorship and a stipend for a period of 3 months.
Being part of DMP was one of the most meaningful experiences I've had. Over the past 3 months, I worked closely with my mentor Suresh sir on building scheme training discovery microservices for open networks that solved real problems for HubDasher. It wasn't just about writing code, I learned how systems used by organizations are tested, designed, and deployed at scale. My mentor guided me through every stage from breaking down complex problems to reviewing and improving my work.
With the contributor bringing in their expertise and I knowing that I can put everything into the structure and giving justice to their skills as well, I think I was able to groom the contributor in my project and make sure that they achieve what we thought.
This year, the program brought together over 50 plus mentors and 75 plus contributors, working across 70 plus projects from 40 organizations.
We began with an insightful 2-day bootcamp that equipped us with skills and mindset to succeed. It laid the foundation for us to approach our projects with confidence and clarity.
We had midpoint reviews where everyone shared progress and got feedback to improve their work. Those checkpoints helped me stay focused and see how my contributions fit into the bigger picture.
The closure ceremony was a great finale where we celebrated our collective achievements with discussions inspiring us to continue our open source journeys and build for long-term impact.
Through TMP, I saw firsthand how my contributions could make a real difference, improving tools that organizations rely on every day. Through my mentor's support, I became more confident in navigating open source, collaborating with others, and understanding what it means to build for public impact.
This year, we also strengthened contribution sprints to enable high-quality contributions to complex projects within a defined timeline every quarter, incentivized with bounty rewards from the organizations. 25 contributors took on 15 such projects supported by bounty rewards averaging 20,000 rupees per project.
We have had a tremendous success with C4GT contribution sprints. A lot of long-standing issues in Amrit we have moved to GitHub for the community members to pick up. And Amrit development primarily depends on these open source contributors and technical partners because we don't have any in-house developers. And all the open source contributors have come through C4GT and all of them were very eager to learn. They have given us very innovative solutions and all this code has been made production ready and we have deployed most of them to production also.
Beyond structured programs, the open community enabled contributors to participate year-round, discovering projects, engaging with organizations, and contributing at their own pace.
Honestly, being part of a C4GT open community has been such a rewarding experience. I got to contribute whenever I wanted, pick up different kinds of issues, learn from mentors, and actually see the impact of my work. Even the smallest change felt meaningful, like they were improving something people really use. And interestingly, during interviews, interviewers were more curious about what I learned and built through open source communities like C4GT than the usual achievements.
To make contributions easier and faster, we introduced Repo Boost, where the C4GT community solves the existing open projects in a products repository in a month-long campaign.
Working on the Repo Boost with Code for GovTech was a really turning point for us. We were able to improve the onboarding guides, the documentation, and the labeling of issues. And then we noticed that a lot of contributors were able to get started and start working on significant contribution, which resulted to a lot of contribution from them to the CHT. This experience has helped to make our code better, and it has also made the whole contributor experience smoother and more welcoming.
With contribution pathways strengthened, we moved to our second track, community constructs, designed to nurture leaders who help the community thrive. First,
On 30 campuses across India, our campus leaders helped introduce hundreds of students to open source and digital public goods, building awareness and early contribution pathways within universities.
Being a campus leader this year has been truly a rewarding experience. I organized workshops, helped students to get started with GitHub. I guided them through their first contributions. We have built a strong contributor community on the campus, and I'm proud to say that it's still growing.
We also had the Angel Mentors cohort, a way for experienced developers to guide contributors working on challenging open source tasks and support organizations with low mentoring bandwidth.
The DMP 2025 program has been a very fulfilling experience for me. The contributor came on board with a lot of energy and enthusiasm, and it was amazing to see the problems which we were able to solve from scratch. It was a two-way street. I learned as much from the contributor as he probably was able to learn from me. And we were also very lucky to be able to share some of our insights with the community via various upskilling sessions.
This year, we increased participation among women contributors through She Codes, a week-long campaign with upskilling workshops and contributions to live good first issues across open repositories.
She Codes gave the women contributors the space, support, and confidence to contribute to open source. In just 1 week, 50 women across the country worked on 50+ projects, bringing fresh ideas, energy, and helping build a strong, inclusive community.
Lastly, under consolidated assets, we continue to build shared knowledge for the ecosystem through the DPG State of the Community report, capturing insights, challenges, and emerging patterns shaping the global DPG landscape. It brought together voices from across the ecosystem to reflect on what's working, what's changing, and where we are headed next. It allowed us to move beyond numbers and capture real stories, challenges, and learnings, helping us step back and see how the community is collectively growing. All these efforts came together to create impact at scale. Our community grew from 21,000 to over 33,000 contributors. We expanded from 55 to 87 organizations, broadening the reach and diversity of projects. In total, our initiatives enabled over 400 successful contributions this year. Each of these numbers represent more than statistics. They tell the story of people who choose to step forward, to collaborate, and to create technology that truly matters. 2025 was a year of remarkable growth, scale, and collaboration. But it's only the beginning. C4GT is not just a program, it's a movement.
So I hope this gives all of you a very good sense of what C4GT has been up to in 2025. Coming back to the DPG Dialogues, which is the convening for today, this is the third edition, as we said. And one person who's been a constant guest at each of these three editions has been Dr. R.S. Sharma. We had him for the same inaugural session in the first edition. Then he was there for the closing fireside last year and back again this year. He's somebody who's a bureaucrat by profession, of course, now retired, but a techie at heart. And somebody who really believes in the thesis of Code for GovTech and therefore is very intuitively able to connect with the spirit of it. And therefore we get him back again and again so that he can transmit his energy, his conviction, his wisdom of the last 4+ decades to the community every year. So pleasure to have you with us, Dr. R.S. Sharma. And without further ado, I'll request you to come and make your opening remark, your opening keynote, and then we'll kind of have a Q&A session.
Thank you, Gaurav, and good morning to all of you. One thing which I wanted to tell you about that you should bring something new. यार हर बार मैं ही आ जाता हूँ. Some other person should come, and I have long retired. I retired in 2015. It has been 10 years. I am now 70 years, and still, so you think कि पुराने मैं अब जुगाली करने के अलावा और कुछ कर नहीं सकता. पुरानी चीज़ों को याद करके what happens in our surveys is that people just say जब हम collector थे तो ऐसा हमने किया था. So basically that's what I can probably do at this point in time, but I'm really honored and I feel very, very good at coming here and I was telling Kulkarni ji that this is something which it takes a lot of efforts to build an organization. To build a community is even more, requires more effort, because organization, you have resources, you have everything, it's all closed stuff. But a community is a very, very open, fluid kind of situation. And if you can bring together community, and the third thing, which is you bring together community which has profit motives or which have some motives. But if you bring a community of selfless people who are actually doing something good for the society and they have no hidden agenda, no hidden interest, that's the most difficult part of it. And what you guys have achieved together is really remarkable. And therefore, I feel very proud to be a part of this in whatever little way I become a part of this, even in your annual conferences. It's really a matter of pride and privilege for me. And thank you very much for consistently inviting me. And I would certainly like, if I'm there in that position, to come to your next dialogue also. And I think you should continue this journey, because what you guys are doing and the figures are absolutely impressive. That what you guys are doing is truly remarkable. When as a civil servant, I have in fact served for about 46 years. I joined at the age of 22, and I retired 2 years back in 23 finally from the what is called National Health Authority, where I was actually I was employed, re-employed in that for COVID. So that's the last journey I had. Of course, now I am also chairing another committee which is called India Energy Stack. And the idea is that, the energy resources, which are now millions of energy resources. Earlier, the producers were only few, thermal, nuclear, hydro, only these three categories. Now you have the wind, now you have the solar. And therefore, how do you weave them into a digital fabric so that you are able to achieve the maximum utilization of these distributed energy resources, which are actually very, very small energy resources, maybe 5 kilowatt, 10 kilowatt of solar energy by a few solar. So I feel very excited. So while I have become old, I have not become old in terms of the ideas and in terms of, excitement, because I feel truly excited like a child when I see some opportunity to do something good, and especially in this open source. Beginning with we did not know what is DPI, what is DPG. These terms have become very fashionable nowadays. But when we began Aadhaar, then 2009, this term DPI was not there, like DPG was not there. And essentially, when we started doing this project of digital identity to every Indian, the basic principles which we adopted were actually the principles which today we call DPIs, which is the scalability, the interoperability, the openness, open standards, open API. These principles were the ones which we started with. And we started with the DPI principle in the sense that this is going to be a usable infrastructure for multiple things, not really. So what we call this as a foundational identity rather than a functional identity. It is not like a sort of driving license where it gives the eligibility to drive, but it becomes a fundamental identity, foundational identity, which is actually a part of multiple these eligibility documents like ration card, like driving license, like other things. So that's the principle. Another principle which we actually adopted, and this is a very interesting story I want to tell you, is the principle of open source. So Pramod Verma, who was actually I saw in this video also, Pramod was our chief technology architect, chief architect of Unique ID project. And another person was Srikant Nadamuni. He was the head of technology in UIDAI. So both these guys, they came to me one day. Initially, we were sitting in the Jeevan Bharati building, which is a rented place in the Connaught Place. So that person came, and Pramod came, and he says, "Sir, tell me, how do we, what are the kind of softwares which we use in this?" Because at that time when we were doing it, there were a lot of people who were coming to us. Somebody was coming saying that I have got a special hardware which can do deduplication of the unique so that it can create unique IDs. Some guys were saying we will give you a special software which can do this stuff. So I somehow, instantly I came saying that, look, I have seen this whole thing of vendor lock-in in my last life, which is starting with 1984 when I purchased my first computer to 2009. And I said, look, vendor lock-in is one of the worst things which can happen. So therefore, we will have open source. So, and I said, I will have no proprietary software unless open source is not available. So therefore, all the stack of Aadhaar, you will be surprised to know, way back in 2009, it is all open source. The Linux is the operating system. Then you have Pentaho, you have Hadoop, you have RabbitMQ, all kinds of these softwares which are required for communication, for databases, for business analytics, for everything. They are all open source. The only proprietary software we had to have is the deduplication software, which basically biometric deduplication, you don't have any open source, scalable product. So that is the only thing. And that also we did it in such a manner that we avoid the vendor lock-in by having 3 players and playing them against each other, so that, efficiency, hardware requirement and other kinds of things. So we made a formula as to how we will allocate the packets which come. We were actually enrolling about 2 million people per day in that period. So that's how it worked out. And since then, my sort of faith in open source, in open kind of standards, open APIs, it has all grown. So when I became secretary to the government of India in 2014, the first thing which we brought out as a part of Digital India program, and also similar, on that period, is essentially triad of 3 policies. These policies were policy on open source, open API, and open standards. These policies since then have become a part of the government of India's efforts. And thereafter, the whole journey of our country, the digital journey of our country, has been based on these 3 pillars. And of course, the other overarching principles of frugality, interoperability, scalability, because we require solutions for 1 billion people, 1.4 billion now. So I think all these have actually, sort of allowed us to achieve something which was, not thought achievable by many so-called experts from the Western countries, from Europe or America. They said, no, it will not going to work. Everybody said Aadhaar is not this. Such kind of thing has never happened. Even if Britain started their ID card, it never succeeded. So therefore, that has been and I also now very strongly believe that this whole idea of the creating something, digital public infrastructure kind of architecture is the best architecture for our country. We don't build end-to-end solutions, but we do build commonly reusable components which can actually create these solutions and which can be plugged and played into all kinds of solutions. And that's what is actually the whole idea of digital public goods. Digital public goods is not a piece of software. It's a piece of, it's a component which can be sort of used and used and used again. Identity is used and used again. And thereafter, all these systems which we developed as a nation, whether it is UPI, whether it is now Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, which was launched in 2021, whether it is Open Network for Digital Commerce, which has been working again in last 4 years. All these, things have happened, and whether it is CoWIN for that matter. CoWIN, as you know, there was a backend is same one backend, because ultimately when you are having portability of vaccination, which means that I can have my first dose in Ranchi and second dose in Delhi, you need to have a common system which can actually tell that this guy has had first vaccination in Ranchi. If you have silos, you can't intercommunicate. And therefore, for achieving all these objectives, we had to have a common database at the back end. But at the front end, we opened completely APIs, we published APIs, and you will be surprised to know there are 150, application providers, which were actually providing applications to the people, the clients. So whether it is Paytm, Make My Trip, hospitals, Apollo hospitals, there are 150 applications, which means that you don't have to download Arogya Setu all the time. You can do your stuff and you can have book for vaccination, get a certificate, get everything done. So basically, this open approach is the most frugal approach, which is most appropriate approach for our country. And that's what we have been doing. And that's what you guys have been doing. And kudos to Gaurav and Kulkarni and everybody else here. You have created such a great ecosystem. I remember last time, when I was in NHA and I had requested that, you guys help in health claims exchange, you guys help in other areas. And you came forward and actually we utilized those services. I remember the successive and CEOs have also utilized. Today I am working on a similar kind of thing. I had never worked in the health sector in my career, by the way. So I was always, doing something or the other. But last, when COVID happened and then I was called back and then said, you do COVID. That is the time when I worked in the health space. And from that point onward, I have got really interested into this area. And of course, I'm not a doctor. I'm a PhD, but not a, MBBS doctor. So thereafter, I realized that after the fintech, health tech is the next, sort of frontier which we must tackle. And health tech is also important because if we want to provide, health services which are ubiquitous, which use technology, they can actually reduce the cost of healthcare. They can do multiple good things. They can also optimize the existence of doctors. For example, there are doctors in rural areas or semi-urban areas which are sitting, वो सवेरे से लेके शाम तक अपना बैठा रहता है, 4 पेशेंट 2 पेशेंट आता है. On the other hand, there are some doctors, जो सवेरे से लेके रात तक busy रहते हैं. What if we can make those doctors also who are underemployed in some sense get more patients, and they don't need to get patients physically, they can now do it digitally, which is basically video calls, the teleconsultation. So if you can create certain technology, pieces, the digital public goods, which can enable, for example, discovery of doctors. I have got some problem and I don't want to travel. I just want to do a video consultation with somebody who is, sort of good. Let's say if I have some breathing problem, which is quite common nowadays in Delhi. So then, I can connect with somebody and I can search, I can discover, and thereafter I can connect. I can have a video call with the doctor and we can have all my, sort of the biomarkers, what is my blood pressure, what is HB1AC, etc., and he can prescribe me. So teleconsultation is a very effective way of reducing the travel cost, reducing other things. So that's one. Secondly, the doctor themselves can publish their calendars saying that, look, this is how I am available. So he also is able, similar to the calendar publication by the hospitals for COVID vaccination. They were also publishing, slots, and you could go and book the slots nearby hospital, etc. So all these 4 principles which we got from COVID, how can we apply them to the, other kinds of situations? So that's what I'm working. I'm working in IIT Kanpur, where I'm a professor, visiting professor. There we have created a group of students, some employees also, and there we are creating multiple health-related digital public goods. The idea is calendar for a doctor, video consultation, then of course the using AI for prescription, diagnosis. The doctor can speak in natural language, and this can, the system can produce the symptoms and the medicines and the other things. And actually it's possible. It's possible with the use of the large language models, AI and other kinds of things. So increasing the productivity, discoverability of the doctor, increasing the accessibility and cost reduction for the patient. How this entire thing, how technology can play a very productive part in the health systems management is what I am currently engaged in. I would invite your colleagues, especially the guys from Kanpur around those places, or maybe, today's technology does not require you to be physically kind of present at the place. I would invite we can really contribute, and this can become a wonderful thing. We can actually offer this free, like a Google, like when you sign Gmail. Similarly, a doctor can sign on to this facility without any charge, and thereafter can publish his calendar, thereafter can do the video call. And video call also should not be limited to that, some proprietary video call software. This should be again an open source stuff. So that is something which I am currently engaged in, and of course I want to use this sort of forum to invite any one of you, and maybe Gaurav, and I can connect with you and see what can be done. But I must tell you that this country needs these kinds of things, because this is we don't have to go the American way, which have got platform-based system which have become so big. In America, as you know, there are two companies, Epic and Cerner, which control 90% of the patient's data. And do you know that they are by design non-interoperable? They don't talk to each other. If you are with Epic, you will remain with Epic. That is not what we want. We want a complete democratization of healthcare, of digital commerce, or other thing. Of course, it's very difficult to achieve that in view of what Amazon is doing and what the ONDC is doing. There's no comparison in the sense that scale is, they have already become big tech giants, and it's very difficult to kind of fight with them. And we don't want to fight also. That's not the, it's not one versus another, but we certainly want certain democratization to happen. It should not become complete monopolies. Unfortunately, private digital things tend to become digital monopolies, and we have to ensure, we have to understand that this is not the way for our country. This is not good for our country. We should not, while we allow the innovation to take place, we allow the private sector to flourish, but we don't want things to become monopolistic. The problem with monopoly you are already seeing in certain spaces nowadays, right? So, well, I think I have taken more time than probably I was allotted. Thank you so much. And again, I want to congratulate you, compliment you for doing something which is so good to the society. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma. Inspiring as always. So what we'll do now is I'll ask a few questions and then we'll open it up for the audience as well. So if you look at the India stack overall, the way it's evolving, right? One has been the horizontal layers that we've had, which is Aadhaar, eKYC, UPI, DigiLocker, and so on. Then in the last 5 years in particular, there's been a lot of sector-focused kind of stacks, right? So you talked about the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, which is a health stack. Then there is the we have ONDC, which is for commerce, the two things that you've been associated with. But then we have agri stack for agriculture. Then we have now energy stack, what you kind of just mentioned. And there are many other, every sector. There's honest for skilling and livelihood. There is NDR for education and so on. And then of course the latest thing is the AI layer, which is again a horizontal on top of everything. So we'll go a little bit layer by layer. On the horizontal layers, I think you've already kind of in the past many times shared the learnings. Today also you talked about a lot of concepts around minimalism, simplicity, keeping it simple, one use case, building block, frugality, and so on. So I'll not spend time on that. But from a horizontal layer perspective, do you think anything else is still missing, or more or less we have kind of complete with our horizontal part of the India stack?
Well, I think that's a very important that's very important sort of question. Horizontal layer is actually required because that's a prerequisite for doing any digital transaction. So let me take an example of a video consultation or teleconsultation. Now teleconsultation, you require a couple of things. One is you require connectivity, obviously. You require connectivity is one of the horizontal hard infrastructure, not a soft infrastructure in that sense. Then what you require that the doctor on the other end is a real doctor or some quack, right? So that's one part. So there you have common building block called HPR, Health Professional Registry, which actually can authenticate that the doctor is a real one. Similarly, you have Aadhaar to authenticate the patient is a real one. He's not some dacoit who is trying to do some hoodwink you or get some, on a legal case, he's trying to phasao you there. So this is a comfort for the patient as also comfort for doctor. Thereafter, you have the the doctor takes fees. Now, obviously, you need payment system, which is remote, which is not, he doesn't come and give you cash because he's sitting 200 kilometers away from you. So you have UPI for that. Similarly, you have the doctor writes a prescription. Now, that prescription also has to be legitimate prescription. Now, he can't give a prescription to you remotely, but he has what is called e-sign, the digital signatures on demand, which can actually be used for signing. So therefore, now some of the components which requires, and of course you have consent also, because the patient is sharing his records with the doctor, and therefore you need a consent under the DPDP Act, and also earlier also. You now have a consent artifact which was created way back in 2015. So essentially, consent, authentication of identities, payments, these digital signatures, all these things are required for conducting digital transactions. I think we have a stack of all those things, presence-less, cashless, those layers are already built. So I think there we have more or less completed. What is required now is to actually apply these things to vertical kind of, stuff, which is health, agriculture, whether it is digital commerce and many other areas.
Yeah. So we'll come to the vertical things, but one thing that triggers from your this thing, you've written a recent article in the Indian Express on something that's a current affair issue, which is cleaning up of the electoral rolls, right? The SIR that is kind of underway across many states, and Dr. Sharma has written an article on that how Aadhaar is a neat way of kind of going about it. And of course, we all of us know Aadhaar is not a proof of citizenship, it's a proof of residence and so on. So can you quickly, for everyone's kind of benefit, explain what's the core point that you're making there before we come to these vertical stacks?
Well, I am basically a technology person. So let me say that this SIR debate is a hugely political kind of debate. It has become a political debate, and I don't want to get into the political question because I'm not a politician. What I can say is that India has already built technologies for multiple things. One of them is Aadhaar, digital identity. Now this digital identity has a number of services. There's one identity creation, another is a service layer. The service layer is essentially an authentication. Now authentication has multiple flavors. Authentication by OTP, authentication by fingerprints, authentication by iris, and now you have authentication by face, which is face authentication, right? Which you use in DigiYatra, which you use in many of you may have parents who are basically retired and they require a digital life certificate, and you have the DLC. You can sit on a computer, authenticate yourself, and get your digital certificate done. Otherwise, you had to go to the banker to kind of prove that you are alive, right? So that was also. So essentially, what is happening is this technology does two things. One is deduplication, which means that one person can have only one identity. So I had been proposing since long, and I had written an article in Hindu also, that you should allow voluntary linking of Aadhaar with the voter ID. The reason is that currently you have the problem where a person has got multiple places he has got his voter ID. Even in one state he has got at 2-3 places. You have seen the examples. Now, one of the best ways to clean this database is essentially use Aadhaar number. That is how you clean the PAN database. That is how you clean the banking database, where you have eliminated all these Benami bank accounts. So why don't you use this technology which has been developed? So that's one part. I'm saying it will avoid duplicates. The other problem which the Election Commission of India is trying to solve is the living person. Whether the duplicate is one part, whether somebody is dead or somebody is alive. Now essentially, if you are giving pension on the basis of the face authentication, I think similarly you can say that if I am a voter in my earlier 2003 or whatever it is, then if I am alive, I can also do face authentication and essentially prove, and this can become a crowdsourced data. How this COVID, I don't know, many of you might have seen those dashboards in COVID, whereby each hospital wise, each state wise, we were saying how many vaccinations have been done, how much of the first vaccination, second vaccination, etc., etc. Similarly, you can say voluntarily, why don't you just come forward and do a facial authentication? And now every smartphone, it doesn't require any attachment, it doesn't require a fingerprint, it doesn't require, you can do a face authentication, just download that application and you can do a face authentication. So face authentication will basically, crowdsource that data and linking your Aadhaar, and face authentication will prove that A, you are unique, and B, you are alive, right? Dead fellows obviously will not be able to do face authentication. So you will have 90% of the people will opt for it, rather than, filling a form to BLO. Now look, you fill the form, BLO comes to you and fills a form. आपने अपना नाम लिख दिया. Now this form will be collected by the BLO and put at one place. Thereafter, there will be some data entry operator who will enter the data. The guy is going enter धड़ाधड़ data. ना वो तो जानता नहीं आपको कि आप गौरव गोयल है, आप कौन है. वो आपको डेटा में एंट्री में गड़बड़ कर देगा. गड़बड़ आराम से हो सकती है, कोई ऐसी बात तो है नहीं. तो आप जो है, जो आपका नाम था पहले इलेक्टोरल रोल में, वो पता लगा कि और उल्टा गलती हो गई. So you will probably end up creating more errors. This whole process is error prone. There's a similar process that NPR was doing. If you remember, many of you may remember NPR, right? So if I'm a voter already, why do I have to again, do the BLO, form filling, etc., etc.? I don't know. So my sense is, and I don't want to be critical of the process, but I will certainly say, why are you using 19th century technology to solve a 21st century problem? You already have the tools available. This country has spent 10,000 crores in doing the Aadhaar, doing the digital identity project. Why are you not using that? You are using demographic deduplication. As far as I know, the Election Commission's website I have seen, they are doing demographic deduplication. Now, demographic deduplication was tried prior to doing Aadhaar, and it turned out that only 26% of the people are common. I am Ram Sevak Sharma in one epic, I will become R.S. Sharma in another epic, and I can, you can't solve the deduplication problem by using the demographic deduplication. My address will be different. So what I'm saying is that if you solve 90% of this, 10% will be solved, manually solve 10%. Solving 10% is easier than solving the, whole 100%, number one. Number two, with regard to the problem of citizenship, that's a very tricky question. Who is a citizen? So, bhai, there have been two experiments of citizenship in this country, and I have written about it in the, in the article. One was the, 2007. We started after Kargil we started something called MNIC card project, which is multi-purpose national ID card, and in 13 states in 21 districts we started that project. And after 2 years, actually 2010, parliamentary question answer says that this determination of citizenship at such a massive scale is just not possible. So it's not possible to determine citizenship. Then you had NRC in Assam also. You excluded 19 lakh people, and thereafter, I don't know what happened of that. So essentially what I'm saying that presume citizenship of people whose names already figure in 2003, one. And secondly, the Aadhaar is a superset of citizens. I agree that Aadhaar is not a proof of citizenship. So there will be probably 100 people UIDI. Maybe 97% will be citizens and 3% will be non-citizens. You take them out. Suspicious cases. Why somebody got Aadhaar this late when he's 50 years old and he got an Aadhaar just 6 months back. I mean, there are algorithms which are existing, which can be. So basically, what I'm trying to say is, technology offers a more cost-effective way to solve this problem, and that is what I have proposed in my article in the Indian Express.
Sounds good. So you're saying deduplication and somebody being alive is solvable fully. Citizenship you take care of in the remaining cases, and they're kind of data-backed heuristics that you can get, and then you can do that. Great. Let's come actually to the this thing, the vertical stacks for different domains. Now, as somebody who kind of from outside in, if one looks at it as a non-techie, then one thing that it seems it's not as neat and as intuitive as the horizontal layers. Maybe they were more simpler. These are more complex, the vertical stacks for every domain. And secondly, they've been around for some time now, 5 years, something 7 years, 4 years. But the maybe the kind of uptake that one had expected, right? When you feel ki, okay, health stack comes and it'll solve for everything and we'll have longitudinal health records and so on. That pace doesn't seem to be that high. And ऐसा कोई line of sight भी नहीं लगता है कि in the next kind of let's few 2, 3, 4 years we'll kind of get there. The idea is not to criticize, but the idea is to firstly, do you agree with that assessment? And what could be a way to fast track some of these adoption of these domain specific vertical stacks?
No, I think you are very right. While we have been doing and we have been priding ourselves in doing something very great in this country by digital public infrastructure and all that stuff, it's okay. But what is happening is that even some simple interventions which could actually ease the lives of the people, they have also not happened. These have also not happened. So I think I agree with you that the pace of utilizing even the horizontal components of technology in verticals has not happened at the pace at which it should happen. The reason for this, my view is, of course, I may be wrong, there can't be any wholesale solution, but the solution I see is the development of certain champions. Champions, when I say champions, is somebody who is willing to agree or who agrees that what we are doing is probably a little suboptimal, what we need to now do and utilize these things. You see, ultimately in the vertical things also, 80% of the utilization will happen of these horizontal components. But 20% is that important, and that 20% and the entire stack will come only when there are champions in those departments or in those sectors which are willing. For example, LPG, subsidy, DBT is what we were talking about, and we were saying that let's do DBT. DBT, the only person who actually accelerated that pace was, Neeraj Mittal. Neeraj Mittal, who was till some time back the Secretary of Telecom, and now I think he's Secretary in some other department. So basically, he was the guy, he was Joint Secretary in Ministry of Petroleum. He actually took it forward. So my view is that wherever you have such champions, things actually move. That's my experience. That's not a theory what I'm saying. I'm just talking a practical part. So if there are, champions who can say, oh, हम लोग उतना अच्छा नहीं कर पा रहे, why, how can I accelerate how can I improve the performance, how can I improve the efficiency in my doing, then that can actually take it off.
And one is the champions in the government, which is the bureaucracy. The second is also probably champions in the ecosystem, some organization, some kind of this thing which says ki we will kind of leverage this stack and kind
absolutely. And this can happen beyond government. Let me tell you, why should we really, for example, health mein you have, you don't require government approval to have a video consultation, right? This is already, there are guidelines. So these things now, I think the entire private sector should also build. But then, private sector's stuff is typically, I'm again, oh bhai, main karunga, to main hi sab kuch karunga, and obviously the motive is quite different. So how can you now ensure that you have the digital public goods? One of the problems which will happen in such digital public goods is when you are giving something free, people think, yaar, kuch na kuch to ghapla hai isme. You have some motive or the other. Nowadays you have data ka chori ka motive to nahi hai kahin. That's another part. So, credibility if you have, and that I think you guys have established your credibility in a very short time. I think you guys can contribute tremendously, even without the so-called champions in the government. Maybe not in the overall core processes of the government, but certainly around those processes.
One more thing, Dr. Sharma, I've picked up from conversations with you and what I've seen otherwise also. The other thing that can potentially fast track some of this adoption is identification of those hero use cases.
Yeah.
Which will have a lot of pull from the user, and that the backend helps with the uptake of the system. And I remember you giving one example in one of our conversations earlier on something of QR code in OPDs.
Yeah.
Right? If you can kind of share that, because that's to me an example of a hero use case which can help uptake of ABHA AD, for instance, in the Ayushman Bharat digital stack.
I think this is a very, very important point which you have raised, Gaurav. You see, what is happening is whenever you introduce technology, that technology should benefit somebody. The technology which does not benefit any human being is actually not worth being doing it, because howsoever sophisticated that may be, people are talking of AI, this, that, but bhaiya, uska fayda kya hai? So I think this is very important. Second thing which I have learnt in my life is that you don't have to have a very sophisticated intervention of technology in people's lives to make difference. It can be a very simple technology. It can be very simple stuff. It doesn't need to be, great complicated stuff. For example, I mean, just to give you, I'll take 1 more minute extra. One was a technology which we did it in 2014. Kya tha ki I had gone for some relative of mine, AIMS mein gaya hua tha main. And I was sitting with the deputy director of AIMS at that time. Now he's chief secretary, chief secretary Rajasthan. Now I was sitting with him and I found कि बड़ा भीड़ लगी है, मतलब लाइन धकाधक लगी हुई है, पूरा एकदम chaos है. मैंने कहा ये क्या है यार? बोले कि साहब ये ऐसा है कि बिहार से लोग आते हैं, बाहर से लोग आते हैं, धर्मशाला में रहते हैं और उसके बाद 4 बजे से लेके OPD कार्ड के लिए दे फॉलो इन लाइन. तो मैंने कहा यार ये लाइन में लगने के लिए कोई तरीका हो सकता है कि इसके हम लोग लाइन को बचा सके? तो मतलब सोचना शुरू किया. Then I said कि उसी समय आधार नया हुआ था, 2014 की बात है, 2015 की फरवरी की बात है. So then I realized that why can't the people sitting at home can get an appointment for OPD on a given date depending on the vacancies available in the hospital, and they just do it. The question was that somebody can denial of service attack by making too many fake requests. So I said, why don't you do Aadhaar OPD, OTP, so that you are a genuine person who is seeking an appointment. So we started what we call ORS, Online Reservation System in the hospital. This was started in 2014. I've written about it in my LinkedIn post yesterday evening. Suddenly I remembered that I have to go, so I said, let me write something. ORS jo hai, today 4,902 hospitals have adopted ORS. The total number of appointments which have been done using this online stuff is 1.25 crores. You can go to ors.gov.in. Actually, you can just search that. So this is very simple intervention, online appointment, doing that. Similarly, when ABHA happened, digital Ayushman Bharat digital mission, लोगों ने कहा यार इसका फायदा क्या होगा? Suddenly the idea came कि भाई लोग जो है people are again OPD के लिए लाइन में खड़े रहते हैं और लाइन में जब आते हैं नंबर उनका तो पूछते हैं भाई तुम्हारा नाम क्या है, तो बोली राम सेवक शर्मा, बाप का नाम क्या है, इतना, वो एज क्या है, क्या प्रॉब्लम है, वगैरह वगैरह, तो पूछ के अपना वो टाइप करती है महिला या जो भी बैठा हुआ होता है काउंटर पे, एंड देन दे kind of issue an OPD slip. We said, why don't we do one thing? We just create this, because आभा का फायदा क्या है? तो एक आभा QR कोड अगर लगा दे हॉस्पिटल और ये आदमी जाए, कोई भी आदमी स्मार्ट कार्ड से उस आभा को स्कैन कर ले QR कोड को, what happens? His demographic data, his name and father's name, other things, आभा data so to say, it goes to the hospital's HMIS, what is called Hospital Management Information System. And that HMIS, this is an API which the address is consumed, and then that issues a token, one after another, and that token actually goes and sits on the computer, sits on the mobile of that fellow. That fellow receives the token कि मेरा नंबर 272 है आज. Then he knows कि अभी जो काउंटर्स पे चल रहा है वो 15 चल रहा है या 20 चल रहा है. He knows कि मेरा नंबर आएगा 2 घंटे के बाद, मैं जाके अपना खाना खा आता हूँ, चाय पी आता हूँ. Then he comes. So he doesn't have to fall in line now. As soon as that number comes, he goes there. And that lady does not have to ask any question because she already has that information with her. So she just, presses a button and prints a card, prints the OPD card. So that way people just don't have to fall in line. And today you will not believe, we started it in Lady Harding Hospital on 11th of October, 12th of October 2022. Now it is actually working in hundreds of hospitals, not thousand, I don't know. And every day we are having about 5 lakh such, we called it a scan and share. 5 lakh scan and share. From 286 to 5 lakh today. You can see it in the ABDM dashboard, dashboard.abdm.gov.in. And there is a tab called scan and share. You can find. So basically what I'm trying to say, Gaurav, is that it doesn't need to be a very sophisticated stuff. It can be very simple thing. And once you observe the problem and the pain of the people, then you can realize that अच्छा यार इसमें ये फायदा, ये करके हम इनका फ़ायदा कर सकते हैं. That is how it happens.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. This is very helpful. I'll ask just one more question and I will open up for audiences. So the AI bit, right? The latest kind of buzz, which is the AI buzz on top of all of this DPI to the power of AI, and India being the use case capital of AI. Now we have the Global AI Summit happening in Feb in India, and there's a lot of, it's like a G20, lot of pre-events, lot of buzz around it. But, and all of us know what all is happening. Again, a similar kind of challenge there. We were doing a landscaping of all the existing AI use cases across sectors, developmental sectors for one of the states. And what we realize is that there's a lot of noise. Lot of noise. Yeah. The actual use cases which are today working are hardly any, right? बहुत सारे POCs and बहुत सारे that's the journey. But the fact of the matter is that as of today, there are not too many practical at-scale use cases of AI. So it's a matter of time, I believe, that it will get there. But what's your own assessment of how India is approaching this, and how can we make the most of this AI revolution sooner?
I think that's also a very important question, and of course my limited knowledge and my limited part, I'll just try to answer it. One is that any AI application needs data. You know, without data, there's no AI, right? AI is not merely a code, it actually works on data, and then it creates all those neural networks and other kinds of stuff which happens. Unfortunately, we are so data rich in this country, but we are sitting on that data. We are sitting on the treasure trove of the data. We don't want to part with that data. We think that, you know, ये तो मेरा property है. This is so sad. Because if you are working on data from the Western countries, for example, look at health. Now health, if you don't have the data, then obviously you can't work on कालाजार. कालाजार तो हमारी बीमारी है. कालाजार तो यूरोप में नहीं होता है, अमेरिका में नहीं होता है. So basically what is happening is that we have to have a very good, you know, sort of effort. We have to make that conscious effort to unlock this data treasure trove for making some real good use cases for AI in our country. Health is one area, because I have also been working in the health. Health is one area where I see a huge potential for AI. So for example, in Ayushman Bharat PMJY, Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, there are 1.2 million claims which are settled every month. I mean, I'm talking of 3 years back, the figure of, you know, maybe 2022. So this is basically 1.2 million claims, and 1.2 million claims will mean about at least 7 or 8 million health records, because every claim has वो उसका diagnostic 4-5 X-ray, all kinds of things. You know, they are all digital documents which are actually coming. They may not be machine readable, but they are still, you know, digital documents. Now, if these documents can somehow be anonymized and made available to the AI engines or to the, you know, in a whatever, maybe cost also, I have no problems with that. If it is anonymized, I think it does not, you know, violate the DPDP Act. So those availability of the data will actually usher in actual, you know, use of the, you know, this data for use cases. So that's one thing, that's one constraint I am actually observing, that data availability, anonymized data availability is one of the important constraints. Second thing is some, you know, typical applications like large language model application is actually also, you know, useful because they improve the productivity. Some applications like, you know, speech to text and text to speech, and, you know, those kinds of things are also very important in many sectors. So that's another use case area. Diagnostics in health is very important, even if we don't have the data, but I think there are many trained models whereby you can, you know, plug in your X-ray and then you can get a report. So maybe you can get, it's like a second opinion. Those things you can get. So there are multiple use cases which are emerging now, but I think if we need to accelerate that, you know, we just don't need, you know, it's a lot of hype around AI, you are right. You know, everybody says AI. But भाई कुछ उसका वो होना चाहिए ना, फायदा भी होना चाहिए. मैं तो I look at it not from the sophistication of technology point of view, but from the point of view of its applicability and usefulness for the people. So this is one, data availability is one constraint, and of course the other thing is finding out the areas. And obviously, I'm not an expert who can actually point out the use cases, but there are multiple use cases. Health, I certainly understand it's a very, very important use case.
Great, thank you. So we'll now take questions from the audience as you kind of, before you raise your hands. Before that, we'll pick a quick kind of video, and this is from Mr. S. Krishnan, who's the current Secretary MeitY. Dr. R.S. Sharma was Secretary MeitY way back in 2014. The current Secretary MeitY, he was to also be here today in one of the sessions of the day, but he has had to travel to Nagaland for something, but he has sent a video recording. We'll watch that and then we'll take the questions. We can actually remove this kind of floodlight, whatever this. We can. It's not needed now. Yeah. So let's switch off the lights and play the video from Mr. S. Krishna.
Good morning to all of you. Let me first greet all of you who are attending the DPG dialogues. I think this is an important event. I would very much like to have been present in person, but official exigencies take me away at this point in time, and I'm unable to be present with you in person. As India gets ready to host the AI Impact Summit in February next year, one of the key elements that we will be trying to address is the way that our focus on digital public infrastructure, which was so pronounced during the G20 convening held in New Delhi in 2023, and where India has emerged clearly as a leader, can be further improved and further enhanced by an overlay of artificial intelligence. Literally, it will be DPI to the power of AI. That is the exponential application that is possible with the AI enhancing what DPIs can already do. And I think in that context, this particular dialogue is very significant and important. As already pointed out, the next AI Summit, which is to be hosted here in New Delhi, is the AI Impact Summit. And we in India, in the government of India, and particularly the Prime Minister, has underlined the importance of harnessing the best that we can get out of AI through ensuring that the technology is democratized and it works for the benefit of the vast majority of the population, and it includes everybody. So that clearly means that the applications of AI need to be rolled out in the more productive sectors of the economy in order to ensure that both efficiency and productivity are enhanced. And that is truly the direction in which India is pursuing our push towards AI. We would like to engage with all stakeholders who can enable this, whether it is, of course, governments and in the way that they can participate in democratizing access to AI, whether it is companies across the world, or whether it is civil society organizations, academia, and other stakeholders. All of them need to come together in a way that AI applications enhance the impact of DPI, and they are able to work in the space that is critical for the benefit and the welfare of people at large. I think that is the direction in which we need to head, and that is the direction in which we need to make all our efforts, and that is what our focus would be on. So let me once again congratulate the organizers of this event for putting this together. It's an important lead event, a pre-summit event for the AI Impact Summit, and its deliberations and what comes out of it would be an important contributor to the ultimate outcomes of the summit. We are at the cusp of a very important technology being rolled out across the world, and these kind of efforts is what will truly enhance the impact of this technology and make it accessible and available to the broadest possible cross-section of human population. Thank you very much for having me this morning.
Cool. So let's have some questions now. We can actually keep this light off. It's not required. It's not needed. I think it's too much in the face, so we can switch it off. Yes. Yeah. Can we have a mic there?
Thank you. Hi, I'm Liliana from DPG. We're a health tech company, and really interested in the vertical use cases that you spoke about with AI specifically. One question we've had is about the ethics of deploying AI, especially for clinical decision making for, say, a frontline worker, an ASHA, an Anganwadi worker, an A&M. If you're a health tech company, you've designed an AI chatbot, it works in a local language, someone can speak to it in a vernacular language, you've solved part of the problem. But if AI provides a bad answer to someone's clinical question, and say an ASHA provides the wrong clinical guidance to somebody in her community, there's a question of whose fault that is. Is it the ASHA because she listened to the chatbot? Is it the tech company that built the chatbot? Is the government the one that approved it at fault? Is it the creator of the model? So given your bureaucratic background, I'm curious to hear what you think and what regulations need to be in place so that these tools can be used. Thank you.
It's a very difficult one, you know, if a driverless car makes an accident, who is to be prosecuted? Who is to be blamed for that? That's like, but you know, what happens is there are already guardrails because ASHA cannot take some critical decisions. So in some sense, if the system provides some kind of, you know, sort of advice to her, she has to activate that advice or actually implement that advice only within the framework what she is allowed to do. You know, it cannot be just that, you know, whatever that that system says and, you know, you carry out that advice. That's not what it's supposed to be. So ultimately the ASHA worker will be responsible to, if she has crossed her limits which she was supposed to do, that should be the appropriate measure rather than the blaming the AI model or AI part. That's my sense. Of course, one can have very nuanced arguments in it, and I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know that, but typically that's my common sense. Thank you.
Yes, gentleman in the middle.
Thank you, sir. Hi, Arundeep from Tehilpur here. The Department of Post has come out with something called the Dhruva framework, and the idea there is essentially that they will create digital proxies for physical addresses, like UPI has created digital proxies for
DigiPin.
bank accounts.
DigiPin.
Right? So this they are building as a DPI, and so I was just curious on, do you think that DPI can bring value in urban, like local municipal level of governance? Like, are there gaps there that are as obvious to you as, for example, the lack of health records is for someone going to a hospital, that, you know, we can just digitize our way into solving?
Well, honestly, I'm not familiar with the project, but I am familiar with the PIN codes. And we had a huge struggle with PIN codes in our Aadhaar system because PIN codes, if I remember correct, I mean, if I understood it correctly at that time, it is actually each PIN code area is a polygon, right? This is a polygon in some sense. A polygon may be having not a straight line, maybe some other lines, but that's how it is. And we found out that these are not even polygons. They are not contiguous. They are not even connected. So there is a lot of you know, work which probably needs to be done to PIN codes. But now I think they maybe they are sort of leapfrogging into the.
This is like a DigiPin. So you're converting the country into small grids of what meter by some meter by some meter, 3.4 meter by 3.4 meter, and giving a unique digital kind of identity to each of that.
Wonderful. Maybe I am not. I mean, it's an off the cuff. As I said, I'm not aware about the DigiPin architecture. But certainly, you know, one of the things which is actually now people are also talking about AI, not only for language is one of the small part that they are saying, you know, language is, you know, me and you existed even without a language, right? I mean, suppose we are sitting here and we don't know any language, even then I know that you exist and you know I exist. So people are talking of the AI of the world, which is basically a geographical system, a physical systems, how you can relate with that. That's the next level of, you know, I met somebody a couple of days back on that, but I'm not really sure about the impact. I mean, I can't just give a off-the-cuff response.
Yeah, here in the front. If you can just stand up so that everyone can also see who's asking.
Thank you. Hello, sir. My name is Sumit. I come from the Center for Effective Governance in Indian States, an organization working with the government. So one of the very valid points that you just made was about data quality, data being available. Unless if that is there, we can't use AI or anything like that. But also the point is the quality of the data is that is available, and you also slip one word saying it may not be machine readable, but it exists. So how do we, unless there are digital systems in place, wherever we know digital systems have come in and the data is now being captured digitally, but there are so many areas in India right now where the digital systems have not seeped in, and we are still working on the data operator model or other models that are available. So what is the way forward to make sure that the data that is coming to feed into any of the systems to make decisions at a at a center state level? How do you make sure that data quality is actually appropriate? And what are the standards we can set for collection of data? And what are the processes we can use on collection of data? If you can give your 2 cents on that.
Thank you very much. And I'll give only my 2 cents. Let me put it this way, not really. One is that rather than changing the system wholesale, that's not possible. That's not possible in a country like India. Let's understand that. You are not able to. Addresses, man, you have addresses in America which are absolute, this address, you can uniquely. यहाँ पे मंदिर के पीछे, बरगद के नीचे. I mean, so those things will remain. They are very India-specific issues. Now, what is happening is that there are more technologies which are existing now, more better OCRs, better, conversions. Even AI tools are actually, doing a better job in converting the PDF data into actually machine readability. So those tools are existing. The data models or the data, the way things are happening, transaction level, we can't sort of change for non-digital things. But we certainly can use and make use of this data, maybe not fully, but partially. That should be the strategy which I would advocate for this, number one. Number two, going forward, I think more and more digital systems we need to develop whereby ab initio. See, data entry should not be an activity. Data creation should be a result of the activity itself. That's one of the very important principles. You should not say, "Bhai, हमने ये कर लिया, आप data enter कर रहे हैं."
Data emit. Data emit.
Yeah.
Like you're using Google Maps and data is getting emitted.
That's why. I mean, you should believe in what is called crowdsourcing, which many fellows are doing it now. So essentially, that is one part. Unfortunately, क्या हो रहा है? हमारे यहाँ पे उल्टा हो रहा है. And this is a sad part. You go to any hotel, and then they say कि आधार लाओ जरा अपना. आधार लाया, उसने फोटोकॉपी किया. फोटोकॉपी करके वो निकालता है, उसको बोलता है साइन मार दो इसमें. So sign mara. So what you are doing? From digital you are going to physical. It's so sad. Why can't I just share my Aadhaar number which is in my DigiLocker, which we made 11 years back, to a hotel fellow, and the hotel fellow just consumes that information and keeps it and can share it with police, etc., etc. So no photocopy required, no signatures required. Somehow or the other we don't understand. In fact, one guy came to me and I wanted to open a bank account because I am a senior citizen. And I am living on my pension stuff. So I said, भाई थोड़ा small finance bank give you 0.5% more interest. तो वो आदमी मेरे पास आया, घर पे आया, बोले हाँ साहब, because he was interested कि 5 लाख रुपया साहब देंगे, मतलब कम से कम FD. So that fellow said कि भाई आप दीजिए सर, तो मैं अपना आधार दीजिए, तो मैं आधार अपना प्रिंट करके ले आया. तो बोले नहीं ओरिजिनल आधार दीजिए. तो मैंने कहा यार ओरिजिनल आधार तो मैंने सुना नहीं कभी. तो अब क्या हो रहा है? अब हमारे जो UIDAI वाले हैं वो बढ़िया से होलोग्राम वाला आधार कर रहे हैं. I mean, what a foolish idea. It's a digital product, and you are now trying to create intelligence and create security into the token. So this is unfortunately इस देश में हर तरह की चीज चल रही है. तो ये जरूरी है कि I'm sorry to be criticizing many of my colleagues now, but this is what is happening. People don't understand that once you are digital something, you continue with that, and that will generate the data immediately. When you go and you should use that. So that is the solution, which I would say. You can't change the systems. And there is a lot of data silos even today. DGFT का data और customs का data, they don't actually, वो हर बार उसे बोलता है कि भाई enter करे इसमें अपना वो number. So there's a data redundancy, a lot of problems are there, but anyway, we will
I'm in a fix right now. There's an interesting conversation happening. A lot of people are raising their hands. Wahan pe Shelza is telling me to stop. We'll take one last question and then we'll be done, right? This is the last question and then we'll kind of this thing.
Your, sort of flow.
Sir, I'm Radhika Mathur. I work with an EdTech-focused NGO called Rocket Learning. I'd like to ask you more about government's capacity for adapting proven, tested, scalable tech solutions. I think it's been fantastic, listening to you and not every day we hear the stories behind, so much work that's gone into the most advanced tech solutions. I think the challenge that we face, and Gaurav also asked you about, having champion stakeholders in the government system. But I think more than that, the challenge that we face is that is the capacity with the human resource to be able to take our technology and adapt it into the government systems. And the other challenge that we face is also financial resourcing. For the government to start investing in technology to be able to, adapt our solutions in their system. So if you have some advice for us, how can we go about?
And this is a common thing. There are a lot of emerging organizations, social enterprises in the country right now who have built kind of proven tech at decent scale, which is working for the social sector, in this case for early childhood education and so on. But then how do you kind of get that embedded in the government if the government itself does not, let's say, have a existing solution for that particular thing?
No, one of the things I must say, there is a tremendous improvement in the system, acceptability of by the government of systems which are developed outside, and then, also providing, sandboxes, providing the, places where you can try your technology. So I think that part has happened. Obviously, a generic kind of guidance I can't provide. But at the same time, let me tell you that nowadays, more and more bureaucrats are quite tech savvy. They understand things, and they actually, and our Prime Minister himself is so focused on the technology being used for public good. I'm sure, things are definitely improving, and once we have had a Digital India program, and there are multiple departments which are actually doing it. Only thing is that India is a very large country, federal country, so there are all kinds of things happening. But I think things are certainly improving in a very accelerated manner, I must say.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma. Very, very engaging as always, and very inspiring for all of us here. So thank you for being with us, and we look forward for you to be there in the next edition now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gaurav, for inviting me, and it's a wonderful privilege to be speaking to young, people who are passionate, who want to do something good for the country. It's really, very amazing and very inspiring for me to see that happening. Thank you. Please carry on.
Not? Okay, now I'm audible. Okay, that was definitely a very inspiring and warming up discussion to start our morning. So Gaurav spoke about the objective of Code for GovTech and how we are on a mission to build sustainable, meaningful development contribution pathways towards DPGs. And you also saw a glimpse of different initiatives that we are implementing throughout the year, from open community to contribution sprints to ReboBoost. But how did it all start? So it all started in 2022 with an experiment called the Dedicated Mentoring Program, aka DMP. That's how it's now known as. And that experiment became our flagship initiative over the last 3 to 4 years. So every year we have around 40 to 50 organizations who participate and share 100 odd projects for the contributors and a commitment of a stipend. Contributors are selected across these projects after a rigorous selection process and work with the mentors from these organizations for a period of 3 months to learn and get an experience of how it feels to create impact firsthand. And of course, contribute high quality production ready code. So in this next segment, we will hear from a few contributors and also mentors about their experience this year with DMP. So first off, I would like to invite Amit Dikshit to the stage. Amit is a BTech student at IIT Bhilai currently. Over to you, Amit.
Hey everyone, so I'm Amit Dikshit from IIT Bhilai, currently in my 3rd year. Now, like most of the students here, I started out with building things out of context, trying out different technologies and contributing to wherever I could. And over the last year, that interest has slowly grown into something much bigger, contributing to MOSIP through Code for Government Technology, and slowly realizing that I was stepping into infrastructure that could impact possibly millions of people. Now, as I said, the organization that I've been contributing to is MOSIP. To put it simply, it's the backbone of Aadhaar, something that everyone in here is familiar with. It's basically an open source platform that enables countries and institutions to deploy secure digital identity systems. The technology that MOSIP offers has already been employed in over 27 countries, meaning that MOSIP has helped these 27 countries to implement a digital identity system like Aadhaar in a way such that there's absolutely no chance of fraud. And you know what the significance of contributing to MOSIP is? It's not just improving a product, it's not just adding a feature to an application, it's strengthening the digital infrastructure that millions rely on for essential services. Well before MOSIP and C4GT, my contributions were mostly small. I had contributed to a few college projects, built some internal tools, and experimented with a few open source repositories here and there. I didn't have a formal direction, but I definitely had an interest. I wanted to build something real and something meaningful. And that's when I discovered C4GT, along with it, the entire DPI and DPG ecosystem. It felt like a perfect bridge between learning and impact, a chance to contribute to systems that actually matter. I came across a small contribution project called Coding Sprints within C4GT, and through it I got selected in a project under MOSIP. That's where the real journey began. My first project was to implement a credential revocation pipeline. The idea was simple on the surface. If a digital credential gets compromised or needs to be invalidated, there needs to be a secure and efficient way to mark it as revoked. But implementing this in a privacy-preserving, scalable way for a huge number of credentials was a very real and very sad, complex problem. I had to understand the flow end-to-end, read the standards behind it, design APIs and logic that fit cleanly into MOSIP's architecture. For the first time, the code I wrote was going to be part of an actual digital identity platform. And now for the DMP, I had submitted a proposal for a new project. They liked the direction I had outlined in the proposal. And based on that, along with my previous contributions, I was selected again, this time for the DMP. The DMP was a different experience altogether. The project was bigger, more complex, and required understanding standards and real-world flows at a much deeper level. Instead of patching just one part of the system like I had done before, I now had to understand the entire flow of how a verifiable credential is introduced. So the goal of my project was to enable NG Certify to generate verifiable credentials in the MDoc format, or in simple words, the feature I had developed enabled users to be able to receive official documents on their phone in a globally accepted and secure format, which can then be verified offline or online by respective authorities. It was a big jump in complexity compared to anything I had done before, but also one of the most rewarding experiences. And somewhere in those 3 months, I realized how much I had grown, not just technically, but in the way I approached problems. And you know what? When I joined, I honestly had no idea what I was stepping into. I knew a bit of Java, but certainly not enterprise level Spring Boot. The code base felt massive. There were layers, module, architectural patterns that I had never seen before. I still remember opening the repo for the first time and feeling that familiar imposter syndrome. Have they made a mistake? Should I have not been selected? But throughout all this, what helped me the most were the people. From day one, I was a part of their stand-ups, their discussions, their responsibilities. They trusted me with production features and not just toy tasks. At every stage, someone was there to explain, review, or challenge or support me. And that culture, the patience, the mentorship, the trust, is a big reason I have stayed with Mosif for almost a year now. It's rare to find a community where you feel both supported and expected to rise to the challenge. Now, by the end of the DMP, I had implemented a major feature, learned more than I thought was possible in such a short time, and for the first time, saw my work have direct impact. It wasn't just code in a repository anymore, it was part of a national scale identity infrastructure. Knowing that something I built could help someone access services smoothly, that feeling is truly special. And this journey helped me a lot, helped me to grow in ways that I didn't expect. I learned how to ask better questions, communicate clearly, and work with people across different teams. I also began to understand the impact of technical decisions, not just how to implement something, but why it's being built and how it affects real users. A big realization for me was that you don't need to have everything figured out before you start. You learn as you take responsibility, the process itself shapes you. That's been one of the most important lessons for me throughout all this. So to any of the students listening, if you are even a little curious about open source or DPGs or simply want to do something better, something meaningful, take that first step. You don't need to feel fully ready. Reach out to people and start contributing. Sometimes the best growth happens exactly when you feel out of depth. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amit. Okay, so next up we have Jia Gupta from Kite Group of Institutions, Ghaziabad. Over to you.
So, hi everyone, I am Jia Gupta and I am a DMP 25 contributor with Flywheel. Today I am here to share my journey with all of you, how I got into this open source community and how it eventually led me to DMP program. So it all started, one second. So it all started with the Oktoberfest where I contributed to multiple DPG repositories and explored various DPG projects which were listed in the Oktoberfest. And I secured second rank in the Oktoberfest leaderboard. And soon after, I also got selected into the C4GT Community Cohort Manager program, where I was assigned as Organization Manager with Zendelona, which provides accessibility solutions. So I stepped into the shoe of the visually challenged people to explore the accessibility challenges. And then soon after, I also got selected into the C4GT Community Sprint 2, where I contributed to an offline first educational lab for the Punjab government with Planet Read itself. And then it was all these stages were preparing me for something bigger, and that was DMP. So I started contributing with Chakshu sir and Yash sir under the projects of Flywheel, and soon contributing actively Whale, which was the project of DMP 25 program, and I stepped further actively contributing to it, and guess what? I got selected for the DMP program and we were building Whale. So what was Whale? Whale was a project which allows contributors and organizations and anyone to onboard their API so that they can monetize and monitor them effortlessly. Can we play the video? Okay. Okay. So this was Whale. In this we can onboard the APIs and then monitor and monetize them using RBAC Grafana based dashboards, as you can see. So working under Chakshu sir's mentorship has been really transformative. He pushed me to learn fast, adapt fast and build fast, especially in the AI era where things evolve every week. And open source just stopped being code for me. It was more about understanding the product, building at DPI scale, and actually building things that get used. So DMP wasn't just mentorship. It was more than mentorship where I could learn and grow. If I reflect on this journey, I grew massively in technical depth and also get better at communication and clarity. And also got opportunity to build for India, and that can be used by people of India at wide scale. It was more about learning while building and applying it and delivering in the production pipelines. Looking back, every stage, Oktoberfest, community managers cohort, and then the DMP program all shaped my journey very well. Open source gave me skills, but C4GT community gave me direction and confidence. So, kudos to all the members of this community for shaping a meaningful space where everyone can contribute and learn well. If you are exploring your path for the students sitting here, open source is a great place to begin and keep contributing, keep growing, and keep building meaningful things. Thank you.
Hello everyone. So good morning to one and all present here. I'm Tanmay Debankar, and today I want to share a simple idea of how automated testing became a mission to uh, ensure that one of the healthcare systems works flawlessly every single day. So before we start, let me explain what the healthcare system is. So the healthcare system we are talking about is Amrit platform, which was built by Parimal Swasthya. So Parimal Swasthya is a healthcare initiative of Parimal Foundation, a non-profit focused on making healthcare accessible and improving healthcare indicators in underserved areas of India. Amrit serves a millions across India. It's an open source EHR platform which connects Ayushman Arogya Mandirs, frontline health workers, provides telemedicine services and state portals all into one unified system. So think about it, when a patient in rural India seeks healthcare, Amrit is right there with you. So the scale is immense, the responsibility is immense, and also the consequence of a single bug is immense. So when I joined C4GT, Amrit faced a critical gap. It did not have test cases at all. So what my project was to actually write test cases. So I thought, why not create an automation which does the same? Because test cases are important because, hidden bugs can, escape into production. Patient data is at risk because we're talking about healthcare right now. And system instability can affect millions. And I think that in healthcare, testing is just not a checkbox. It's actually a promise of security. So we needed an automation. So I created an AI-powered pipeline with 3 core ideas. First of all, an intelligent pipeline that analyzes the code completely and creates JUnit 5 test cases for their Spring Boot services. Second of all, it also had a self-healing loop which validates the test cases, catches the errors in generation, and automatically fixes them. And third was that integration with the CI/CD pipeline. So any pull request which had coverage less than 90% was automatically blocked. This was the actual requirement of the organization. So there's that. So let me explain my 3 months journey of how I achieved this. So the first month basically was about, processing their code base. I basically did pre-processing, then I had to, split them into semantic chunks and then basically put them into a vector database, and then finally have a system which actually merges with the code base. So this was what I did in the first month. So I basically created a skeleton out of it. Obviously it was not that reliable at the first, but of course we were getting somewhere. So in the second month, I started actually improving it. So in the first I had a lot of hallucinations, a lot of errors. So I started creating a batch processing system which divides the test files into different functions and process it batch wise, and then have a self-correcting loop automatically which fixes the test cases on the flow. So that's there. And apart from that, I also had to improve the prompt structure because simple prompting is not that great. We needed a proper prompt structure to be followed. So that's where I did. And initially, I was doing a regex to differentiate between controllers and services, but that was not great at all because it gave a lot of errors. So I created my own Java parsing utility using some libraries which actually parse the Java files perfectly for chunking. So that's there. And finally, I could see that there was some, good quality improvements in the product. So in the third month, I finally, wanted to make it easy for all the devs to use. So I created two scripts. One is the setup.sh and a second script, which is run.sh. The setup.sh is used to basically set the whole project up for you, and a run.sh to basically start making the test cases on the flow. So that's that. And apart from that, I was able to generate 92,000 lines of code and 2,500 plus test cases on the flow. So this was one of the achievements that I could get through this. So before there was manual testing, but after my automation testing, I was able to produce all these test cases in less than a month. So that's there. So I had a lot of learnings and outcomes out of this. So first of all, I learned how a RAG-driven test architecture works and how actually implement a self-healing agent. So apart from that, coding is not just about writing code. It's about actually making an architecture. So first you need to create an architecture of what you exactly plan on doing. So that was one of the important learnings I had out of that. And apart from that, I was not that great at communicating initially. And, I used to be scared that what my mentor will say or how will he judge me. But, after continuously talking with my mentor, Mithun James, it was really nice to know that I could achieve a lot. So that's all from my side. Thank you to all. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Tanmay, for the honest sharing of what you did throughout the journey and how it made you feel. Thank you to all the contributors who presented. Once again, a big round of applause for all of them. Now I would like to invite the mentors who actually made this contributor experience possible. So first we have Ashwin Date, co-founder and CTO of Take3 Technologies. He has almost 2 decades of experience in open source and drives impact through modular, AI-driven solutions for governments and organizations, ensuring sustainability, interoperability, and real-world value. Over to you, Ashwin.
Hi, thanks, Sharija. So, hi, I'm Ashwin. I'm actually representing roughly 5 mentors from the organization Take3. So, Take3 is an organization working in the impact and government sector. One of our most monumental projects has been the face of Aadhaar, the web, and the all resident-facing interfaces. So I wish sir was there when I said this, but that's been a monumental work for us. And through that, we've been in the past 10 odd years working on building and helping adoption of DPGs through government, through non-profit. So that's been the story. And through this journey, what we've seen is that while building DPGs is great, what we've seen is that there is a need for some micro plus ones. So like sir was saying that interventions need not be tech heavy, right? So this year what we've done is that we focused a lot on making DPGs adaptable. So one of the frictions that we used to see with DPGs is that usually they are designed as composable systems, and a lot of times they are like API first, headless. So there's no like reference UIs, reference interfaces for most DPGs, and what we try to solve this year is creating these interfaces for a bunch of DPGs, mainly from the Sunbird family, because that's what we've been implementing. So the first thing that we built is a taxonomy manager for Sunbird. Sunbird, as you probably, some of you might be knowing, is that it's been adopted by Diksha, it's been adopted by Karmayogi Bharat to build out some of India's biggest learning platforms. And when we started off building Diksha, one of the challenges that Diksha faced is that it was a multi-state, multi-board kind of a system. So there's CBSE, there's state boards, there's ICSE, bunch of boards, and each having their own pedagogy of learning content that gets created. And creating these pedagogies was quite complex. I mean, for example, if you imagine there's 10 boards, each of them having anywhere between 1st grade to 10th grade, different mediums. So some boards offer 3 mediums, some boards have 5 mediums, and then subjects. And then being able to kind of create a hierarchy, a tagged hierarchy where one board does only Marathi and English, another board does Hindi and English, and then different subjects. So that kind of led to a fair amount of complexity. And as we realized that when we are adopting this for different cases, we realized that it's not easy to kind of create this pedagogy. And that's what led to this. This led to creating a taxonomy manager for Sunbird. So with this, So with this, what we were able to get to is, of course, you can look at the UI and all of that, but in the past, it could take days to create the taxonomy, especially the complex ones, because you had to layer them, you had to associate terms, and it could take days. With the UI, one, it helped create it quickly. The other thing it did is that we were able to visualize it quickly. So if there's an errors, it was easy to spot those errors, make quick corrections. So for us, that's been a big plus one from getting from like 2 days to maybe a few hours. So that's been one such story. I'll just skip the screenshots. The second is, so this is a DPG in the language learning space. It's called ALL, Assisted Language Learning. Here again, similar challenge where we're creating words, sentences, paragraphs, and within them different mechanics. So for example, if there's a sentence, मैं किताब लिख रहा हूँ, I could represent it as a fill in the blank. I could represent it as maybe match the following by creating parts of sentence or rearranging words, right? So there's different mechanics that can be represented with the same content. And again, this was all being done through an API. So what we did as part of C4GT is we create, and the contributor did this, of course, is to create a UI for creating all these content pieces. So be it words with all the complexities baked in, like syllables, ortho complexity, phono complexity, all of that, and then different kind of mechanics to sentences and to, of course, paragraphs. So again, what was yesterday an activity that only like a couple of people in the team could do, suddenly opened up to everybody from the team, even the adopters being able to create their own content without needing a tech team to kind of do that. So that's been one, again, big success for us. So again, repeating that, I think the theme for us has been to make these adaptable, right? So with pure APIs, there was a friction, there was the need for developers always to come in and help. What we try to solve here is throughout the projects is to build in UIs that make this journey simpler. This kind of took a slight different turn, wasn't exactly UI, but this made the ALL capability go offline. So for example, today, when a student is learning, we use some of Bhashini and some of other APIs, AI APIs on the cloud. So every time I speak, it has to go to the cloud to get converted to text. And then of course, there's some processing that happens on the device. But what we were able to do is experiment through this project with offline models. And while the choice of model itself is still an evolving problem, we're still struggling with what offers best accuracy with the speed of the model itself. But what got done is the plumbing got done. So the moment we have a model that gives us a good kind of golden mean between speed accuracy, the plumbing to actually make the learning happen offline is there. So we can actually just drop in the model and start pushing it out to production. So this has been another great thing. So I'll probably I'll share some of my reflections through this journey. So TechD has been I've been part of C4GT since the first edition. So 4 years back. I think 10, 12 students at that point of time to, I think, almost 100 students this time. So I think it has been a phenomenal journey for C4GT for us. And one thing that strikes me is every time I've been challenged with, my thinking about this complex has been challenged every single time. So I used to think, okay, this task might be too much for 3 months.
but I've seen students finish it off in, let's say, a month. And then we've always had to say, okay, abhi ye bhi add karo, wo bhi karo, ye bhi karo, to kind of fill out those like 2 months of work. So I think this has been a great kind of experience learning. And also happy to see that some of the ex-participants are now part of TechD. And that's been another kind of interesting thing for us, where being part of TechD or being part of the internship or some of the code contribution programs, that's been a there's a screen here as well. Sorry, I forgot. So that's been I think one of the phenomenal outcomes of this program, and look forward to many more years. And now with IIIT Hyderabad kind of taking custodianship, I'm hoping it kind of really explodes. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Ashwin. You kind of gave away our surprise that we had in the second half of announcing about IIIT Hyderabad, but anyway, we'll talk about it again in more detail. Next, I would like to invite Sethuraman Venkatraman, President Health Tech at Argusoft, championing MedPlat, India's leading digital primary health platform. With over 2 decades of experience, he drives interoperability, agile execution, and large-scale public health delivery. Over to you.
So,
can we actually turn off this light?
Greatly appreciate if this light is turned
Yeah,
off.
yeah. Let's
Thank
not
you.
turn it on again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we've had some wonderful sessions so far, and I'm sure that people are really getting the feel of what it is when a product is actually a DPG. Several key points were mentioned by Dr. R.S. Sharma. So I'll talk a little bit about what we have been doing and at MedPlat. Okay, so my name is Sethuraman. Thanks for the introduction. And so at Argusoft, we are a software services organization, but one of the key products that we have been engaged with is something called MedPlat. So this is a at-scale program, and how we used this upscale program to foster more innovation is what I was planning to share today. But before I go, let me also share a little bit about the scale that we are talking about. This is a comprehensive primary healthcare platform. So which means that so the health sector, all the primary healthcare workers, they are called the ASHAs, the ANMs, and the medical officers, and so on and so forth. Those people have several challenges. They are the people who actually deliver services to the last mile or the first mile, if you look at it from the beneficiary point of view. And how can we make their lives easier is the main challenge that we have been working on, and this we have been working for about 15 years in this space. And today, as I speak, we have this platform being used in 8 different implementations across the world. Closer home, there are 3 states which are using this: the government of Gujarat, the government of Uttar Pradesh, and the government of Daman and Diu. So put together, there are about 300,000 health workers, 3 lakh health workers who are using it every day, covering a population of close to 300 million people. And so this is a stable platform. So it's always difficult for an elephant to move, right? When you are at scale, it's very difficult to bring out a new feature and then just roll it out. So what we saw as something which is very useful, especially with this Code for Gov project, is essentially how can we connect the scale with innovation. So that's exactly what we did here. Ashwin was talking about the community enthusiasm, the spark that is there in fresh thinking, right? So the fresh thinking is the most important. I'm going to change my specs. Yeah. Okay. So the vision is, okay, this is a huge platform. How are we going to be able to build more innovative features into this, especially with AI and stuff like that? So that's where we started. And the strategy was essentially see this mentoring program itself as a way where the ideas are there, can we sandbox it and get some fresh minds to do some innovative thinking and let them loose in that sense, right? And explore, see how we can do it. So this really worked out really well. And talk about two key things. Actually, we did three. The first two was, one was the healthcare workers and the challenges that they are presently having. How can we use AI to take care of that thing? This is being demonstrated also in one of the booths outside. So one is digital literacy itself is a big problem, and they are 8th standard pass. So that's the government requirement for who can be an ASHA, right? So what do you expect from them? WhatsApp चलाना भी मुश्किल होता है कई लोगों को, because they are about 40, 50 and they are about to retire. So how can we use voice assisted chat, right, where they will be able to ask questions in their native language and get help from, it could be something which is related to clinical, or it could be something related to the actual application itself. So this was something that we did. It really worked out very well. And again, I agree with Ashwin saying that can this be done in 3 months was the first question. But yes, you can never underestimate the the power of enthusiasm, especially with young people, young blood here. The second was about democratizing democracy. I mean, again, we talked a lot about data today. One of the things is there is so much of data, can it be used? And one of the uses is, can it drive policy? And you have to build a dashboard. If you have to build some new reports, then it's going to take a lot of time every time you go touch the code. So this is where there is a lot of data. There is so much of entered data as well as from other sources also. So we built something where we could simply query the database to ask questions. Especially this is very useful during the legislative assembly sessions where there is a question that comes up and people are scrambling for data. All you have to do is, if this data is available, then you can ask a question to the database and then get some really good answers. And also it can be used on a regular ASHA, A&M level also, to see how service provisioning can be even more optimized. And then of course what we learned, so that is what I was asked to share mostly, was I think this is an excellent way, the collaboration aspect of the whole thing, where there is a few things that as a scaled up program, it's very challenging to make changes, because any small change that you are going to make is going to be used by about 300,000 people during the next release. How do you bring them up to speed with those changes? It's very difficult. So you have to try it out on sandboxes, and that's exactly what we did. We used this as a R&D lab. This is our first experience. Some people have used it for 3 years, 4 years, but this was the first time that we used a dedicated mentoring program, and it worked I think really, really well for both sides. The students also really enjoyed it and learnt a lot, and we were also able to help them and also look at some proof of concepts, which will then guide us further. So here, very quickly, what are the key takeaways? If you really look at it, the velocity at which the things can do, again going back to initially we really had our own doubts about 3 months, but if we are really able to plan well, I think a lot can be done, especially because they are free. They don't have any administrative burdens. They don't have to report. They don't have to do anything. They can fully focus on what they have to be doing, and they can really go out, look for solutions and come up and give us ideas, and all that somebody as a mentor has to do is see whether they are going in the right direction, let them loose again. The second thing was, this was the innovation zone. I talked about it earlier. And then of course the purpose driven. So especially health and education, I am sure that a lot of people feel that, you know, the code that you are writing is essentially aiding someone to live a better, healthy life. So that's the contribution. You connect to it. I'm not just writing code, but this code goes to production. It's going to touch people's life. Education is going to touch people's life. The purpose, that's very important. That really drives people. And you know, we were talking about you know, open source and people contributing selflessly. That comes with purpose, and that's something that we really saw. And of course, it is an area which can definitely help in building more bridges for the overall ecosystem, I would say. So simple, you have to have the spark, and the spark comes from here. And of course, scale has its own kind of challenges. Scale has a different set of challenges. You can do a pilot, you can do 100 people and try something completely beautiful and wonderful out of the world. Can you take it to 300 million people? So these are two different challenges, and you will have to work with both simultaneously. And such community you know, driven development for innovation, which this gets onto the platform to serve the 300 million, is a model that we can really look at, is what I feel. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share this. One last you know, comment I would say is the whole idea of community, and this was spoken about earlier, is about contribution. So the contribution from the student side, which is a synergistic blend between the industry. And this very specifically, if I have to say, when you as students start investing your time in, you know, community projects, right, your vision expands. Essentially your vision expands. It's just not technology that I'm talking about. You really start seeing what are the real world problems. So it's also having a social angle to it, is something that I would definitely encourage all of you to look at. And not just that, you know, I'm learning Java, I'm now doing AI, I have these pipelines, I have that. Great, wonderful, you have to do all of it. That's your career. However, those things are touching people. What is the problems that our people are living? We are here, we are probably some of the blessed people, but there are people who are having severe challenges otherwise, and your contributions are going to help all of them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Seturaman. Thank you for trusting us and C4GT. Next, I would like to invite Manushil Gupta, who is a mentor at NSUT Incubation and Innovation Foundation, co-founder and CEO of Aspiring Investments, and co-founder and director at SITA, Software for Education, Entertainment, and Training Activities. He is a design-driven technologist with deep contributions to global open source and social impact initiatives. Over to you, Manu.
Thank you, Shelza, for the wonderful introduction. First of all, wish to share that this is my third year with DPG Dialogues and with C4GT. I wish to share that when I started off with the whole concept of what we should be thinking about in reference to DPG, I felt that this is where essentially the wishbone of Indian open source meets the backbone of Indian open source. So it's like you are intersecting both the things together and you're actually solving something meaningful. So giving you a quick introduction of what we were doing essentially at NSUT, like what were the essential mission and goals, was that we set up a public-private consortium specifically for C4GT 2 to 3 years back. I was in discussion with Chakshu Gautam back at that time. We were trying to work out the parameters. And essentially our focus was how we can do research and development, being a part of an academic university and being a part of private consortium in a meaningful manner. So focus on research and development of custom protocols that drive DPG. Second, focus on specific verticals like education, healthcare, mobility. And third, do a self-reflection on how we can accelerate with all these new interesting disruptions that are happening in the technology world. Can we move on to the next slide? Oh, sure. So basically our focus was on original contribution, our scalability, focusing on problems that are meaningful and that really focuses on the last mile connectivity, and also essentially trying to build all of these stack in an open source manner. And wish to share one of the key aspects that helped us over here was the flipped classroom approach at NSUT, where essentially the mentors were not bosses. They were trying to kind of engage with members in a holistic way. So I had some of my advisors who essentially helped us out. Coming to the second slide, wish to share that the reason why I added this slide is because of this disruption we faced in the last 2 years. You have seen that there's a massive proliferation of AI tools. I mean, you see AI tools all over the place, and essentially the outcomes that we were getting in the last 2 years versus what we were getting in the beginning of this year was like, if you're trying to kill a mosquito, people were using an AK-47. Essentially that basically means is that you're having an AI tool which is not needed, an outcome which is so perfect that is not needed. So when I shared my initial proposal for C4GT this year, my advisor asked that now we have all these AI tools and folks will be able to do the project in 2 days. I mean, what will be the whole idea of doing it in 3 months? And what will be the whole, what will be your statement of purpose that you'll be sharing with the VC and with all the UGC guys? So I adopted a UGC lingo. I didn't tell them the abbreviated version of it. I told them that we'll adopt something called as a VAM model, and everyone like literally nodded the head. I remember in the VC meeting, essentially what VAM model basically means is we all make mistakes. And that was what we were trying to encourage. That students, community members, mentors, I mean, we're not looking for perfection when we're talking of solution. We're looking for maintainability. We are looking for things that can be scaled up over and over again. And we can also learn from that purpose. Wish to share a quick reflection. We had some fantastic meetings that Shelza, Tanmay, and Path organized. And essentially a lot of things that I and Rahul, we discussed that what we should be looking at. So that was very well covered with the DPG score reports, with the partner calls. And I think it also gave us a sense that what were the reflections that we should be looking at this year as well as the next year. So wish to share with you a quick sum up of some of the projects and initiatives and the strategy behind that as we move forward this year. So our strategy was very simple, that focus on core incentives for contributors so that they do research, they do development, they have pilot programs, and also try and do it in a more capstone oriented manner. So you see the 5 steps over here, which is like responding to needs, trying to collaborate, integrating it with the curriculum part. So I think that was essentially one of the focus points. And there were 2 big wins I wish to share with you while we were working on our C4GT program. One, C4GT and DPG in general got accepted in 2 tough departments of NSUT. That is the management department and the design department. In engineering department, we had a fantastic response over the last set of years. But these 2 departments were tough, and we were able to get the things going. The second thing was that we were able to follow all the data points that was being shared. I remember like talking to Rahul when we started off, and essentially one of the key things was how we can do system design. So the first project essentially was focused on that. The first project was Transport Monitor, where we are trying to develop a system for early stage detection of incidents and work with the Ministry of Highways and Transportation, essentially to solve the incident issue problem. So one of the key things we learned while working on this project was, instead of trying to make an end-to-end solution, try and come up with small steps, do utility design, focus on system design as an approach that actually enabled us to select the right proposals. I wish to share that there were a lot of proposals that were really perfect, but the sense was that if we were not looking at the proposals which actually were perfect, but were maintainable and were cost effective. So wish to share that timely data point. Thanks, Rahul, for sharing that. That helped us out considerably. So this was a sentiment analysis diagram that we had for the project. Like this essentially covers up how we can scale with different kinds of models. So we focus a lot on the open source AI models, and currently wish to share that the contributor who is working on it, he's also having very good grants from NVIDIA and also from proof of ship and proof of impact from Cello Foundation. So these were like 2 very interesting outcomes coming this year for Vasu Garg. The second project essentially was in the healthcare side. So we focused on the decentralized healthcare project. We worked on ERC20 interoperable token, which connects all the different aspects of the healthcare and radiology space. We focused on 3 different units. So as Dr. Sharma said, that we could do a lot of things in the area of healthcare specific to radiology, like X-ray, CT scan, MRI, nuclear medicine. So essentially what we did was we tried coming out with this specific token, provide token gated access. As you can see, we looked at some of the specific scan methods, which is picture archiving and scan communication techniques in open source. We took up a library, which is PyDICOM library, which lets you do bulk query and retrieve. I'll share the different screenshots and the workflow over here. we were able to set up the pipeline step by step. We were able to demonstrate with 2 hospitals. One was in Uttar Pradesh, second was in Delhi. And we are now trying to engage with All India Institute, trying to scale this project, not just from radiology side, but also to the pathology side. So there, essentially, we are collaborating with some of our friends at IIIT Delhi and IIT Delhi, and we look forward to taking it to the next round. So this is a quick diagram of how the DICOM data and ERC20 data workflow works. So as you can see, essentially what you have is the lung-based X-ray that is very key detection method for pneumonia and tuberculosis. I mean, those are the 2 main issues right now. COVID used to be there in 2022 and 2021. Wish to share that we have a token-gated access using MetaMask. I mean, you can do that, or you can use using D-Ways systems. I mean, both of them are fantastic. That is the Hyperledger method. This is the simple workflow. I'll not get into a lot of details over here, but in a trust manner, what we are trying to do is look at the essential vital points or data points that can help in an early detection of a radiology data set and try and do that thing in a summarized way, which means that it is localized, accessible, summarizable, and can be interoperably shared with different machine readable systems. So that was one of the key aspects of this project. And wish to share, we got some pretty good support in this specific initiative. We are now getting some key support from AWS, from NVIDIA. Again, NVIDIA is one of the organizations which is very much interested in collaborating with the government. And we do have certain supercomputers to do it at scale. So we looked at the DICOM tags. We looked at edge detection and edge-based understanding of the DICOM systems. And finally, we were able to roll out certificates in a decentralized manner using NFTs. So one was the NFT concept, that is ERC 721 standard for sharing out a DICOM-based data certificate. The second essentially was that if you don't wish to have a blockchain-based system, but you wish to do it entirely outside that, so you can still do that. We had a StarkNet-based collaboration. We had a simple server-based collaboration, which lets us move forward in this particular direction. Finally, wish to share the last project. I'll not take a lot of time. The last project was the government billing and invoicing system and ETH maintenance project. We had a wonderful conversation with one of the senior bureaucrats from Telangana last year in DPG Dialogues. We got some very essential data points on how we can take this project to the next direction. So we were able to develop a set of utilities and key standardization methods. Also were able to integrate the GST system in a much better manner, specifically for states and the government. And essentially, the member who was working on this project has applied for a retro PGF program, and I hope that he gets a good grant in the following year. So essentially, we overall wish to share that we had a fantastic experience. As I very clearly mentioned, that DPG for me is essentially where the wishbone of our country meets the backbone, and that is what I really look forward to in the moving ahead. And thanks so much, Elsa, for your support. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Manu, and a big thank you to all the presenters. Can we have a big round of applause? So up next, we are going to deep dive into the theme for today's convening, which is building, adopting, and sustaining DPGs. Across these 3 sub-themes, we have 2 panel discussions each. So you can find those details on the agenda sheet that you might have received, and we also have it on. So a few panel discussions will be held in this room, and a few parallelly will be held on the room on the top, on the first floor. So you can, which is the hall 2. So this is hall 1, and that is hall
Lately, he has been spending time on the digital energy grid that he co-created, a global vision published in collaboration with the International Energy Agency. And of course, he has been a mentor to all of us. He's been mentoring C4GT projects since the beginning. And a lot of very unique ideas and thought process always come from Sujit. That's where we always go to for advice. So with that, very warm welcome to all of you today. Thank you so much for coming over. So what we're going to do in the next 35 odd minutes is walk through a bunch of journeys. I mean, it's truly amazing to have all three of you. You know, one that heads up commerce in India, one that heads up payments in India, and one that heads up all the discovery platforms in India. You're truly unbundling all of India as we speak. Now, let's start with the origins of these areas. Vibhor, if I may start with you, could you give us a flavor of the origins of ONDC? Where does ONDC come from? Where did it start from? And then we can go on. We can use this mic.
Thanks so much for having me there. So I think quick rewind way back. I think this is COVID time, right? I think that's where the origin of ONDC came in from. All of us locked at our houses during COVID, and I think the problem that the government faced was how do we make sure that the essentials reach the citizens of the country. I think e-commerce penetration was low in the country, and the suppliers had their warehouses full of stock. The question was, how does a common person really order online? Because that wasn't mainstream till that point in time. So there was, on one side, you have suppliers who had products. You had citizens who had no methods to reach out to the suppliers in terms of their orders. So that was the sort of original statement on how ONDC started off. I think fast forward, when we started deep diving into each of these problem statements, the larger fact that the adoption of digital rails in the country is very low in any product or service. And again, let's not talk about people in this room because we are not the true representatives in terms of what India stands for at scale. But I think the larger adoption was pretty low, both on the supply side, where the penetration is as low as a single digit number.
Okay.
Two, if I look at the demand side, where the penetration on the consumer side would be just touching the double digit, right? That's the level of penetration which digital commerce has. And I think that's where the initiative started from.
Very fascinating, very fascinating. I think even for UPI, demonetization was one of the triggers for it, and here COVID was one of the triggers for it. Very fascinating. Sarath, if I may ask you, what has been the origins for, Bharat Connect? And generally we think in terms of payments, right? We all make payments, and you've come from the other side. So you've been at Razorpay and led that effort, and we always see the Razorpays in our screens. But what's it like from the biller side? Could you give us some stories about the origins of Bharat Connect?
I think if you look at bill payments and billers, it's been a very long journey. We've been paying electricity bills for ages. The way it used to work is we would get a bill, go to a collection center, go pay. Or there used to be a website, maybe in more modern times, that's what it was. But still the access to this has always been, a digital way to pay bills has always been very weak. And for the billers, it is a problem. Bill collections is a costly affair, and the per bill rate that they were incurring is actually pretty large. All the way from bill generation to distribution to eventual collection, and possibly again failure to collect and repayments and other stuff. Now if you look at that and you look at the opportunity that existed, many with UPI and with JAM, mobile in people's hand has always been very, very powerful. We've seen a large adoption of agent institutions like the GPAs and others, or BHIM, catching up very, very strongly. So every Indian had a mobile device in their hand which they could use. The opportunity for us, and I think this is how we structure ourselves to say, what is NBBL or Bharat Connect? We are a company which looks at building or creating DPIs with interoperable platforms for an ecosystem. There's a whole ecosystem of billers, technology providers who help billers. Then there is COUs or customer operating units and agent institutions. Now, can we build a platform that actually integrates and pulls all of them together with interoperable interfaces? I think that has been the motivation. And being able to do that, can we actually get a citizen like me who's always late in paying bills or delays paying bills? Can I get my reminders in time so that my wife does not get wild that I didn't pay my bill and I don't pay penalties? And also for the billers, where they can actually leverage the amazing reach of a mobile device and reduce their collection costs. I think that's been the motivation. We started with the utility bills thanks to the support from RBI and from the government. And I think where we have reached with almost about 30 different bill categories, we're very excited that we are touching many Indians and helping them pay their bills on time and helping billers focus more on their core business rather than worrying about bill collections and others. And the way we look at it is on top of the payment stack that we have, we are now a bill-focused vertical stack where we want to ensure that Mr. R.S. Sharma was talking about. We believe we are one of those vertical DPIs specific to bill and bill life cycles and leverage the horizontal payment stack that is already existing. And I think that's where we deliver what we are delivering. Very excited about that.
Very fascinating. You know, in some sense, every different DPG has its own origin story. Like you said, that was excess inventory during COVID times. There was a DBT deduplication in Aadhaar times. And in this case, it is reducing collection costs and operational effort. Very nice. So Sujit, you know, anytime you think about, oh, where did ONDC start from? And it started with Beacon. And then somebody says, oh, no, Beacon started, Nammayatri started, and then there was Beacon. And then somebody says, no, there's something in Kochi, and that was also Beacon. So we are all lost. Where did Beacon really start? Can you tell us the first conversation where Beacon really came about?
Thanks, Rahul. I know one of the most inspiring things to hear, now it's been about 6 years doing Beacon, is that, you know, the questions I get is Beacon inspired by ONDC? Is Beacon inspired by Nammayatri? I said absolutely yes. But it's fascinating how the journey has been. I mean, talking about origin stories, for me, I don't know where to start. I was thinking hard, what kind of a good answer can I give on this stage? But I think more often than not, I come back to this thought that it was mostly a leap of faith. We didn't know what we were leaping into, but very easily we realized that pretty much after the way UPI evolved, I think if money can move the way it can move with mobile phones and literally at the edges of the society, you know, where you have a vegetable vendor taking money literally without even looking at the screen, we realized that there is a way even value can move, you know, especially between consumer provider, goods and services. And we didn't think too far. We really thought maybe if we can solve for mobility, because that's this area where Vibhor and I in our earlier avatar spent time. I spent a lot of time in mobility. So I thought let's unbundle mobility. The two words Friday evening call led to from Nandan and Pramod, I think started the Beacon conversation. But it was very interesting how we discovered, and I think the larger question was the how of it. I mean, talking about DPGs here, and I've heard some of the fascinating showcases today. Most often, I think the why, I think for this crowd is mostly there. I think we have enough problems of scale and complexity, and we can characterize problems now thanks to Aadhaar, UPI. We have a way to define and look at problems. But I think what we were spending more time is on the how part. And the how part is about what not to do than what to do. And what not to do had like a 50 bullet points, and then what to do had only one bullet point, which essentially is saying, can we just simply leave it as a language? And why language? Because I think that's probably the OG public good of our society as a civilization. I think we humans as a species became a civilization society because we can speak, communicate, and language breaks the barrier of trust and exchange. It's completely, you know, mutual altruistic. Everybody uses language to enrich language, so everybody has an incentive to speak. So I thought, what if moving value between consumer and provider for goods and services can have a universal language? And to talk about it in 2019, when you have Amazons and Ubers and Swiggies of the world, was I thought a pretty dumb idea. I thought, who would probably listen to this? But I think more and more we think about it, I realize that there is potential. I think my highs come from the fact that when a taxi driver, when an auto rickshaw driver calls me and tells me we need beacon protocol, I said, why would you need beacon protocol? I mean, I'm trying to convince, I come from Bangalore, right? So half of Bangalore tech ecosystem doesn't want to talk about beacon protocol, and I have an auto rickshaw driver talking about beacon protocol. I said, you must have made a mistake understanding beacon protocol, but the fact that it speaks to the problem they live with every day sort of makes us think that maybe there's an opportunity to explore this idea further, and it's been an enriching experience ever since.
Absolutely fascinating to hear that journey of beacon. Now, if you think of beacon is a standard, right? ONDC is based on beacon, and Bharat Connect, evolving as a standard. We always think, what came first, chicken or egg? And in this world, what comes first? Do you write off the standard first? Do you write up the standard and say, here is what you subscribe to? Or do you build a solution first and then move to standard? So, Vibhor, if I might start with you, what do you think comes first, standard or solution? How do you look at it?
I think the mystery still remains in terms of what comes first, would be my immediate response. It's very use case specific, right? And I think we've seen both sides of the story where a standard leads versus a standard follows, right? And then let's talk about examples out there. I think Sujit and team are working as an example in the EV charging space, right? And on the energy side. Now, there is no legacy that comes out there, right? And therefore, out there having a standard upfront is very, very meaningful because there is nothing that exists. And therefore, if there is a standard, then everyone starts following that standard, right? Unlike that, if I look at a very different use case of, say, commerce, there is enough and more happening out there in the world. And if you suddenly come up with a new standard, people will say, hey, I'm fine with the what exists currently, right? And therefore, why are you asking me to change? So again, the question is, in those cases, a standard may follow, but may not lead, right? Which may say, okay, how do I make people comply to the standard in a much more simpler fashion? It goes back to the example that we were talking about the other day, right? If all of us speak English and suddenly I come up with a standard in German, I can't expect everyone in this room to start speaking German from tomorrow, right? So I think both have to coexist. In some cases, if there is no language, the German could be the starting language, right?
Yeah.
But if everyone is speaking English, then I need to find ways in ensuring that, if the standard is in German, how do people comply to that? So I don't think there's one answer.
Okay.
I think it's a very use case specific thing in terms of maturity of the segment you're talking about. And at what stage of evolution that is. So I think, that's where I would.
No, wonderful. I think maturity is a good dimension to bring in to really say what to do first. Sarad, you've come from the corporate world. Internally at places like a Gojek, Razorpay, Mobike, would you think of standards first? Even internally, right? Let's say standards, not to be publicized externally, but internally within a company, do you think of standards first or is it always solutions? What's your take?
See, I believe it's always the why first. So, is there a problem to solve? Why does the problem exist? Why should we solve it? I think start with that. And then when we get to the how, what is most important is not a perfect solution or an intent to build a perfect solution. I believe in experimentation and I believe in fail fast. Hence, the first thing that has to start with is, okay, we recognize the problem, there's a hypothesis for the problem, there's a solution that we want to solve for, start with that. Because there's no perfect solution when you start. But as you're building this, there are some guardrails. I mean, if you're building a architectural solution, there are generally accepted architectural patterns and principles that exist. Try to incorporate them as early as possible, but getting fail fast early feedback is most important.
Okay.
I think hence I start with the solution first. Let it scale, like Vibhor mentioned. Once it scales, then the challenge comes. Okay, I am now starting to talk Hindi, but there is a new thing that's coming in with English. Why should I adopt it? Again, it is the why.
Yeah.
If I need to learn about science that's coming from which is predominantly in English, I might have to learn English, and that's necessary. And it is also driven by necessity to build an interoperable mechanism or to learn a new language. And hence, I would again go back to that. If there is no need to really talk a different language, maybe I don't have to. Let me get better at delivering what I am delivering. This thing.
And have you
but
seen
at some point, standards and interoperability become very, very important. And that's where protocols come in. And we were talking the other day about, look at any internet protocol, HTTP, HTML, TCP, any of those things. They started with something, but they're getting used in drastically different, unimaginable situations. And that's, I think, what evolution is about. So keep first principles right, start with a solution, fail fast, try different things, look at new use cases where it, and when you have to talk different languages, is when I think you should start looking at standards, picking from various solutions, filter out the best practices, and then come up with something that works.
Thank you. Sujit, in the audience right now, we have a variety of organizations. Some like Rocket Learning, high-end operations, high-end technology-based solution running internally, right? Then you have a Planetary, which is the only game in town that actually has storybooks. And then you have, Manu described a whole bunch of these blockchain-based projects that are being done across healthcare and other places. Any advice to these organizations? Should they be saying, here is the way you need to do, upskilling for Anganwadi workers, or here is the way you need to be doing, something for blockchain in healthcare? Should they be taking that initiative? Because everyone feels too small. That's something that the government would do. Can you give some advice in terms of where should they start? Should they propagate the solution? Where should they veer the conversation towards standard? Because most of these organizations are non-profit. They don't really have a profit motive in that sense to say, I want to grab market share. They're very open to sharing, but they don't know what to share. Your advice would mean most to them.
Yeah, I don't know if I have advice, but I definitely in my mind, it's brewing with a few provocations, and I want to probably put it out there. I've worked on a few protocols. I've built a protocol like Beckett. I can tell you for sure that standards is not the way. And I want to make sure I clarify that when I talk about protocol, I focus more on specifications than standards. And I want to make that first distinction to the audience that, if you're building open specifications and drive adoption, it's much better way than trying to invoke anything as standards, because standards are heavy, they're too authoritarian. It's kind of like somebody enforcing a standard on you, but specifications are fairly loose and convenient and casual to begin with, and they respond to value and incentives. If instead of over-imposing standards, if specifications, chances are 8 out of 10 times the specifications does not add value. And the fact that it doesn't become a standard is a good thing. Yeah, so most of the times I realized that backend has no value to many of the things. Somebody came up to me saying for garment services, somebody came up to me for beekeeping and all of that. I said, I don't know if backend is the way, but the good thing is you can try it out because it's not a standard, it's a specifications. It works, it doesn't. Maybe some part of it works, take a piece of it, don't take the whole of it. So having that flexibility at the very early stages of discovering value or expanding the size of value for the wider ecosystem, I would rather keep the specifications, which is loose, informal, incentive and value driven rather than heavy standards.
Nice.
I would rather talk about standards as a natural evolution into when you know that there's a reasonable size of adoption at scale, and you realize that people want to make sure that the specifications are not breaking or in the hands of very, very few people who are governing it. And at that time, maybe you want to stabilize it by making it a standard. But till that time, what we call as the de facto standard is when people naturally see value for it. Which is why, if you look at natural languages, I think between Vibhor and I, it looks like we're having a linguistic class here. We're taking a lot of language examples, but very clearly, languages are not standards. I can mix English and Hindi and have a conversation. I'm a Malayali and I have used 4 languages in one sentence at home. And that's absolutely fine. The fact that if you're talking about DPG and fundamentally talking about inclusion, standards should not be a barrier. Specifications allows you to do that for a lot of time. It creates combinator value. That's one advice. Now, in terms of everybody doing specifications. So I do have a point of view. That's the second provocation I want to leave in this. I was in a room, I was in 2 rooms on 2 different days in a month. One room was saying, how do we solve for carbon provenance across the supply chain? Then they said, let's build a carbon provenance protocol, standard. I said, great, have fantastic conversation. In another room, another day, we were talking about healthcare vaccination across the supply chain, tracking the vaccination supply chain. That's also saying, let's track. But I think there is some merit in the way of thinking around standards and specifications about, are we not duplicating what seems to be a common set of verifying as something of value? Yeah. So I would want to emphasize that at least now in India, and it's a very careful, measured view, that with what kind of DPG flourish that we have in the country right now, we may want to be just mindful of the fact that we are not over duplicating. One for healthcare, one for carbon, one for other things. Maybe there is a way, an opportunity, and I still don't know how, but consolidate and see what are the universal specifications. Maybe there are some universal building blocks you build out of, rather than think even some of the, I can speak about the languages down south, are actually derivative of some master language like Sanskrit and others. So maybe it's useful to have universal specifications to consolidate. Otherwise, we will be in specification spree. We can have another 400 entries into
So for something as difficult as commerce, and commerce can be in so many areas, right? There can be commerce for restaurants and commerce for physical goods, and then you can buy ACs and even cars, and who knows, maybe even homes, everything on commerce. So your schemas would be different every single time. Every vertical will have a different schema. How do you drive adoption to it? Do you just go in and say, this is a specification, go, everyone adhere to it, the standards kind of flavor that Sujit mentioned? Or do you keep it as a specification to say, hey, you know what, all of you restaurants, if you like this, please adopt it. What's your take? How did adoption drive with ONDC?
So I think, he spoke about the why part of it. What's the problem that we're really solving? I think that's where it starts from, right? The industry is used to doing something. Just because, some of us came up with a new concept does not mean everyone starts rethinking their business models. The question is, what's the value unlock we're able to provide? And I think what we realized even in this journey of last 4 years, the value unlock in each category, in each offering, as you mentioned, can be very, very nuanced, right? It could be around operational efficiency. It could be around commercial efficiency. Yeah. It could be around unification. And let's pick up some examples to sort of talk about it. If I'll pick up something like logistics as a space, it's a very fragmented industry in the country, very low on tech adoption. And the moment you have some sort of an open network construct coming around, it's a great way to unify the industry, right? Now think of it from a different perspective. A logistics provider in a tier 2 city suddenly has access to a large demand, which they would otherwise not have. So that's a very strong unification use case, right? If I look at something which we are doing in the financial services space, today the ability to deliver low-cost sachetized products in the country is very low because the cost of operations outside of the network construct does not allow the unit economics to stack up, right? So let's take an example. If I really want to focus on financial inclusion, where I want to give sachetized mutual fund investment to the masses, someone doing a 10 rupees SIP on a daily basis or a 20 rupees SIP, but if the cost of transaction is 5 rupees, it's not sustainable. It's a non-starter, in fact, not only sustainable, it's not a non-starter, right? Now, if I can bring that cost down of transaction to 50 paise, then the world changes, right? And I think the value unlock we're able to see in an open network construct because of the digital rails that we're able to provide, which is nothing but shared infrastructure, can enable those use cases. So the question ultimately comes down to anyone who is operating in a specific method will only look at you till such time you are providing some value unlock out there, right? If there is no value unlock, obviously it doesn't come in. So that's point number one. Point number two, I think, and I think Sujit and you spoke about it. Ultimately, there are 5 APIs. You know, if I look at the entire backend protocol, the point that Sujit spoke about in terms of specifications and not standards is driving the fact that they are very generalized. I think the example that he took in terms of one room talking about the carbon footprint and the trading part of it versus someone talking about healthcare, if the same specifications can be leveraged across categories, then I think that's the beauty of it, right? Which means that once I'm on the network, once I'm on ONDC, I don't have to keep changing my specifications or the construct because I'm now starting to operate in a different category. So if I'm saying Uber, which is coming on the network to play in the logistics space, I can't have significant technical debt, tech debt, if I don't need to start operating in the mobility space. Can the same specifications help me operate in both, right? So I think that's where the world is moving. That's where our role comes in terms of orchestrating that entire, unification, so that there is simplicity, there is massive adoption. Think of it in a very different way. Today, I can't have different carts getting created. I can have a single cart in which I may buy a product and a service as well, right? So how do I enable that? I think that's again comes with a significant amount of generalization that you can bring into the entire construct. So there are multiple pieces. There is no single answer to it, but multiple aspects that need to be thought through.
No, wonderful. I think great insights there. So, Sarad, in terms of thinking about adoption, how flexible should a spec be? You know, coming from your architectural hat, how flexible? Because the moment you make it too flexible, then everyone has a free for all. It's old. If you remember the old SOAP request before REST, right? Just everything, just slam it into one body and put it inside an API call. Then no standardization happen within the company as well. So how flexible do you think from an architectural principle point of view and also from an adoptability point of view?
See, when we talk about adoption, there are solutions which are solving for a problem in a particular domain. So if you look at us talking in a general language as domain experts, as business people, as product people, there's a domain that we all refer to and talk to. Now, software engineering has always been saying that if there is a domain in your problem space, there's a problem in your domain, that's your problem space. To bring it to software and solve it, you need to model that well. And for decades, it has been the key linchpin of a good solution. Are you able to articulate the problems well in the software domain, then provide a solution on top of it, and if your modeling is good, then your solution solves the real problems. That's how I learned software way back 30 years maybe. I think that's how it's been taught 30 years before me, and it will be taught 30 years later. So the key problem is the domain language and how we refer to our lives and the domain and the problems in those domains. Now, at some point in time as architects, we tend to think of technology being very different. And we try to build solutions which are disconnected with this. And that's where the problem lies. So as an architect, I believe it's very important to align with the domain. And if we did that, the specifications will be much closer to the real life. And one key aspect that is important is abstraction. It's not about throwing the whole information into one specification, but to again align with the domain language that we are listening to, have the default abstractions that we talk to, and the specializations that he talked about. They could be also part of this as a pluggable component, and that should be how I would look at it. For example, when we're talking about, hey, I want to search for, like he talked about a cart where services and products can be added. Now, is there an abstraction of saying that whether it is a service or whether it is a product, how can I look at it as an order item which becomes part of an order? The details of the separation of service and product could be delegated to another detail. But at least when I look at an order and order details, I know this is how a business person talks about it. That's the domain for me. If I talk about bills, an electricity bill could be very different from your credit card bill. But at our level, when we talk about a bill and bill payment, we know that, okay, there is a bill, there is a contract to a bill saying that this is the amount to be paid, partial payment or whatever it is. There's a rhythm to which it has to be paid and other stuff. And when a credit card bill is being paid, there should be some pluggability to say, hey, if it is a credit card bill, this is what is allowed.
Okay.
Now, when I'm thinking about it as a technology solution, as an architecture, this flexibility is important, and this closeness to the domain is very important. And hence, again, the language that we've been talking about is very critical. If we all talk the same language, then interoperability becomes better. If the specific language of German versus English is different, but whether you refer to an order in a particular way in English and in German, something else, doesn't matter.
Any favorites you have in terms of capturing this domain language? Is it domain-driven design, DDD in old times, or what's new? Like today, engineers grow up with Cloud Code and Gemini Code. So can you give them some old school constructs to capture the domain language better?
DDD is something that I'm very passionate about. Very early in 2000, there was a big this thing on model-driven architectures. A lot of stuff around those, the intent was exactly what we talked about. Can you model the real life or the problem space well into this? If you're able to do that well, it's good. So I use DDD in most of my solutions.
Oh, really? Okay. That's great.
It's also been a valuable thing for me because in any organization that we go to, the level of complexity seems to be very high. And one of my key as an engineering leader is to reduce complexity and cognitive load on the teams.
Got it.
And DDD, for example, has helped us do that very, very effectively.
No, I think that's great advice for everyone out there. Just look up domain-driven design, and it's been an old school, very proven way of doing that.
And in the last, I'll just take another half a minute. Think about AI, right? What is AI good about? Understanding languages and talking in a particular language. And that's something that just before this role, I was very interested in doing. If there is a domain language available, there's an architectural language about how you want to build your solutions. AI has been, and LLMs have been amazing for me to give a domain specification, give a architectural specification, and say, hey, generate my code for this. And make it a contextual, pluggable system so that the context is very small. And AIs are able to do this very fast and very effectively. So the question is, for the next 20 years, when we are looking at what next, this can be something that can revolutionize how we build solutions that are effective, solving the right problems for the right domains. And I think that abstraction is something that I look for in any architecture.
Very powerful. No, thank you.
Sorry
So
for the
Sujit,
long
talking about where is the world going, especially with everyone talking about AI, is AI a layer above the whole thing? How do we implement AI or adopt AI to make this more powerful, if at all it has value? So first of all, does AI have value in thinking like this? And if yes, then how should we go about it?
You use the two words that I'm most scared about these days, layer and AI. I don't understand both right now in the context of the work I do. I don't know where it fits in because AI is such a super infrastructure that it can fit in at multiple levels, and that's the confusion. I think the problem is not to layer it. But I think the future, I was listening to Sharad and I'm glad you asked this question. I think there is very clearly an opportunity to rethink our approach of building standards and specifications very clearly. And I say this because of a couple of things. Today, one, I think the advancements that have come in the way, multiple technologies, I was talking about on the sideline on JSON LD and others. I think there's an opportunity to be not imposing a definition of anything onto others. I think we are going from what is called as the industry model or the specifications to anything goes, because industries are collapsing. Industries are collapsing, and the flow of value and the flow of trust that is happening just spilling over across industries. I thought I was doing mobility, and suddenly EV charging shows up, and both of them are so interspersed. So today in one cart I can do charging. Uber Green does charging for drivers and also gets them a ride. So, which is pretty much what ONDC is ultimately telling the world, that things are so collapsing into each other. So I don't think there is a notion of the model. And I think every standards predicates a model, a definition. I'll keep it short, sorry, Alisa. So I think the idea that today you can have newer and newer models emerging in terms of who defines the schema. And I think we are moving to a place for somebody authority defining schemas to self-describing schemas. I think increasingly we'll see a world of self-describing. See, I was in a hackathon in Cambridge of 6 months, just an engineering student, 6 months of his undergraduate. I said, why should I use an ontology given by someone else? Ontology is essentially the schema, the knowledge graph for defining specifications. I said, I will apply my ontology on a transaction that comes to me. I think that's exactly, and he used AI to build it, which is why I don't know if AI is on top of standards, below standards, or AI is feeding into how we think about specification standards. I think that's where the world is. I think there's a lot of unlearning for us to do about how we think about building these protocols in this decade in the advent of AI. I think being light and not tight about holding things tight about the specifications, the model, probably is a very counterintuitive way of looking at it going forward. Yeah.
No, absolutely fantastic. No, I think that's very good advice for all of us here in terms of, proliferation of standards. It's not like everyone should create a standard. I think, as you rightly said, just put out a spec. And the other thing I'm taking away is grounding it in domain language. So what is the domain ontology is very critical in this whole space. And then get it adopted part by part. It's adopting it cohort by cohort. I think CoNDC is doing such a wonderful job. We're trying out different cohorts. Who knew that the mobility experiment in Kochi and the Nammayatri in Bangalore is the same thing that is actually powering restaurant ordering and even appliance ordering. So thank you so much for all those insights. I know we're running out of time. We're running a little behind schedule. So it's, I think, one last round, if I may, Shailaja, take 2 minutes. If you had to give one word of advice, literally, one thing that they should look up after they go home. You've been involved in the future of, tokenization, delivering value. That one thing I want everyone to keep in mind. The way Sujit mentioned, no, we're not thinking of transferring money. We're thinking of transferring value. That is the kind of level of abstraction you want to think of. So each one of you, if you can just give one word for them to look up, what is the new term that they should look up after going home today? Vipul?
That's a tough one now.
I know, I'm putting you on the spot.
Yeah.
Something new that you're working on and something they should know.
I think something new that we're working on, nothing new, frankly. We're just sort of repurposing whatever we're doing. But yeah, if I were to put one word to it, I think it's basically about the value unlock, frankly. It's two words though, but yeah, I would say that's where I would sort of end it. It's the pure value unlock.
Okay. How do you unlock value?
Yep.
Go ahead.
I think interoperability. You will, like we talked about, there are multiple languages, multiple things that people will talk. The same domain talked in two different contexts. But the abstraction to make it interoperable, I think, is something very powerful, at least in India.
Very powerful.
I think interoperability would be my word.
Perfect. Sujit?
Yeah, I don't know what word to promote, but I definitely want to make sure that the word not to promote. Don't build a wrapper, guys. Don't build another AI wrapper. Think from the future. There's enough of abundance. UPI was not a wrapper on Visa and MasterCard. It was not just trying to build a better card. It came from asking from the future about saying, what is the abundance of tomorrow? Is everybody's going to have a mobile phone. Everybody's going to have a camera. Everybody. So think from that abundance and start thinking afresh, because India needs more of that. We don't need a faster horse. We need something really new. And the abundance of AI and agents and all the DPG work should make us not build a wrapper of the past. Okay, so that's one probably suggestion I would have. That's the only thought at the moment I have right now.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot, everyone. Thank you so much, Vipul, Sarath, and Sujit for coming over. Thank you for your visit. Thank you so much, Sujit. Thanks so much for all your advice. Wonderful session. Please. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Thank you to all the panelists. The discussion really deep dive into different aspects of standards and interoperability and value unlock and how getting it right is so critical and powerful. We will now move on to the next set of panels under the Adopting DPGs sub-theme. So quickly flashing the two panels that are going on parallelly in both the halls. After this panel, we will take the lunch break. So we are running a little delayed on the lunch break as well. So the next panel is called Cost of Adopting a DPG. Adopting DPGs isn't just a technical choice. It involves financial, operational, and institutional commitments. The discussion examines the hidden and visible costs of adoption and what ecosystems need to put in place to ensure successful, sustainable scale. To moderate this panel, I would like to invite Ankit Goyal, Vice President at Samagra. Ankit currently drives and leads our programs with the government of Uttar Pradesh in the school education and benefit delivery space. He has previously worked across domains such as skilling and livelihood, COVID management, and 21st century life skills. Welcome, Ankit. We are happy for you to be moderating this panel. Over to you.
Thanks, Shelza, for that intro. And good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this session on the cost of adopting a digital public good. What we intend to do today is to discuss the multi-dimensional cost of actually adopting a DPG, which a lot of organizations, a lot of governments, as they have moved on to adopting DPGs, have discussed. Right, so we'll try and dissect that into the different multidimensional factors of adopting a DPG. And also we'll talk about the missed opportunity cost when you decide not to adopt a DPG because of the transformational value that DPGs offer. And to have this discussion today, we have three panelists today. I'll want to welcome one of them, Mr. Debrata Nayak, first of all, who's the Chief Technology Officer at Digital India Corporation and also the Director at NEGD at MIT. He represents the architect and the governing body of national scale DPGs like Coven, DigiLocker, some things that we've talked about in the morning as well, and Umang, Apar, among other things. So welcome, Mr. Nayak. Then we have Mr. Madhu Chandra. He's the CEO at the Center for Open Societal Systems and also leads all the engineering and delivery work that is happening at Ekstep. He brings the critical perspective of a global adopter and also an ecosystem enabler. Welcome, Madhu. And finally, we have Ms. Shweta Koluri. She's a Senior Program Officer Digital at the Gates Foundation. In the past, she's led the design of multiple innovative products for development. And she would provide us with a crucial lens of the strategic funder and an impact assessor. So welcome, Shweta. Great, it's just so nice to see all of you. So what we'll have today is basically perspectives from the builder, the adopter, and also the funder through this panel. And there would be a lot of examples coming in from their life and the way that they have been a part of this ecosystem overall. Would want to start with you, Mr. Nayak. From a national scale government perspective overall, what do you think is the monetary value that comes from leveraging DPGs where there is probably now no vendor lock-in, right? So there is overall a lot of freedom that you get. And also since you're reusing a lot of components, the time to market also significantly reduces, right? So how would you assign a monetary value to all of that?
Hello, good afternoon to all of you. I think if you look at the systems what the government building, the road, buildings, that infrastructure part, government has been invested so much as a part of the things. But when you look at the philosophy of investing on a IT product, like I will say that the great example is first is DigiLocker and the second is the Coven. If you look at the time factor of the Coven, that if you give all of them to build in that scenario of the every states or everything, that the mission may not be possible as a part of building such a large vaccination platform with the quickest of the time and taking it into the whole ecosystem to work with you. And that time you look at the cost. It is almost over 1 rupees for a vaccination record. Still you are having a 2 billion record of vaccination and the cost of vaccination is 1 rupee, I think. If you spend around 200 crores, then the 200 crore vaccination, then is the cost is only 1 rupees. Again, you look at the DigiLocker, around 60 crores user base, around 900 crores digital documents in the other side. And for the 10 years, we have spent around less than 100 crores. So maintaining per record, per user base, acquisition cost and maintaining their documents is around 13 paisa. So now we calculate as a part of the DPG that in the national scale, and if you looked at, if you have a licensing cost, even somebody offered me in some time that, okay, you put our QR code. So if you ask that QR code cost is 10 paisa, then you will see that I'll almost spent 100 crores for so many years. So that is the same equal, maintaining 13 paisa, and for a QR code somebody is charging me for a 10 paisa, then it is also one of the value I have to, in the government have to incur from the pockets. So now the DPG comes, how many years? The last few years we have been listening the DPGs, DPIs as a part of the story. That is the same thing I always say into the government as, what is our value as a part of the things? Building such type of national platforms where that, do you think revenue, or do you think we are building something for the government, and if you make it to open for like a DigiLocker system to be built around, right? So what will be the cost? Right. So now look at the ecosystems in the country like India, around 60 crores and user base, and we see another 2 years, and by 2027 that we may reach around 1 billion accounts. Every day we are serving around 10 lakhs users across the ecosystem partners like Zerodha, right, Grow, or ICICI. Yeah. So most of the banks or most of the NBFCs are being consuming the documents, and also another reforms is happening in the public sector like examination and through consuming the documents from the DigiLocker. So how much time we are saving here? That is most important as a country like India. The digital paper to a digital transaction of a document from a DigiLocker wallets, and you are getting a services within some minutes. Country like India, if you calculate, just only calculate, it's a trillion of trillions of time you are saving here. Only we are now into the DigiLocker, I will say only the 10% use right now. In the country like India, it is the value another 90%. So to calculate the time, in the Estonia like country, they say, in the 1 million population, they say they are saving trillions of man hours. But the country like 1 billion, you calculate what is the cost and what is the time you will save. So if you just calculate to time to cost on the country like India, that is a huge. You can't compare with the money. I can give you another example. That's a very example. Last week I am being in Odisha. They started me from a secretariat pass, right? Go digital, ask me to upload my photo and everything, and give me a pass. Okay, this is being approved. When I reach there, they say, okay, you come to the counter and get the physical paper card. So if you just look at that, I have to wait almost 30 minutes, and it's a queue of 100 people. So just see the digital transformation in that case. They can put me that same pass in my mobile, right? I can show to the guard, I can go enter into the like the DigiYatra, right? If you look at the DigiYatra and the here, what is the transformation? They asked me go to the counter and get the paper document so that their guard can see. So just look at that, around 100 people and 30 minutes all up we into the queue. And what is the wastage of the time? So you can't compare with the cost like a DPG, like DigiLocker or anything that UPI and others are being. So it is a huge, huge country like India is a cost saving.
Thanks. So I think the scale basically then justifies the overall cost and the overall time saving that we would have incurred over licensing cost, right? Anyway, Madhu, beyond the tangibles that we have discussed right now, there's a lot of talk about how private sector ecosystem can now interact with a lot of DPGs, right? Because of the interoperability, because of the open nature of DPGs. would you want to talk about how innovation is one key benefit of adopting DPGs?
Thanks for that. So what I'll do is, I think as a part of a response to your question, I'll keep dolphining between DPGs and DPIs. Okay, because I know many a times we tend to use it kind of interchangeably. So I'll also kind of dolphin over here. So just to set the context, when you're talking about a DPG, it's primarily the fundamental building block, which kind of enables a national level infrastructure. But I'll take the point even from a DPG perspective. So I have been involved in actually building out a few DPGs. The Sunbird suite, about 21 odd building blocks, which fundamentally is a set of building blocks that can enable anything. So in terms of all the concepts or the architectural principles that we did hear from the previous panel, we kind of enabled a lot of them. So interestingly, we have seen, and this is purely from a DPG perspective, we have seen a lot of private players actually taking on these DPGs to power some of their own solutions. Okay, and I'm not talking of DPIs over here. I'm just talking DPGs, how a private ecosystem takes it on. And here in this context, I'm primarily referring to DPG as a simple open source software. Okay, and something that's working on a license that is very easily adaptable for them. They're able to take it on, actually build on top of that. And we have actually seen some amazing innovations that have happened at their perspective, you know, from a private sector player. Interestingly, we have also seen a lot of these players contributing back these, a lot of code back to the DPG, which can actually get plugged into the base or foundational open source that we're actually building out over here. But when we're talking about how a private player can actually innovate, and in the context of a DPI, and I think in some form, Mr. Naik actually alluded to an answer over here, is this can primarily happen when we're talking about policies that are built around that. So when we're actually encouraging private players to actually come and participate in a DPI out over here, we're really talking about how they can actually come and build on top of that and make innovation happen. So we go back to the foundational rule of what a DPG and a DPI is. We're talking about, or a DPI primarily is about public rails which help private innovation. So when we're talking about DPI being a public rail, innovation has to happen only when you actually have policies that are built around that. So when Mr. Naik actually alluded to actually Zerodha or Grow actually piggybacking on something like a DigiLocker, which means there is a very strong policy that's actually built around that for them to actually come and participate in that. So if you talk about it from that perspective, I think the true unlocking of private innovation happens only when technology, policy, and programs actually go hand in hand. So it's all technology, in my opinion, is a very, very, very small component of this entire story of DPIs. But of course, from a DPG is a foundational building block. So I'll probably take with that.
I would also want to listen to the FastTag example. I think that is something that I absolutely loved. If you would want to talk about that kind of innovation also happening.
Yeah. So FastTag is purely, I have no stake in anything about FastTag, but I'm looking at purely from a commoner, from a common man who was sitting there at, Bangalore. My eyes popped out. So fundamentally, when all of us actually use FastTag, we actually look at it primarily as a RFID, which is helping you navigate on the highways of India. But what we are truly blown off, I'm not sure many of us in the room actually appreciate the fact of a true DPI coming into power, is when the same FastTag over the last few years have actually been used at all the shopping malls to take your parking ticket, or for that matter, the same FastTag being used at something like a hospital just to gain an entry. And I was truly blown out just in the recent past, in the last 6 months, my community where I stay in Bangalore, they're actually using the same FastTag to open boom barriers. That is actually what DPI is about. And that's where the private innovation actually comes in. So.
No, thanks for that. I think that's one of the key intangible things that we're seeing with respect to the power of leveraging DPIs, that there's a lot of innovation which the private sector can now build upon the rails that have been provided by the government or a DPG. Shweta, coming to you. So you worked across organizations on a lot of frontier technologies, right? And a lot of the products that have been built, they've gone on to scale with various different adopters. Just wanted to understand from you on what were some of the challenges with respect to this adoption in terms of how do you convince people to go beyond this free mindset and actually going on to invest on adoption of DPGs?
Yep. Thanks, Ankit, and thanks for inviting me to this distinguished panel. It's wonderful to hear about from Mr. Nayak on DigiLocker and from Madhu from his vast experience around building DPGs. So today I'm here from Gates Foundation, representing a philanthropic organization. In my previous life, I was also, like many of you, a maker of DPG as well as users of DPG. Today I'm more in the role of promoter of DPGs. Just thinking back and reflecting on some of the DPGs that we've built in the past as part of multilaterals, United Nations and World Bank. There's one that definitely stands out in my mind. Of course, we have attempted many DPGs in the past, building open source, trying to build a community, showing value, taking them to scale, etc. Some worked and some failed very badly, right? Some have tanked, and I would accept that. But you keep trying, because once you derive value, there is a great potential to scale, and that scale could demonstrate impact. At the end of the day, impact is what really matters, right? So one example that strikes to me is something that I was part of and I have curated a few years back, called DICRA, Data and Climate Resilient Agriculture. It's a digital public good which informs climate action in agriculture. So the journey was quite interesting. Like, I think the panelists on the previous panel also spoke. There are a lot of uncertainties. You're not sure where this is going, right? So when you start building a DPG with that sort of a mindset of many unknowns, it's important to bring in a large number of stakeholders right from the design stage. And like Madhu mentioned, it's not just only about technology. It's about many minds coming together. It's about collective intelligence. So in my experience, some of these practices have worked very well, wherein you bring in a bunch of participants together. In the case of DICRA, we brought in 40 different organizations across agriculture coming and discussing on various topics. And then we started looking into the common denominator that was spoken across. And from there, you distill down to, okay, what is the real problem here, right? So arriving at the problem statement itself is a long journey. It's not like 2 or 3 people sitting together, oh, this sounds cool, let's do it. That is definitely not the way to build DPGs. We have done something of that sort in the past also, did not work. But this sort of collective intelligence helps in de-risking already at the idea stage. And then you also divide responsibilities of curating DPGs across an ecosystem. So the cost, because you're talking about cost of making as well as cost of adoption, so the costs also come down. Because like Mr. Nayak mentioned, ultimately DPGs have ecosystem level benefits. You talk about the whole of economy, whole of society kind of benefits. So why should costs be accumulated at any one single organization? Why can't costs also be divided across? Why not some of the risks also be divided across? So when we approach the problem with that sort of a mindset and build DICRA, we started off with what, $20,000 of seed money, right? $20,000 kitna hota hai? Less than 20 lakhs, right? And we could demonstrate it for a state. We brought like 100+ data scientists together, all of them volunteers. Like I see many very young people here solving for DPGs, right? So volunteering data scientists, entrepreneurs, people from academia, they have all come together to build this sort of a platform. And so the risk was spread out, the thoughts and the ideas were also spread out. At the same time, the costs were also divided across the organizations. Now, when it started showing some potential organically, many more investors joined in. But it's not humongous amounts of money. We went from $20,000 to $200,000 to demonstrate it for 7 states. And that is when super scalers such as NABARD took interest in this. Oh, this is interesting. This is something that we could build, we could adopt. But if we start doing it from the scratch, they would incur like $2 million, right? But instead, you start adopting a digital public good, you save upon IP, you save upon so much of thinking that goes into the design of such a product. So NABARD took over and they became a super scaler and also an adopter. wouldn't say very early adopter, but you know, 1.5 years down the line, adoption is, I would say, quite fast in the context of India. So NABARD took over, and then they started thinking through pan-India scale-up and also contributing to some of the global leverage that we were having through the multilaterals ecosystem. So, so the key takeaway from this particular example of Dikra for us was it is possible to you know, start small, but again, the ambition has to be big enough. Always have scale in mind, and always look for super scalers, right? It's a community effort, but at the end of the day, you need an organization to champion it. And that is where the success in sustainability also lies. You need organizational sustainability, you need financial sustainability to move things forward. So scaling for me is very important, and how you pitch the whole cost story and how you provide certain assurances is also important, because sometimes NABARD folks also used to ask us, but will the community disappear after we take over? What will happen to R&D that you were doing before, right? So certain assurances, certain partnerships, certain collective visioning, all of these are important. And these are certain costs that cannot be measured easily just in dollar terms. It comes from many, many minds coming together and then building and painting that sort of collective picture.
Yeah, I think so. The key idea is that identifying super scalers who have the maximum ROI for taking that product up with the right amount of assurances as well, I think is key. So Mr. Naik, coming back to you, you talked about the overall value in terms of the reduced costs and the reduced time from adoption of DPGs, but then Madhu also talked about having the right amount of policy environment to unlock the maximum value of DPGs. From you, what I wanted to understand is what is the overall most significant institutional cost in terms of regulatory and policy alignment that needs to be created before adoption of DPGs?
Just look at the DigiLocker right now. We built the product in 2015. It says about, okay, that you keep your document. If you build a product inside the country in India, that you say that, okay, there will be a documents as a citizen will keep it. Okay. Are you competing with the Google or are you competing with the Dropbox? So most probably that, are you here to in the public, you want to compete with all these things? So you don't have to. The second aspect is, when you are building this type of product, that the first part is, okay, we change it into the, that any issue document will come to your DigiLocker wallet. So that is what that we build a product, okay. We are separated. We have a minimum value as a part of product, that we are not building something to compete with the Google, but we are bringing a value as a part of, okay, all issue document will come to DigiLocker as a part of issue. Then what is the policy tweak? The policy tweak is, all the documents will be issued to the DigiLocker, it will be a legal valid document. So that is the only change. Okay. So we come out, the next 1 year we worked out, the government should come out that DigiLocker rules and regulations, then we publish it within the IT Act. If you say, okay, that the just removing these rules and regulations, what we brought around 2016, if it is not there, then it is a valueless product, zero value, because you can't compete with the Google or you can't compete with the Dropbox, because you don't have money or you don't have the power to compete with inside the government. But you change certain things, then automatically the private player can then assess the Aadhaar, driving license, PAN, what is the core identity documents generally we are having. That's the first thing we have to see, because there's a little bit of change in the rules, that any document will be issued to the DigiLocker will be legal valid documents. Then the CBSE came, and CBSE create around every year 35 lakhs of certificate data, where the students are moving to the US or other things. So they get their digital data as fast in the wallets. So that is one of our key core, where that we achieve that the first user of DigiLocker is a student of class 10th. Because the 10th mark sheet also certificate being a legal valid documents. Then the problem starts where we have our own rules. Country like India, every ministry or every regulators having their own rules. Just think about RBI rules. RBI rules only mandated to their NBFCs, banks and other things. They say we don't have any rules that okay, DigiLocker from the document from the DigiLocker will be valid one. So we reach to the again to the RBI to change your DFS rules. Okay, that you can take the documents which is even a valid one. Then the second document we are talking about the driving license. Every police, because of the driving license came into the DigiLocker, so they also don't obey this document is a valid one, because they say about okay, we want to take the card as a part of any violations. Right. So again we move to around 28 states or 36 states, whatever, we want to change their own rules. Okay, this is the document and you can show from the mobile. So that is the second aspect. So we tried to do around 15 rules change by notifications inside multiple regulatories and states to come out as a part. So this is most critical aspect of the thing. If we are talking about the DPG, is it the privates? It is all talking about the citizens of the country and where that governments are involved. If you say that okay, EPI, RBI is involved. If you are the Aadhaar, the government is involved. It is the talking about the DigiLocker, the government is involved. So I see as a part of because I have taken around how many from you? 3 person tracker. Then you are being initiator. Then that is another is the Diksha. That is the second. The third is Lokesh, that is the another things. So I see 3 I have taken over. Early stage failed, then I took over and to build again. Because these things need to work with the government, with the whole ecosystems, and who will be the takeover. Because you work a product and you don't have a takeover of this. Like I say that NHI, L&T is building, but NHI is taking over all things because they from the day one they are being there. Because they are going for a tender, they are doing so. If you are building a DPG without any government agents, and you are bound to fail. You are bound to fail. So nobody will take you. Because whoever take it, they have the challenge at the technicality, administratively. Then to how to build, take over a product from a DPG of the things with the architecture. You are not building a very simple architecture. You are building something, a very complex architecture looking at the scale of the country. So if you are not being involved by any government agents, who will take over, the future takeover? They have to learn that how this product is being. That is where that success lies as a part. So that the second aspect is, one is problem statement as a part, make one technological partner who should be, will take over, that is the first learning point. Second over as a part of who is the main ministry or department also own it. That is the second problem statement. Third aspect is, now your DPG will move to across the states. So they are also one of the stakeholders. Because you build a product here, does not mean that the state will take it. No. So they have to, you have to look out that aspect of the, you can't put a country like India, there is a Aadhaar like mandate. Aadhaar is success because there is a mandate. But DigiLocker, you see, no mandate. Still we had a successful because it's something, it's ecosystem driven. Thousands of the partners are getting documents. That's why that citizen is coming to the partners and opening a DigiLocker accounts and getting a Aadhaar or driving license or PAN or matriculation certificates. Convene was success because we build the API fast approach and make the ecosystem to build fast. Even in the Convene also, I released that Convene web interface late, but I think the partners came out only as a part of 1 day or 2 days before I released the web, because we don't have in the Convene also to build the mobile interface. So one aspect of the things is, yes, the few things you have to build the DPGs, you have to remember, one is the policy, one is the ownership, one is the technology partner.
I think that was a beautiful summary, but DigiLocker serves as a very, very great example of how to unlock use cases by attaining the right kind of alignment with the right kind of people in the ecosystem. I think that was beautifully explained. Following from that, Madhu, you've also had a lot of experience of working with multiple countries on adoption of DPGs. Where do you think is where the governments generally underestimate the costs to adoption in your experience?
Yeah, yes, actually we have had some success in taking some of the DPGs that we have helped build to other countries. In fact, the most recent example being that we actually helped take a DPG called INGI. I'm not sure whether this is a familiar thing. That's primarily verifying and credentialing kind of a DPG to Brazil to help their landowners actually be able to get credits easily. So credits is just one of the use cases. I'm just trying to set the lay of the land over here. So, and that's where actually, again, kind of completely agree with what Mr. Nayak actually said over here. So this actually means there's a lot of work that needs to be happening in working with the ecosystem and getting multiple use cases. And so that's what I mean by actually programs. So Brazil very specifically has a very successful story out here, and actually what they call as a CAR project. It's a very big project for them about rural landowners getting credentialing for their specific land, so that any kind of benefit for them can be used, can be got for them. So they get a verifiable credential, and right now the biggest use case actually is having one of the largest state-owned banks actually providing them easy credit. Now, specifically we ask, to answer your specific question, what do the governments kind of underestimate in what it actually means to build out a DPG? Again, I'll dolphin between DPG and DPI over here. When you're talking about building DPGs over here, I think what they truly underestimate is the ability for them to actually extend. Many of the times we have heard countries coming and saying that, hey, listen, you got this success story over there, we just want to take it on over there. In fact, there are a few people actually come back and said, you got the success story, just empty the container, give it back to us, and we will use it as it is. So we tend to believe, many of them tend to believe that it's a software implementation project. And I think that's a huge confusion that many of the adopters actually tend to take. It's about a software implementation project. It's like any other, like an Oracle RDBMS being put over there and we use it. No, I think that's something that they miss out on. Okay, they need to be completely invested in. The government needs to be completely invested in when they're taking on a DPG, because when a government is taking a DPG, it's for the sake of a DPI. So the DPG has to be contextualized, it has to be extended, and in some form it has to be customized to their specific needs. And then it makes complete sense for them. And from an operation, and that's from a DPG perspective. When you're talking about an operation perspective, I think many a time they also kind of underestimate the cost of running these operations. When we're talking about national scale, we have seen that many a time they kind of overlook the entire cost of infrastructure, the cost of running it, keeping the lights on 24/7. A lot of these things you really have to sit down, tell them, help them work out this entire costing with them, and that's when they get it. And that's when we actually start talking to funders in many of the cases to help the government kind of visualize this entire thing and what they can actually get. So, like I said, again, going back, this has to be looked in two contexts, both DPG and DPI. When a government takes this as a DPI, so it has to be looked at from that perspective.
Could you add some specific examples of that where governments actually ended up underestimating these costs and then maybe landed up in a soup, or maybe the right selection actually led to reduced cost in that case?
Actually, some of the recent countries, we've worked with a few countries in the recent past. I think the selection of the vendor becomes very critical, because again, what we're talking about is the government needs to be invested in making sure this is a sustainable thing. So when we're talking about DPG, it's not about giving credit to the DPG builder. The government really needs to be invested in taking it on themselves. So many a times what we go back and tell them is, you need to have a local player to actually do the build out for you. It's only then you can actually go on and build on it. That's when the national pride also comes in. Otherwise, we are talking about getting an Indian vendor to come and do it. They're not going to be invested in it for a long time, and they'll tend to look at it as a software product. So the ability for them to actually get that local player invested in the story, making sure that there's a selection criteria that's actually built around that, that's a huge process for themselves over there. So.
And we believe that mostly local capabilities exist.
Yes, and even if at least the places that we have gone to, that's the first thing that we actually check on. What are the kind of local players that exist? How do we help them actually come on board? Actually, we also get, there are a lot of things that you actually need to look at. For example, even in India, we have a lot of conversation that happen about, in the early days, which is the hyperscaler it actually goes on to. So then we're talking about the sovereignty of data. Then we've got to go back and see in some of the African countries we come across recently saying that they will not work with hyperscalers. They actually want some local players to actually provide the cloud services over there. Then you actually go back and see whether the DPG actually works in that context over there. So there is a context of actually making sure that it works in a very specific context of that cloud player also. So a lot of these things actually kick in. So it's not just a software implementation that we need to look at?
If you look at the scale of India, and if you look at any country across the world, so if you are building for India and if you are building for some other country, that scale something and architecture change. I always put it this way. If you are building an application for 50 person, that architecture will be different. If you are building for 100 people, then architecture will be somewhat change. If 1,000 people, architecture will change somewhere. If a million people, architecture will change. So the country like India is the billions, right? So first point is, you are moving a DPG to another country. The first is the architectural contract that they may not require lots of things from you, because that will be will not be a very cost-effective solution for them. Like I'm doing for the Cuba right now, right, for the DigiLocker to implement. So I looked at in the first approach is language barrier. So one aspect of that. The second part is when we move from the on-premise to the hyperscaler, because in a country like that. So our architecture changed. We are no more into the same, So this is where the technology changes in between. Third aspect is, yes, as a product, you look at have to change somewhere. That is where that I see there is no DPG where I will say that they have the money to help Cuba or other countries to do it. So you don't have the money as a foreign part that you want to go as a DPG and you have some money and your vendor, because that is where also vendor lock-in. If like a DigiLocker, I can support because all my people are my own company, right? So from the National E-Governance Division, we are making. But when you are being a vendor there as a service company, then it is a change request. So now you are slowed down there. So either the best way to DPG as a part I see that in my case in the DigiLocker ID, from the day one, I put their own Cuba version of a DigiLocker in one place as a development and give them the code. You just look at the code, look at the infrastructure, you provide us 3 APIs, at least from their sides, so that we can show them that how the Cuba Locker looks like and the Cuba Locker. So I promised them 3 months to do it, and almost we are in the verge of that. So that is one of the aspects, the commit first, then also you have the capability to help them out. Otherwise, what is happening inside the DPG I see, people commit something, okay, I'll give the DPG. Can you give the source code? Nobody is giving the source code. Can you commit them to help them out? Only advisories. So things will not work in this way. Either you do, then commit and do it. Otherwise there is no fund allocation. Frankly speaking, there is no fund. I see somebody, now something happening from the private or the BMGA Foundation or other thing. That is where I see there is no commitment, and it is something like if you ask Aadhaar will not give you the code. Then there is a MOSIP is there. MOSIP says, okay, I will do it through my vendors. So the lots of ifs and buts are here as a part moving the DPG to the other countries. Even also that I am still struggling as a part of how to do it, because you don't have the funding to do it.
So moving to a funder perspective, Shweta. So we talked about a lot about the challenges with adoption in different countries. Are there any global learnings on how, let's say, complexity also will lead to increased cost, right? And are there any global learnings on how do we work with that? And as a philanthropy, where do you draw the line on what kind of complexity do you stop at with respect to funding?
Well, just taking a few steps backward on understanding the complexity itself. DPGs, come in all sorts of sizes and shapes and forms. And going by the definition of DPGA, open content platforms, open source software, open data, right? Open standards, open source AI algorithms, not open AI, but open source AI algorithms. All of these fall in the gamut of DPG. Open content and some of the open data aspects are easier to adopt in general, right? Like this could be done through APIs, and there are so many ways of easily sharing content and data. So I think, just going by my experience, the complexity, the technology complexity is limited. When it comes to open source software and standards, I think the previous panel discussed quite a lot about standards and open source AI algorithms. The complexity is a lot more. Like Nayak ji mentioned, people say open source software, but where is source code? Nobody is providing you the source code. I think this is where institutions like DPGA are very relevant, because you don't just say open source because you think it is open source, right? Someone has to validate it. Somebody has to accredit it, right? So this is where independent entities like global entities like DPGA come into the picture, and they assess, they dissect your software or whatever you're calling as open source against a large number of criteria, and then they check whether your code is open source in fact or not. They make you publish a bunch of those things on GitHub, so, or any other public repository. So they check into all these dimensions. They look into licensing, right? So licensing is another important aspect. And after you satisfy all these criteria, that's when you receive a small blue tick which says, okay, your product is now DPG, a certified DPG. I think that is a good starting point, because accreditation and all are still important. So for me, it's good to basically take a look at, okay, so what has the DPGA repository has got, and how many people have contributed to it, who is using it, who is forking it, is there community involvement, is it only single organization doing it, or are there many others who are coming together to build it, is there diversity? So you can track a lot of these things in a very transparent manner through the DPGA. So that's helpful. So that's the first checkpoint for us to see whether it is one or not. And then coming to, again, going back to the cost of adoption, like I said before, there are simpler DPGs which are like plug and play. You can fix them in any context. Like I mentioned before, Dikra, we built it like plug and play. Anybody can see what's happening, and then you can contextualize to any other geography easily. So the cost of adoption was much lesser because it has come in the form of plug and play. If you want to build use cases on the top, use cases cost, right? So private sector or another entity has to come in, build use case, derive value in a certain segment to solve a particular problem statement and move forward, right? So that needs to be factored in. For more complicated DPGs, like Sir was mentioning, MOSIP, for example, MOSIP solves for national ID, right? So there are many countries across the world that are adopting MOSIP. Right now, I think there are more than 27 countries that are doing it, right? So that's a fairly complex game, because it's not just about your technology. It's not just about the software code. It's not just about a standard. It's about policy. Like Madhu mentioned, it's about policies. It's about governance. It's about design choices, which will feed into the national security, and it will determine with your digital sovereignty. So they have to look into a large number of parameters. So this sort of open source environment, you need system integrators, you need private sector service providers, you need a huge community of players to deliver on national ID, which is complex. We have all gone through the Aadhaar journey, and we all know it's a humongous system, right? So it's the same for other countries as well. They want to also build it by themselves. They just don't want to copy another country, right? And the trust is also high when they have their vendors and service providers located within their own country. So this is where I completely agree with what Madhu had mentioned in terms of sovereignty. So if you want to build or support other countries build digital sovereign systems, you need to understand the lay of the land. It's different country, different policy, different laws, different constitution. So there, the challenge is not like within country scale up, right? In India, 1 state to 7 states, 7 states to 28 states, there is an organic journey. It could happen fast. But if you put the same thing in a very different context, even if it is a small island, things will change drastically. And we need to respond to that change, understand things from the scratch. And the countries do have this deep desire to enhance their own technical capacities. Not all countries have it. Emerging markets, Brazil, India, Indonesia, all these markets, even South Africa, they all have very vibrant private sector ecosystem. But smaller countries, like Sir mentioned, Cuba, right? In another context, we are looking at Papua New Guinea, right? So there, if you want to take a solution, it can't be super complex. And their technical teams, the local teams, should be able to understand it. And if need be, one needs to go ahead and also support the capacity building of the local ecosystem. Here we are not talking about a few organizations, ministries, agencies. We are talking about a whole country context and their technical capacities and how can you build that so that the country has complete ownership of what they are building as a foundational DPI. So yeah, so DPG complexity is very varied, and so is our support. So at what complexity do we stop? I think in terms of technological complexity, we are not scared of technological complexity, but there are some countries, some ministries which are very proactive and want to change things, move fast. Of course, those will be the first partners. Those are most encouraging. In some other context, the political realm is moving so fast, right? There is a coup and whomever you're talking to have all vanished. You have a new set of people. So those are very fragile contexts. So we come across those as well. But in that case, our support structure also varies.
And just extending that, so from a philanthropy perspective, when you're assessing DPGs for investment, what are the kind of strategic considerations that guide you there? And is long-term sustainability one of the important criteria that also plays a part there?
Yeah, definitely. I think the long-term sustainability, organizational sustainability, as well as financial sustainability, very important. Like Nayak ji mentioned, ultimately you need a government backing if you are building a DPI such as digital ID, right? Digital ID has the ownership of a country. Without national backing, you can't move forward. So we definitely look into a large number of parameters, how proactive the system is, how proactive the people are. Most importantly, what is their vision, right? What do they want to achieve at the end of the day? What is their vision? Because sometimes you can, let's say, make a digital ID and have use cases like more surveillance, right? Some other countries may do that. Or you can maybe go into another politically sensitive domain. So we don't usually go there. We stick to sustainable development goals. Does a DPG contribute to a sustainable development goal? Is the impact pathway clear or not? Is it logical or not? Are there too many assumptions? Are there cracks? So we ultimately need impact, right? We don't want to go into the sensitive political realm. We want social development, you want economic development, and you want to de-risk the environment. You want countries' digital economy to be promoted in a sensible manner. So yeah, so the impact story is very important. I think like Nayak ji mentioned before, it's good to it's good to quantify the value that you are bringing to the table, right? So this is where, so are you saving people's time at the end of the day? Like in the case of DigiLocker, humongous hours have been saved. In the case of UPI, Aadhaar, a lot of time of people is saved. You don't have to necessarily stand in long queues, right? Anytime, anywhere services are being possible just at your footsteps, right? So how can we enable that, right? And how do you quantify that? That is again very important. Usually when you talk about DPI investments, impact is so sparse, it goes into so many different sectors and quantification becomes impossible. So this is where we can always bring like economists into the room to understand, okay, where are we starting from, where are we reaching, and what are the various impacts, how do we quantify it, quantify impacts that are not straightforward, what can be attributed to your action, what is only your contribution but not attribution. So all these things need to be thought through. But we definitely look for who is backing this DPG. Is there a government involvement? Is there a government backing? Is there a government buy-in? Because that takes care of a large number of risks that could otherwise potentially come up if it is just private sector driven alone. But again, private sector partnerships, like Madhu mentioned, is very, very important at the end of the day. Who will build use cases on top of your foundational DPGs and DPIs? That's private sector, right? UPI is a massive success today mainly because of the private sector partnerships. They have started building use cases, started deriving value from UPI. So use cases and end impact, citizen convenience, ease of living, ease of doing business is all private sector contribution, right? So unless and until you have those meaningful partnerships, and unless the DPG makes sense to private sector, probably it may not make sense to us sitting in the support ecosystem to see what helps a country and what does not.
Yeah, thanks for this. Madhu, I just wanted to get in a last question from you. Now when you're going to, let's say, the prime minister of a new country or going to a new state and convincing a chief minister for adopting an API, or for adopting a DPG, what is the most compelling return on investment that you're going to tell them about on why this trumps all the costs that are associated with the adoption of that DPG?
I think both of them actually spoke about it in some form. It's actually about building programs which can leverage the DPIs, which underneath has got the DPGs. When I'm talking about programs, it's about thinking about completely new use cases. When Mr. Naik spoke about actually using DigiLocker, started with the CBSE, now it's actually grown on to have multiple other documents over there. In some form, this becomes a single source of truth to do with any verifiable document that exists in the country. So similarly, even when talking about Aadhaar's power actually came about from the fact that there were a lot of intangible use cases that were actually built out by the private sector. When you're talking about a Zerodha becoming a unicorn in some form, that was because they could actually do their account opening in a matter of minutes, which earlier would have taken up time for KYCs, or for that matter 2016, which is probably the biggest year for India, when Jio actually built about the entire mobile if I could use the word revolution out here. That's primarily because they could issue SIM cards by leveraging on Aadhaar. So the most intangible benefits, I mean, a private sector can actually leverage on, or rather when we go and talk to somebody at the government, it's about talking about these intangible benefits, like how they can leverage it and build on use cases over there. So similarly, when you're talking about Brazil, when the first use case is only about a rural registry, they've already started talking to us about how to build about more use cases and about doing some age restrictions and things like that. Now, all of this is going to piggyback on an existing infrastructure that's already there. If you're going to look at it as only the existing use case that's going to work, I think that's a completely, it really doesn't serve its purpose. You have to keep building on programs on top of that and use cases. Or if I could take Diksha for that matter, Diksha's biggest use case was when NCRT actually decided to launch something called a NISTA program. And that entire thing brought the teacher training from an in-person mode to an online, which kind of rapidly paced out the teacher training out there. So it's about getting this programs being built around DPIs is what would actually give us the biggest benefit around that.
Thank you. Do we have time for audience questions? No. Okay, cool. I'm really sorry for taking up all the time, but I think the key takeaway today is very, very clear that while the costs of adopting DPGs is significant, the benefits that we're missing out if not adopting a DPG, I think that is even more significant there. Thanks for all the insights to the panel, and thanks for taking the whole narrative from incurring a lot of cost to making a strategic investment into adoption of DPGs. So thank you for all of that. And we just want a great round of applause for my panelists here.
Tulsi.
Thank you to all the panelists. Really appreciate the nuances that we went into in this panel. And now we can break for lunch. I know we are running really delayed, around 30 minutes, but we will need to be back by 2:30 for our next panel. So I can also quickly flash the panels that we have post lunch. And we also have the community showcase going on in different kiosks, different booths. Please do check that out. Interact with the people who are there, try to understand the different projects that they are running, and if you're interested in collaborating with them, or maybe, if you're a developer looking to contribute to open source, please check with them if they're open to taking your contributions. So yeah, we'll meet back at 2:30. These are the two panels in Hall 1 and Hall 2 that we'll be having. Hi everyone, welcome back. I would request everyone to please come forward. We have a lot of space in the front, so you can just move forward. People at the back, if I can request you to please move forward, so that anybody who enters during the panel can just come in from the back gate and won't disturb the flow. Okay. I hope you had a chance to look at the community showcases and grab some good lunch and also have conversations with like-minded people. How many of you were able to look at the community showcases? Okay, almost like 50% of you. Okay, great. And all of you had lunch? Cool. Okay, then we'll kickstart. So we will now move to our third sub-theme, which is sustaining DPGs. And the next panel will focus on ecosystems required for a DPG to thrive. Now, DPGs don't scale in isolation. This discussion unpacks the ecosystem conditions, strong institutions, capable partners, developer communities, and supportive policy environments that is needed to enable DPGs to sustain and to scale. So our moderator for this panel is Dr. Shohini Datta. She is from the Quantum Hub and is a manager of public policy there. She is also a researcher with a PhD in sociology from IIT Bombay. Previously at Satwa Consulting, she contributed to strategic initiatives in digital public infrastructure for climate and sustainability while working on thought leadership publications on education, disability, and net zero transitions. Welcome, Dr. Shohini. Also just wanted to give her a shout out. She is replacing our moderator, Aarthi Ganeshan. So Aarthi had a medical emergency in the morning and Dr. Shohini stepped in. So a big round of applause for just stepping in last minute to moderate a panel. That's really difficult, guys. So yeah, over to you, Dr. Shohini.
Thank you, Shelza. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us today for this panel discussion on sustaining DPGs, the ecosystem required for DPGs to thrive. I understand that this is a panel right after lunch, but I promise to keep this as engaging as possible. And we have with us the three panelists for this session. I will now welcome them onto the stage one by one. Our first panelist is Ms. Harsha Minawat. She is the head for Energy and Equitable Development at WRI India. Her research focus is on policy analysis for equitable development through clean energy transitions in India. Prior to joining WRI, Harsha worked with one of India's largest infrastructure financing companies in a policy advisory and strategy role, and with a national think tank researching on issues of energy and environmental governance. She has authored book chapters, reports, and journal articles on energy access, environmental governance, and climate adaptation. Welcome, Harsha. Our second panelist is Mr. Ramesh Loganathan, who is the Dean, Resource Generation, Alumni Affairs, and Industry Relations at IIIT Hyderabad. He has been instrumental in helping start and grow key institutional initiatives, including the Technology Transfer Office, Co-Innovation Labs, and the Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship. Prior to his academic career, Ramesh has held roles as VP of Middleware Technologies at Pramati and also served as the Interim Chief Innovation Officer for the state of Telangana. In this capacity, he helped seed the State Innovation Cell, which was initially incubated at IIIT Hyderabad. Welcome, Ramesh. Our third and final panelist is Mr. Chand Kaushal, who is currently serving as the head of the India Technology Hub of the United Nations Office at Vienna. In line with the UN's global ICT strategy, he supports the UN in its strategic initiatives to promote a common vision for UN-wide ICT delivery through modernization, transformation, and innovation. He was awarded the prestigious UN21 award in recognition of his outstanding work that advanced key projects with great impact as part of the UN's Office on Drugs and Crimes ICT team. Currently, he is spearheading various projects on capacity building and promoting innovative ICT solutions which are reaching out to 130 plus member states. Thank you all for joining us this discussion today. Before we begin our conversation, I will begin by quickly sharing the context for this session. Shelza has already initiated that, but just to give a quick summary of why we are here today. Digital public goods or DPGs are now core components which are contributing to the attainment of sustainable development of countries worldwide. In many cases, they are considered the building blocks of complex digital public infrastructures being created by countries globally. However, building a digital solution to help solve a pressing policy issue, such as the efficient access of public service deliveries at scale, is only half the battle won. To actually realize enhanced governance and sustainable development, these open source softwares have to be trusted and used by citizens, reused by governments across different polity problems, expanded upon through contributions to the core, and well financed to ensure that the teams can continue maintaining these core systems. In other words, every successful DPGs are dependent on participatory and contribution-driven ecosystem. Creating this activated ecosystem for a distributed and collaborative product is not always easy. It is a challenge that has often been overlooked. Who is responsible for maintaining and managing a public good? How do we steward our collectively owned digital assets through development? Essentially, what is our long-term plan for supporting an asset meant to last years? This session aims to answer these questions and unpack what an ecosystem for DPGs to thrive in looks like. My first question to all of you to start this conversation off is, in 2 lines or so, what does the DPG ecosystem mean to you? Who participates in this ecosystem? How do they interact with each other? And if functioning perfectly, what outcomes would this ecosystem ideally achieve for DPGs and sustainable development? Harsha, we can begin with you.
Thanks so much, Sohini, for that question. So I represent an organization called WRI India, and we have created DPG, which is the first identified or accepted DPG on energy-related issues. It's called the Energy Access Explorer. We have a showcase upstairs. Please do drop in and learn a little bit more about the platform. And this is an open source platform, which basically what it does is puts demand for energy and supply for energy on the same platform in the same picture, which is GIS based. And that sort of allows people to see different problems and solutions framed in a different way. And so the idea of this particular DPG came because we were trying to understand energy access issues across India and several other geographies such as Sub-Saharan Africa, and we were really surprised that where the locations where apparently there are customers, there is very little availability of services or supply, but then where there are already a lot of supply sort of things available, the demand is really going down for energy services. And so the idea was that, okay, if the suppliers could see the potential of places which may have different proxies of growth and proxies of economic development, maybe they'll try and provide services in these particular locations. And so that was the sort of genesis of it. But at this point of time, the platform is available in 9 countries, a lot of them in Sub-Saharan Africa, but of also India. And the idea is to bring databases from secondary databases from government sources that are verified, and bring them onto the platform, map them all on GIS platform to be able to show that this is where services exist, this is where the gaps are, these are the options, and then how can sort of partnerships come up. So to answer your question, I think anyone who would be interested in sustainable development would, our SDG 7 to be perhaps very specific, which is the goal on complete energy access availability for all, they would be interested in this kind of platform, because the idea or the purpose of this platform is to ensure that different stakeholders can come and participate in an integrated energy planning process. And so those are the sort of users, you know, the planners of energy infrastructure, the planners of energy services, and then eventually the consumers of energy services are the ones who would be really the stakeholders and people involved in this particular platform. In the ideal world that you said that, you know, how would it actually look like? In the ideal world, people would not be so concerned about what is happening with the data providers would not be so concerned about actually what's happening with their data, but more in terms of, are there new opportunities available for you know, service providers to be able to service their customers better? And so that would be the ideal scenario, but we are a little farther away from that because there are a lot of concerns with you know, data providers in terms of how is this going to make my organization look. And that perhaps, you know, stops them from being completely open and completely sort of candid in terms of how they participate with it. But there have been experiences where lots of deep partnerships have evolved, allowing for solutions to be created at different geographical scales and levels. And that, I would believe, would be the ideal scenario, that there are strong partnerships between data users, data providers, which eventually results in a lot of talk happening across sectors, because that would be the real value of a DPG. Let me pause there.
Thank you so much, Asha. Chand, yes?
Okay,
what
answering in 2 lines can take longer than her, but maybe after you. I'll follow the sequence of
Sure, sure.
So, I wish it was the way you articulated, right? That there are a lot of people contributing to one public good, right? Unfortunately, not so. We were just talking outside earlier that even the NGOs don't often collaborate with each other in the same space. Not that they don't want to, but then they're just consumed with their own immediate, this doesn't occur to them or it's not top of mind for them. So I think creating this web doesn't exist today, right? There's no web of support for DPGs today, whether it is the NGOs or the end stakeholders or different kind of, whether it is whoever is contributing to it, whether it's open source communities, or we have a center at Tripoli called Raj Reddy Center, named after our, the founding chairman from CMU, a celebrated computer science researcher. And so where it's called Raj Reddy Center for Technology, Raj Reddy Center for Technology and Society. We build solutions for NGOs. We tell the NGOs, look, only payback we want is you deploy. You benefit from it. We will raise CSR funds. We will build it ourselves for you. You just tell us what the problem is and we'll build and use it. We're struggling, like you rightly articulate, I mean, refer to data. Data is a big problem, right? Data providers are part of the ecosystem, right? The ones with data has to come selflessly. They have to come selflessly because they may not benefit from it, right? If there's a hospital with data that can help with an NGO that's on the field with the mother and child program, they should be willing to do it, right? Because it's a social outcome. We're going to work with NGOs. Expertise is a problem. Okay, we're doing a lot of, we primarily focus on education and health. We talk about health. The expertise is sometimes a problem. We work with NGOs, they're also limited. Just getting NGO time is a problem, right? NGOs to participate. And then we wish community can participate in building these solutions. We're just thinking of models where, how do you community? So the whole Code for GovTech is a platform that we are now working closely with Samagra. And we already had crowdsourcing platform, right? And this is a summer fellowship platform. We're trying to combine, we're saying, can we create a highly scalable contributory framework for DPGs, right? Where anybody can come and say, I'll contribute 2 months, 3 months of weekend time. And can we scale, Uberize that model where you can at scale build it? It's not easy. It's not just, if every solution is something that somebody can build in 4 weekends, then it doesn't matter. But most solutions will need 10 such teams to put something together to build one solution. So you need that whole framework around it. So I think just long answer, but to summarize, you have today's technology world, data is a big part of anything we might build. So data providers, expertise, they have to contribute, right? Whether it is health or education or any other sector. The ones with expertise have to come in also. The technical skills are there, right? Somebody to coordinate and build, program manage these solutions. The contribution of dev time, right? So people have to come in and contribute tech. Then the NGOs and such in the field, right? The organizations in the field are very critical, both in terms of the problem and also to deploy. And I also wish the NGOs also collaborate to create Right? Today, I'm sure in the same space, the different NGOs with great struggle building the same solution. If we can somehow create a network where they also form a collective, somebody has to facilitate. It's not easy, but that's my kind of view on what that ecosystem might look like.
You know, these are two totally different type of views, which is very interesting. And then while, you know, I'm listening, I was also thinking through how the global system is, you know, helping here. But this is one area where we are not local actually. You know, we are among a very big ecosystem, and he very rightly pointed out that the silos are many. Many institutions are working open source in social sector, development sector, but they are in their silos, and there is a lot of repetition of work across the globe, you know. And I've seen excellent work done at various country levels, institution levels, which are getting repeated again and again. When we look at the request for proposals on net, when people are trying to develop new products for their countries, I see that they just start from scratch every time. So this ecosystem which is required to, you know, bind all these solutions somewhere and see that how it can be picked and utilized for the betterment and for fast tracking, and the quality also, because quality is one component, you know, which is of key importance, because you can pick up anybody's code. I was talking to one of the you know, display units outside, and the guy mentioned that you know, at times when you get a code from somewhere like open source, you download it from GitHub, more time to review it than actually to recode it. Because how do you have that kind of, you know, an ISA mark or a stamp of quality and gold standard on even open source things available? So the ecosystem requires lot many things, which I see happening, but in only last 4-5 years. Open source were there even 20 years, 30 years, 40 years ago. Also in 80s also, a lot of good intent developers started developing and distributing free codes. Actually that time the ecosystem was a lot into free because it wasn't such a big market. But when in 90s, you know, companies started realizing that it's a big market, that open source ecosystem started to diminish or disappear, and everything became commercial. Now we have commercial versus this. In some countries when we work, we notice that they prefer, because I am working with number of governments now in other countries. They always ask for that we don't want any licensed technology per se. So don't bring, you know, any A or B or C, because for us it's not that they are not good. Sustaining those costs is a challenge in long run, and licensing can go really, really, you know, very expensive in longer run, and then managing it, and then parking also. I was just talking to my colleague here about Indigo story right now, that how just parking, leaving one airlines to dominate the whole space has created this. If we would have been having 4, 5, you know, then we wouldn't have really suffered this bad. And this suffering I don't see getting ended. So in technology also, I think this whole ecosystem can balance it out. So it should not be weighing to one side or the other, or a geography specific, that one region is leading. Right now you don't see China contributing so much, or other countries. India is leading on many fronts, which is good, but then it has to be balanced out across the globe. And that's the beauty of any ecosystem if you wish it to thrive.
Thank you so much for setting that context and helping us all understand the DPG ecosystem from your perspectives. My second set of questions is now to understand how these different vectors of the DPG ecosystem can coexist alongside each other. And my first question is for you, Ramesh. So intuitively, to build a demand-driven ecosystem around a product, there has to be trust in the product itself, in the sense whether from consumers, the government, the financiers, to help create a buy-in. How important is stakeholder trust in creating a DPG ecosystem that sustains? And what are the design choices at a platform level and the development standards that you've created to build DPGs that are credible in the eyes of multiple stakeholders?
So yeah, like Chand pointed out, that's a challenge in terms of, even if you want to pick something that's already available, who's going to certify, right? So today, like I already said, the extended ecosystem doesn't exist as much, right? It just, with Samagra now, with C4GT, we are trying to create that web of artist collaborators, a loose network through advisors and such. Tight networks don't exist today. So which means it's a provider-consumer network, unfortunately. There's somebody providing out of whatever the driver reasons might be. Like in this case, we are building it, and we are directly working with an NGO, right? In that case, if the NGO is convinced, that's enough, right? We are building something for the NGO. They have seen what we are doing, and in that environment, it's a peer-to-peer. Once the NGO is convinced, the rest of the stakeholders, they know how to manage, because they're stakeholders. So for us, our primary stakeholder here is only the NGO. They are telling us what to be built, and we're building and giving it to them. And we'll work with them as they deploy, but their stakeholders, they know how to manage, whether it's government or if there's some compliance involved, any regulator or their own funders, they know how to manage, right? So in a peer-to-peer environment, it's probably not such a big issue. But if we create an extended web, it's a problem. I would say that's a second-order problem. We'll worry about it later. Can we create that web first, right, where we can leverage and amplify things happening and make it easier to build without duplicating efforts and by collectively coming together? Like, it should not be like every group trying to build something for health, for instance, has to go and struggle to get the same data. Like, we are doing a lot in mother and child program. We work with 2-3 NGOs that are fairly entrenched. We are struggling, just a simple problem. Anemia, to identify anemia in mothers, how anemic are they, from a picture of the eye and nail. Not a big problem at all. We are struggling just to get data. And like, for different reasons, it's not but I wish that if the extended web comes, we can do a lot more. So I would say, let's get the web first, worry about sustaining later. I think the effort should be to get them to collaborate first, this whole ecosystem to collaborate, so we can amplify and do a lot more.
Thank you so much, Ramesh. My question now to you, Harsha. So you've developed a DPG, the Energy Access Explorer, which measures energy access across different districts, which state governments in India and international governments use on a daily basis. Now, a tool is only as useful as the relevance and currency of the information it has. How do you engage with the private sector, the PSUs, and more to bring them on board to share the data and information with you for the DPG? Or, in other words, how do you create incentives for greater information sharing across stakeholders in the long run?
Let me start by saying it's not easy. It takes a lot of effort to actually get people on board with the idea of actually having their data shared on a DPG type platform. But the other bit also is that there are different approaches that work in different contexts, and that's something that we must accept. What works in India may not work in, let's say, Kenya, Nigeria, Tanzania, or Nepal even for that matter. So one main point is to accept that you will have to find and try different ways and different incentives in different contexts. What we've tried to do what we've tried to do as a common aspect with different features in different places is try and get the data providers to be the data users as well, and explain to them that, okay, yes, this is your data, what you're doing currently in Excel sheets, this particular platform can actually help you visualize it, which has its own benefits in itself. I mean, a map is way more powerful than an Excel sheet book, there's no doubt about that. And the idea being that they can actually upload their own data, generate their own questions that they want to answer on service provision, and actually the platform can help them answer those questions. That in itself is a good incentive to start with. Doesn't work everywhere, of course, like I said. But so the other aspect is we've tried to bring together multiple people, multiple sort of the government departments for that matter, and in some cases even private sector players and other entities, interested parties who may be involved in the service delivery itself. And so it's not just, for example, the energy department who owns and provides the data, because actually the users of energy sit outside of energy department. And so they are providing part of the data, and the energy department is only supplying half of the data, which is the supply side data. And so by making a working group of all of these departments together, where they come and share their problems and share their ideas in a regular, like a quarterly meeting type of a thing, has helped us to bring everyone on the same page in terms of, yes, this is a platform, it's available to you for using, but of course the problem statements that we try to resolve are going to be created in a group. They're not going to be created in a silo, or like, in my office sitting somewhere, and you are trying to resolve it even though you don't know what the best answer might be. Because by working in the energy sector itself, we have realized that in general, this sector is a very supply side driven sector. And the more we can give voices to the demand side of it, the more democratic it might become, and the more the people might be open to an open source and an open access type of a platform. So that's been our way of actually getting people together in the same room, trying to do trainings together, trying to ask questions of each other and not just us, because at the end of the day, we are using their data to provide them with multi-criteria analysis that they are creating problem statements for. Our job is to just create that platform and just ensure that that platform actually works. So unless and until the users and providers themselves don't talk to each other, it might be very difficult for it to fly. I'll stop there.
Thank you so much, Isha. Chad, my question to you is that you are in the business of building critical digital public goods in-house for the United Nations. Post-development of the initial build, how do you scale the internal use of these tools to ensure their seamless use across departments and employees? What differentiates a DPG that survives and thrives within an institution from one that slowly gets phased out?
Okay, this one is a very interesting question. And I'll start by what Ramesh mentioned about that having at least the web. Ramesh, you very rightly pointed out, sometimes in search of the complete cycle or complete solution, we miss on even the starting point, and we just overthink. We never actually initiate it. Sometimes, even if you are not able to see that where the road is turning, it's better to walk. Because once you start walking, you realize that, okay, now you have reached certain places, and having a system in place is the least where you can start with, and then you can further grow, and challenges are there. Even whatever planning you do in developing any product ecosystem or anything, it fails at the end of it. While you are on it, you get new challenges and you figure out that you missed this, missed that, and these are not the standard things for what you have missed, because everything around it also is changing very fast. So when we are doing, actually, the only success factor we have is our core strength, which is manpower. To me, all the projects, be it technology based or non-technology, because UN, is in the development side of the world. We have SDGs, Harsha mentioned about 7, and I was just thinking that there are 17. So 16 also have, somewhere DPG underlined as a fabric or as a web, which supports across. So this is a cross-cutting aspect over there. So manpower is a very important part here, that the trainings mentioned, and having a sense of something where you would like to deliver something for community is definitely required. Being too much, money-centric or profit-centric will not help us here. In UN, it is easy for us because we are not centric on any of these aspects. For us, it is routine things. We do it, then the team, actually, if it's a good team, they take it out, they start demonstrating. Anybody, you present a product nicely and it has features and you tell them that you can do customizations, it sells, it thrives. So building and thriving internally is very easy compared to externally, because here everything is in kind of a limited frame where we know all the rules, policies, workflows, is everything given to us, and we don't have challenges beyond the world. So our governance internally applies, policies internally applies, and it's easy. Failing I have not seen actually. If it's led by a good team, all our internal products, because we start with a need. So we are not starting somewhere. AI, a lot of people have started, in past 3-4 years, I have seen that we are going to give this, we are going to give that. I have not seen even a single successful product, and I'm talking about internally. A lot of people are talking about, we have a lot of talks, we have governance committees within United Nations. We have even combined with open source initiatives world over, where we are trying to see. But I see it's a lot of, on a discussion level. And somewhere that whole data, I was just discussing last week with someone about using AI for that. And we were wondering, how do we get data? Because you need to train certain things to figure out. It's very easy to say for any client who's approaching us, they say, can you make it AI enabled? we have a case management system, and across the country, if we have 65 million cases going on, so that means it's huge data. But can you add it so that it can sort out this? It can just tell us on one click what belongs to what category and how it comes. All those things are fine, but this is something, if you want to be built, you need to go very clearly on this, start somewhere, and then have this ecosystem where you have people as contributors. And that's, my take always is that if you have right set of people contributing in any product, it really thrives. Otherwise, chances are very rare that it can thrive.
Thank you so much, Chad. I think we are all aligning on the fact that the goal is to start the journey, and then, of course, we'll build things as we go. Which brings me to the second set of questions that I have for the three of you is on what more we need going forward. And my first question here, Harsha, is to you. It's clear that DPGs thrive and contribute to sustainable development outcomes only when countries can adapt, maintain, and contribute to them. Given your experience with building a DPG that's actually used by governments, how do you work with them to strengthen their capacity to maintain and innovate with DPGs in the long term? Are there wider and generalizable lessons from your experience that remain relevant for the room?
Yeah, thanks for that question. And I suppose Chan also mentioned this, like you start with the need. If you are answering and addressing a particular need, which is a pain point, there will be more participation, and there's no denying that. The other aspects are also what you asked earlier, which is the incentives. Are the incentives aligned or not to be able to get everyone on the same page and actually work together to resolve a problem? And of course, public pressure helps a lot in that, in articulating those pain points and in articulating that, yes, this is a problem that needs to be solved and resolved as quickly as possible. I mean, there are lots of large programs that are designed just to answer some specific, pain points. The other aspect is creating learning opportunities. If one set of users or data providers can learn from another set of users and data providers, that creates also it creates comparison to some extent, which is not great, but it also creates opportunities of, all right, okay, if they could do it in that particular context, what can we learn from that for applying to our own context? And so the need there is to create more opportunities for learning, which is way more difficult than what we might imagine. This, for instance, this DPG dialogue is one such opportunity where people can come, learn about multiple things, and learn about showcases of actually platforms and DPGs. But I mean, now put yourselves in the shoes of a data provider who is, let's say, sitting in the Ministry of Statistics or a department that's responsible for collecting data across different other departments and then collating. And I mean, they need the opportunity to learn about new platforms in the easiest way possible. They need incentives like certifications, like actually having them participate in exchanges, and to be able to share what they bring to the table much more openly and much more easily, so that they can get the recognition that they deserve. I mean, data providers across all over the world, I think, are really, really, I would say, underappreciated. And so the more opportunities we can create for them to be identified and celebrated will then create ways for us to, have them participate more. Because as we've all identified, data is the actual main sort of challenge that exists here. And so there's this, for instance, in the energy space, there's an energy modeling platform, which happens in different geographical chapters, and then also as a global energy modeling platform. And so these, which usually attracts integrated energy planning modelers. And these could be sitting in different departments and different ministries in different countries. But the idea is that they all come together, they get a training on the different platforms that are available, they then share their own projects that they are working on, the problems that they are dealing with, and that learning sort of a platform then helps them create their own networks. And so if that we can drive that and provide more of those opportunities, that might also be useful for that. And so that means, I mean, that's a direct way of, something that's needed to be funded. It needs to be taken into account when you are actually planning out the strategy or sustainability strategy for any platform like this. Like I said, much more difficult to actually do in real life, but there are some of these practices that we can adopt to make it a lot more attractive.
Thank you so much. Ramesh, my next question to you.
in a way, right? But even if you look at some of the open source communities, the successful ones have a good community governance mechanism. Say whether it is defining the priorities or somebody there's a mechanism to verify it got done right, tested right in a way. So if you have to look at a model, that's one model, but that's still a single provider consumer model, right? There are a lot of people contributing to that system, but it's still one system at the end of the day, right? It's a self-governance in some form, right? Nobody else, you trust that open source project if the governance is good. It's just that, right? There's nothing else. If you look at third-party governance, we have to build that. I don't think it exists. If the different people building different things, how do you create, if you have to pick an open source project, who's going to verify that project? If you're going to pick from a set of projects, right? Who's going to certify? Is there one agency that can in some form or some community or a network that can certify all of it? We have to build it. I think we have to build that just like the contributors to one project self-certify that project, right? If it is done well, the reputation will build. And now similarly, we need to create in some form, a network of, like an open source community of contributors, can be open source community of providers, organizations. Can we form a community? It cannot be all, end all of everything, right? It can't. So maybe it comes under some specific, can we get a community of those building and consuming health solutions? Maybe, right? Public health solutions, not even just any health. Maybe. I think, again, it needs a strong organization to come and anchor this community. Right? If you want to create that community, it needs somebody to come bring them all together. And so, like for instance, what we are doing, Samagra and Tripathi with the C4GT community. So if that takes off, it would take off, assuming it takes off, because there's a strong anchor. That may be required. I think a community model, open source self-governance model, but now it is not about one project, it's a set of projects. When we were talking to Rizwan Koita, we have a center that builds health tech solutions in Tripathi. Recently we started about a year back. It's a translation lab to create solutions from research. And we're talking to Rizwan about, from Koita Foundation, phenomenally rich experiences. So he was talking about precisely this. He said, look, if you want to go build, there are enough people trying to build AI models across the world for health. We don't want to go build yet another cancer model or yet another, right, CVD model. So he was saying, can we build a mechanism where you take the best of models wherever they are, adapt it to India as the first part. Don't rebuild. Adapt, and second part is to certify. Can we create a mechanism where, as an academic institution probably, and an institution leading in AI research in the country, there's some standing. So if you start to do it, initially nobody may take us seriously. As we start doing it, as people start using it, it'll build. So he was saying, more than building new solutions, he said this is what is required. Adapt models wherever there are, verify for our data, get the data, verify it, and say that this is tested, right, it's available. And then in that process also certify that because we tested, we are saying it is good. You don't have to take it just like that. We have verified to whatever extent we certify. We have verified so you can use it. Or if you have issues, come to us, we'll help you. So now, if we were to do it, it will still be one entity doing it. Now, maybe a network of such entities are required. Can we get all the leading 10, 20 leading tech research institutions to come together? at a very high level, a single open source project model is a model we should replicate at all levels.
Thank you so much. Shahid, my final question in this section to you. So it's been observed across literature that regulations mandating procurement of open source software in governments, not necessarily DPGs, have created long-term benefits for countries, be it through reducing costs, increasing startups or innovations, and more contributions back to open source systems, something the UN itself has noted. Similar benefits are recorded in the case of DPGs. So in the latter's context, what would a DPG-friendly procurement policy look like? What issues should it aim to solve for, and what core principles should it keep in mind?
I think, whether it's DPG-centric, open source-centric, or whatever you want to name it, the most important is basically summing it up, which my co-panelists have mentioned here, that having that credibility part, and then there is having a union factor like maybe Code for GovTech, because unless you have a central, coordinating mechanism to empower, to collaborate, and then move on, nothing will work. So procurement is a very mechanical job. In many institutions, they have set late of steps, standard operating procedures, policies, or whatever around, and more or less, even if they differ from one place to another one, the basic psyche or the principles are same in the background, that value for money, lower costs, meeting the purpose, and sustainability. So the same principles, I think, apply in DPG as well. The great advantage here is, as Ramesh very rightly said, that if you focus on a product, it really helps. Having 1 million products listed somewhere is not something going to help. So having thematics, clearly classifying, the products, which category they fall into, and then having some best of the best over there listed, where a lot of different communities or collaborators are working together to enhance it. That's, I think, is the one success criteria, definitely. In terms of policies for procurement, it's easy and simple. Anything which will meet all the criterias will work. You can always put open source, because the cost-wise, it'll always, you cannot have any procurement policies where you can ignore the cost. You can give 30% for something else, but it's normally 50% or above is always the price also. So their open source definitely thrives compared to any. But still, a lot of basically not open source products, I can't name any, but they thrive because of their structures, their security aspects in data, because at the end of the day, if anything which is not really secured, it's kind of a challenge. And the security becomes a very prime thing when you are talking about any procurement related to a solution. And the larger reach or impact it has, security becomes even more critical. So if you are using a technology which is like kind of open source but vulnerable, a lot of patches comes every month, every weeks, not really liked. So certain aspects, when we do actually procurements, we do right. So I'm the flag bearer for all open source, but then we also, I realized, stick to only few open source technologies. There are many around, but then when we compare them within even the open source or DPG circle, we realize that this one is okay because this has been used, further nurtured, strengthened, and can be easily replicated. Because at the end of the day, we also need to deliver a solution. We are not into research of a solution. We need that solution, and our end user, they don't care whether we are using open source or closed source. So somewhere you need to create that awareness also. When you explain them that you can sustain it for longer term with minimal costs, yes, you have to invest in infrastructure for sure, because nothing runs without that. You need to invest in some security aspects. You need to even invest in people who will be managing, because this misconception of okay, now it's not there, but earlier it was there, that open source is free. Nothing comes free. When you pick up something, you need to spend something to make it valuable. So that's my take on this.
Thank you so much. This has been a very enlightening conversation. We've picked up a couple of points in terms of what needs to be done. We've spoken about data consumers and providers. You've spoken about governance mechanisms. But now my question to each one of you as we close this conversation and maybe open it for a round of questions is, if you had one call to action for all of us today, present here today at the DPG Dialogues on how to activate or contribute to this shared responsibility of building DPGs, what would it be? And maybe Chand, we can begin with
I'm
you.
holding the mic, so
Yes,
I can start
please.
with this one. You know, if you ask me something concrete, which I think I can also do it, is like dedicate some time. We all are busy in our own domains, own sphere, doing our own work every day. And it's kind of once you get into the grind, everything, the moment you walk out from here, you have other things catching up. So dedicating a time, thinking through that this is the future and collaborating, at my level now, after so many years in the industry, I feel that is required. So you call it, good work or this or that, but yes, a focus time to me is really required. How I'm going to be investing that time? Am I going to be joining with some NGO or some other group where I can dedicate those, let's say 10% of my work time is up to me, but I need to be consistent. And I think if the professionals, we have many across the world, start collaborating and contributing, we can guide a lot of, good sense among startups also, because startups are mushrooming like anything. And I see a lot of good energy across the globe when it comes to startup. But what I feel is that they are very far from the practical world. Thinking that I can spend whole night, 5 nights, 10 nights with my 7 friends, with little money, with this investment, that investment is very easy. But there is no guidance. And that is a mandatory thing. Any technology, even AI or anything you bring, nobody's telling you. Harsha mentioned about, whether which solution is India specific or can we just replicate it to Kenya or South Africa or anywhere else. We do it a lot of times. And we can, but then we realize that, okay, I know what exactly works there and here. I know the policies, the requirements, both sides. So when I do a comparatives, I see we have these 10 things out of 20 required. So if we do these 10, it will be required. So this human aspect is still not replicated into any technology which can tell you what is missing in a new geography or new context. And we do have a number of silos available. So being, somewhere at the level in the industry, I think we all should start contributing in something where we see that impact can be made.
So I would think creating a platform where everybody can come is probably a big ask, right? Now, who will create it? How? Those are big questions, right? It could be Samagra, C4GT, WRI, anybody, right? Or UN. Somebody well positioned with good networks should facilitate, right? I would say we should aim little small, pick one area, maybe climate change or health or education. Pick one area and can we create a network, right? And of people across, there are things happening in Bangalore which very hard to get into that group outside of Bangalore, right? Hyderabad, right, I would like to believe is more open, but we're not connected much, right? Somebody comes and asks us, we're happy to collaborate. C4GT came to us and we jumped at it, right? I mean, Samagra came and so, but I'm sure there's similar networks or more in Delhi, because a lot of the think tank policies, right? A lot of that happens here in Delhi, right? So I'm sure there are a lot of groups in Delhi. Somebody should take the lead, I would say, at least for one vertical and try and create some kind of a collective where we're aware of each other's work and then work towards doing things together. First thing is to be aware of each other's work, who's doing what, right? And then be able to leverage. I feel that collective has to happen, and we are trying to do whatever we can do from C4GT standpoint, but I think few more efforts. That collective, if it happens, that's a good starting point in my view.
Thanks. I mean, I don't have maybe not a call to action, but perhaps a word of advice is what Chand, you said. You don't have to start from scratch. And that's something that we should all, internalize. There is a variety of options available. We should actually try and figure out what the problem is and look at existing solutions, because they are there, and it's not that we need to reinvent the wheel every time that we're trying to solve a problem. And so the call to action is then trying to understand, okay, what is so unique about the context that I'm working in, and what is the exact problem statement that I'm trying to solve here. If we all collectively in all the sort of sectors that we are working in, if we can really identify and pinpoint, yes, this is the problem that we're trying to solve, a lot of our energies, collective energies that go into building so many platforms and solutions across startups as well as outside of startups will be a lot more useful. I mean, it may not be very, it's not very rewarding, I understand. People want to own things, people want to say, yes, I started this and all of that, but there is a lot of value in adding layers to the context, based on the context that you're in, rather than trying to write something from scratch. But that's where I'll stop.
Great. Thank you so much for sharing those insights. Do we have any time? No, great. I think there is no time for further questions. So thank you so much to my panelists for bearing with me for this post-lunch session. Hope this was as enriching a conversation for you as it was for me. I leave the stage learning a lot. So thank you so much. And over to you, Shelza. Yes.
Redo the honors for the picture. Please, please.
In the meanwhile, I would request like folks to maybe move that side because people will enter from here, so we need some space for people to sit. So if you can just maybe move one chair, that'll be great. Thank you so much. You can also move forward if anybody wants to sit in the front row. You'll get a front row seat to the next panel. Okay, thank you to all the panelists. So critical to have the right ecosystem in place to be really able to sustain the work that is happening on DPGs across the globe. So through the day, we have focused a lot on what it takes to build, adopt, and sustain DPGs. But driving value at population scale requires more than just good technology. It demands strong design choices, robust infrastructure, deep institutional alignment. So the next discussion unpacks the ingredients that enable tech-led initiatives to create meaningful, widespread impact. For that, I would like to invite our moderator, Manisha Yadav. Manisha is a senior manager at Samagra and leads large-scale governance reforms with the government of Odisha across agriculture, women's empowerment, and nutrition. Welcome, Manisha, and over to you to take the panel forward.
Thank you so much, Sheliza, and I hope everybody's had a good day enjoying the session so far. I'm actually thrilled particularly for this one because technology in isolation, we've been speaking since morning, does not really create the last mile value. And this is a topic that every panel almost touched upon, that how do we unlock value. And I have a great panel today to be unpacking this. So let me take a few minutes to introduce them. We have Mr. Vikram Pakaria, who is an officer from the 2010 batch of the Indian Revenue Service and is currently posted as the director in Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission and at the National Health Authority. He is responsible for accelerating the adoption of digital health in NHA and leading IT initiatives of PM Jan Arogya Yojana and ABDM. A very, very warm welcome. I'll request you to come on stage, please. Then we have Dr. Shruti Kohli. She is a highly influential leader in UK's data landscape. She is currently serving as the Deputy Director in Data Strategy Government Digital Services, the Department of Science, Innovation and Technology. And her work has been central to driving efforts in algorithm transparency and ensuring responsible data usage. A warm welcome, Shruti. And last but not the least, we have Varun Agarwal. He's the founder at the Change Engine, which is an accelerator helping build non-profit unicorns in India that impact 1 million lives. And Change Engine supports ambitious non-profits with startup-style execution and deep domain expertise. He's also the co-founder of Fast India, a non-profit dedicated to science and technology ecosystem. A warm welcome once again.
Yeah.
Great. This is a good omen. It has started with a technical glitch, so I would say that then the panel would go well. So we have a global perspective, we have a domain-specific perspective, and we also have a perspective of non-profits. So I'm really hoping right at the start, Dr. Rajesh Sharma mentioned that technology in isolation, unless it creates value for that frontline worker, that student, that citizen who is coming in the interface, it really means very little. And that's what we are going to unpack. So why don't I start with you, Dr. Shruti, where you set the context for the room in terms of how is government of UK looking at creating that digital services, and how are they going about creating that user centricity and taking the adoption lens right up front?
Yeah, sure, Manisha. So yeah, from DCID, that is the Department of Science, Innovation and Technology in UK. I'm from the Government Digital Services, which is like a digital center of the government, which major work is to set the vision and strategy of the government, set the standards, build the platforms, and all core focus is on user-centric design. Keeping this in, aligned to this, the GDS has come with the modern blueprint of the modern digital government in UK, which is all about how to make the government more proactive, transparent, so that we could really reach to the citizens, rather than citizens reaching us. That is the kind of the vision that has been set in this plan. And to actually execute this plan, there has been a kind of strategic roadmap that has been, I wouldn't say just planned and is there. It is an evolving roadmap, but that's where we in GTS are working on. And what all we want to include here is that it's all about how we could really robust our data, digital infrastructure, how we could really, we have touched on these topics in the morning, procurement, reusability, user-centric design. So how we could really work over this. So it is like a 6-form plan, first of all, which includes is how we can have a joined up public service, where we could really see that citizen doesn't need to tell the information again and again. How could we could really move to the level where it is tell once over there, and how we could really, and when we are talking about citizens, it could be any citizen who is in need or a small businessman who really needs some support. And then next major in the agenda is how we could really use AI to really support our public services. And for this, if you Google online, you will find we have got the opportunity plan, AI opportunity plan. If you go on gov.uk, you will find it. And again, it's all about, if this is our vision, how we are collectively working towards it. And that's something I'm happy to share as we flow in this panel.
Okay, great. So GDS, if I understand correctly, is the enabling department which is working with the other line domain-specific departments to be enabling all of these frameworks. And we have Vikramji here, who's working on the health stack. So EBDM, it's been about 4 years since it was launched, and it was launched with a lot of envisioned outcomes right in the start, whether it was longitudinal health journey for a citizen, telemedicine, or also to be ensuring seamless referrals for the patient journey. A lot of outcomes at that time we had discussed about and thought of. What I want maybe is also to put you on spot and check the progress of those outcomes. Where are we currently faring at that?
Yeah, thanks, Manisha. Good afternoon, everybody. The Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission was earlier known as the National Digital Health Mission. It was first of all tried in 6 union territories on a pilot basis in the year 2021. And then from September 2021, it was launched for national rollout across the country. So we are around 4 years into the mission. What was the envisaged objectives of the mission? The objective was that the health ecosystem should become digitized and it should become interoperable. And this interoperability was thought to be provided for health information, for health services, and for healthcare claims. So the three, since it's a DPG dialogue, so the 3 DPG that were envisaged to be made and have been made now are the Health Information Exchange and Consent Manager, which we call as the HIECM for interoperability of health information, the National Health Claims Exchange for interoperability of healthcare claims, and the Unified Health Interface on the lines of the Unified Payment Interface, which is for providing interoperability in healthcare services. Just to explain it with an example, suppose I go to Apollo Chennai and after 1 month I go to Apollo Delhi. But if I give my mobile number or I give my UHID, then since both of the hospitals are Apollo, they will immediately recognize me that yes, I had gone to Chennai, and whatever my reports, whatever lab reports, whatever diagnostic reports, whatever prescriptions, discharge summaries, everything the Apollo Delhi would be able to get it because I am on the same network. But if I go to Apollo Chennai and after say 1 month I get admitted to AIIMS Delhi, and AIIMS Delhi wants to see all my health records. So if the doctor says, can I see your previous records, and with my consent I can modulate, yes you can see, but you can see only my dental records or records only diagnostic reports, or from this time to this time, that freedom that user has. So that interoperability in healthcare information was envisaged from the mission. Second was that healthcare claims, insurance claims. So a lot of times we all have been to hospitals and we have seen what is called as the TPA desk. So there is a big TPA desk and the doctor comes in the morning, says, hey, you can be discharged. But the paperwork takes so long that the actual discharge happens in the evening. So how to streamline that process, how to make that automated, how to like from something what is called as the HMIS, the Health Management Information System, a hospital can raise a claim directly to the insurance company. That is what was envisaged in NHCX. And the third was UHI. For example, if I have an app where I want to book, say, a teleconsultation or a physical consultation, then the doctor also has to be on the app. For example, if I am using Practo, then the doctor also has to be registered on Practo, and I have to have Practo to utilize that service. But that doctor would have to be there also on MFine, on MediBuddy, on various other platforms. So can we get rid of this platform business? Suppose there is a doctor which says they want to provide services, irrespective of whichever platform you are using, consumer is able to select that doctor and can take services from them. That was what was envisaged from UHI. Where we are now after 4 years, so like UPI, which has become ubiquitous, that was the intention that the EBDMs, DPGs also become ubiquitous, and they are used all throughout the ecosystem by all the players. But unfortunately, like the fintech sector, the health tech sector is not digitized so much. When UPI came in 2016, it really it really took off. And then during the COVID time, the entire fintech sector was digitized, all the internet banking were there. But if you go to government hospitals, they don't have internet, they don't have hardware, and they are overwhelmed by the patient load that they have. And for the private sector, there also they are the level of maturity in terms of IT is very less. So in spite of that, what has been achieved till now is that for the technical layers, the roads have been built. What is required is the usage. What is required for any technology to take off or for any DPG to take off is that people should start using it. So the adoption part is really something which has not happened, to be very honest. And this is where we are focusing since the last couple of years. After we devoted the first couple of years in making the technology, what we are trying to devote is how do we get more adoption. Yeah.
Got it. So the digital rails have been set and we are doing good there, and by people using it, it's also the providers, the insurers, and the ecosystem also, and not just the end citizen. You've touched upon a very important bit, which is on the change management, and I'm going to come back to that later. But Varun, starting thoughts from you. You've built technology yourself, and now you're creating this fascinating concept of non-profit unicorns, and you're working with non-profits and scaling them up. Does value look any different from the lens of a non-profit as it does to a private entity or, let's say, a government institution?
So no, thanks for having me, and thanks for the question. So I don't think the value looks different, and on just building on what Sir was saying. I think the key question, and because the topic of the panel is that how do you get population size impact, is right. That I think one thing to understand is that technology generally does behavior amplification. It doesn't change behavior, right? So why does a Zomato or Swiggy work so well is that we want to consume. So technology helps us consume more, and it becomes easy, and we start kind of consuming more. Whereas if you make a donation platform, or as Sir was saying, a platform for easing and interoperability in healthcare systems, it is not that automatically people will adopt it, because there's a behavioral change which is needed for that technology to be used, right? So there are very few cases where when technology works better is where there's some friction. You already want to do it, but there's some friction and you remove that friction, right? And that's why UPI worked so beautifully, right? Like we all want to do transactions all the time. And what it did is that made it very, very easy for people to do those transactions. So I think when we think about scale, the first thing is to understand that how will adoption happen, and technology is one part of it. But you have to really go and see that how, like in the example of donation, it would be that what kind of campaigns do you design for people to donate? How do you make sure they donate again and again, and so on. So a lot of thinking goes around the wrapper of technology to get it to scale, right? And in the same context, one more, myth I just want to break is that whenever we're thinking about technology, one of the things which is very common and in DPGs and so on is portal bana do. Is cheez ka portal bana do, right? And portals are very easy to make, very hard to get adopted. Again, due to the same point that if the transaction is a low friction transaction, which people want to do, they will use the portal. But if it is a high friction transaction, portal is just solving this small discovery problem, right? The transaction still remains very, very hard, right? So I think that's the first point I want to make, is that think about what solution are you building and who will adopt it and why will they adopt it. To your question, I think, so generally it is tech plus plus, and you have to see how it will get adopted. So government is one of the greatest channels to get it adopted, because government has scale and government can mandate. Their easiest way of behavioral changes ki ye karna hai, right? So sab karenge kind of thing. But of course the government should do it when it leads to a social good, and that's what government mostly does. So the one pathway which we see for scaling solutions is, and technological or otherwise, is government. The other one is communities, use of communities. And if I see your board here, I see two examples. Hak Darshak is there and Indus Action is there, where again they have got the technology to be used by community workers and volunteers to get benefit. Now, as soon as these volunteers or community workers got access to the technology, their work became more efficient. So that's why they adopted it. Of course, there's some step function change they need and some training they need, but once they start using it, they kind of get it, right? So that is the second potential lever of scaling a technology is to, there are like all these self-help groups, all different kinds of communities. There are Anganwadi workers, which I'd like to work, discuss an example later on, which can help you take technologies to the last mile. And the third one is the general for-profit model, right? Where we kind of are able to sell the technology, but for a social good, right? Like one good example is Dhwani, which gives technology solutions to non-profits. So I think these two, from our point of view, if you want to build a non-profit unicorn, you have to find one of these methods, be it the government, be it communities, or be it a for-profit model to scale your technology. There's a fourth model, which is just put the public good out and it will start getting used. That's the hardest. It's almost like a black swan event that happens. Like there are examples like Wikipedia. Of course, a lot of effort went there too. But that's the hardest. So I would just say that think about what will be your lever of getting the technology adopted and for what purpose. Because technology doesn't get adopted automatically. You have to do a layer on top of it, which creates that behavior for it to get adopted.
Got it. No, thanks for sharing that perspective. So these are different channels that you're almost looking at for adoption, but the precursor is you have to identify a low friction use case. And one thing that I've always heard about UK's digital systems is that they're very, very user-centric. In fact, any of the ones that even I've tried to use without the IDs, their user journeys and workflows are very seamless. So gov.uk is one of the platforms which aggregates 200 plus services which are being provided by the government of UK in a single platform. Similarly, the NHS app there has over 25 million users in itself. So it will be very interesting to know from you, Dr. Shruti, that if you could just describe that one user journey for us and how did we go about it from UK's vantage point.
Yeah, sure, Manisha. So just picking up on what Manisha said and reiterating on what like GDS is working on is what could be our multi-channel approach to reach to the citizens, to the business in limited time, and how we could really have like a single source of truth. An example is gov.uk over there, which is not just a website. We could really say that it is seen as a national infrastructure where once you are there, you could really connect to different services. And what is the priority for the government over there is that, how through gov.uk, we could really deliver those strategic priorities, priority services like pension credit, and how we could really inform the users of the new services, new government bodies, for example, Great Britain Energy that they launched recently, so that there could be a single source of truth. And there is a lot of investment over there in terms of adoption that, that the panelists were discussing, where actually they make sure that it get ingested into the Google search engines and then in ChatGPT and over there, and then how we could really have those educational videos on YouTube so that the reach could be increased, especially for the socio-economical citizens who actually really need that particular timely help. And that's a kind of the user-centric focus, at the same time making sure the technical safeguards and technical designs are perfect, and how we could really make sure the accessibility is right. There is a lot of user testing happens, and for each and every feature, and there is like a very focused group testing even for citizens who have high accessible needs, how we can have smart readers over there, so that if there is any visibility impairment. So keeping all these in mind, gov.uk is being reiterated and supported, and it's a 24-hour support over there, and there is a there is a regular quarterly qualitative survey satisfaction were done, where users have really shown 86% satisfaction, that really in terms of experience, and there has been a high percentage that they get the information they need, they are able to get to the service they need. So that's like a reiterative approach that is really helping. And now if you see, this is one of the product in the GDS suite, and there are other products like your chat box, and then we have got One Login, which is another very successful service, and it's like re-implementing this model over there.
Got it. So deep user research, hand-holding the user through the journey, and then making it also inclusive to all sects of citizen. Great. Yeah. Vikramji, I want to come back to the point that you were mentioning about that we've seen traction, but we've not seen fully adoption. And more so we can learn from the failures. So my question to you is that which probably was that one use case we felt initially that it's really going to take off, but it didn't fare as well as we expected. And what is the course correction that now government is steering towards?
Yeah. I would not say that it didn't take a traction, but like first of all, I would want to say that like the solving the friction part of it is what we are trying to do by developing use cases. What are DPGs for? DPGs are for some meaning, right? There should be some value of it. So this value is being provided through use cases. So first use case that NHA launched was scan and share, which Dr. R.S. Sharma would have talked about in the morning, and we launched it in 2022, 5th October 2022. But after scan and share was launched, NHA unfortunately could not launch any use case which was of that utility like scan and share. So but internally, if I would tell you that there were a lot of thinking, and still there is a separate division in NHA which is called as the use case development division, wherein we have developed on the lines of scan and share, scan and pay use case. Then we have something like when I had mentioned to you in my first part that when I go to EAMS, the doctor asks, can I see your previous records? But then when we go to these juice walas and our grocery stores, they don't ask us to pay, right? We go over there and we pay. So similarly, what we have tried to, what we are developing is that I go to a doctor and I scan the QR code which is placed on the doctor's desk, and after I scan over there, then I can share my previous records and my history with the doctor digitally, because for migrants it is very difficult to keep track of their records, and even for the rich, they are traveling. Suppose today I am in Delhi, but I go to Hyderabad for some official work, and like most of us are traveling, we might encounter a situation where we need to meet a doctor, and then I'll have to share my records with the doctor. So then there was a use case which we have developed on. I would not say that it did not take traction, but it is something which I think required more interaction and more awareness with the doctor community. So what we had done is that if you work in workspaces, or we have all been to colleges, then if your attendance is not full, what would you do is you take a medical certificate and say that, hey, I was unwell, so please grant me the exemption. But when you are on this side, then I would have to see whether this medical certificate is actually valid or not. I can maybe go to any doctor and say that, give him some rupees and Dr. ABC Shah, and I can get that certificate. So like COVID certificates, what we try to do is, can we use the DPGs that we have developed, there is something which is called as the HPR, the Healthcare Professional Registry, wherein any doctor who is there, it is on the registry only after he or she is verified. So when I have to issue a medical certificate, then the doctor goes to a website and create medical certificate. She logs in using her HPR, and then she goes on create medical certificate. And when she creates that medical certificate, that is QR coded. So, and if that is submitted to me, then I can check whether it is valid or not. So this is what we had built. It unfortunately still requires a lot of refinements and lot of improvements. We are in touch with some of the hospitals like PGI Chandigarh. There was a case in the court wherein the doctor issued a medical certificate, and it was found that the day on which the medical certificate was issued, the doctor was not there on duty, because it might have been issued genuinely also. So PGI Chandigarh approached us, can you help us in doing something like that? So we had developed this first iteration. I think it would have to go to some more iterations, and we'll have to rather create a different, a separate portal. Maybe we'll have to integrate it through APIs with the HMIS that that the hospitals are using. So these are some of the challenges that we are facing, and development of use case is what would take this digital mission forward. And what we have also done is we have been going and participating in conclaves like that. We also go and talk a lot with state governments, with different hospitals, with doctors, with patients. I mean, what are the friction points that are there, and how we can possibly solve that? And just for that example, the scan and share. At 4 o'clock in the morning, if you pass by AIIMS Delhi, you would still see. And it was like 5 years back when Dr. R.S. Sharma, he was absolutely frustrated by seeing patients in the heart of January and December. They would be standing in AIIMS Delhi from 4 in the morning just to get an OPD registration. So to solve that friction point, he designed the scan and share system. And of course, in healthcare, there are, I mean, millions and billions of friction points. We all have accessed healthcare in our country. And if we can solve some bit of it using the DPGs that have been developed, and if we can develop some more DPGs, I think that is what is our focus in the next year.
Right.
Yeah.
So one is friction points. You have to minimize that. But what I heard from all of the use cases that you were mentioning, they're also very high frequency uses. They're not very sophisticated use cases, which a niche population, but almost that changes the day-to-day very high frequency ones. So any high frequency ones that we've now picked up for the next phase?
What we are trying to do is like working on appointments. Like suppose when we did COVID, when we booked COVID vaccination slots, I can from cowin.gov.in log in through my mobile, and I can book. I had the ability to book a vaccination slot in a hospital of my which is nearby me, and I can book a slot. Similar to that, can I book a slot in a government or a private hospital? So we are trying to work on that as to can we solve its mystery. And also, like one more thing that we are trying to work on is like this bed availability. See, today even if I have to go to even if I have all the resources, I want to go to a medical hospital and want to get a appendix operation done. Should I go to Apollo? Should I go to Max? Should I go to Fortis? Should I go to Gangaram? I would have to go there. Can I book an appointment? Can I book it from sitting from my home? Trying to solve that also.
Very interesting. Let me come to you, Varun. So, when we speak about NGOs, or when anybody thinks about NGOs, it's more about deep grassroots level, maybe operating at a district level or a certain domain. But when we talk about large scale adoption of their tech in non-profits, can you share one example which has been successful? Any non-profit which has been able to scale with the right playbooks, with maybe the right policy levers and the channels that you spoke about successfully?
Sure. I can talk about couple. So one, of course, which is often talked about is rocket learning, right? And we know that there's a massive problem of early childhood education in the country, where we know today that data says that what kind of education level you can achieve is determined by your exposure to education in the first 5 years of your life, when there's lack of formal schooling, right? So there was this economist article which talked about 1,000-word exposure. Do you know 1,000 words by the time you're 5 years old? And that's a make or break on your final cognitive development. So more and more we know that this is a big problem and kind of increases the gap between the underserved community and those privileged. So Rocket Learning, a non-profit, came up with an interesting solution where they put three things together, which is technology, government, and communities, right? And they kind of created a bot which would give early childhood lessons, which an instructor can pass on to children, right? And they went and took it to the government and activated it through Anganwadi workers, right? So there are all these Anganwadi workers who are already there, who have, who don't do, who are not paid very highly and don't do much, but it's almost like a daycare for underprivileged children. But now these Anganwadi workers were getting on the WhatsApp medium suggestions and lessons for the day, which were very short lessons. And they were the ones who were transmitting to people. So suddenly you have this huge distribution which is available to you. Again, you have to see that whether they would do it or not, right? And there could be various ways of gamification and measurements to do it. So I think it's a good example. They've scaled very, very well, very, very fast. Of course, you have to bring better measurement around this, but it's a very interesting example, right? Because it's bringing the government together, communities together, and technology, these three things, to scale an early childhood problem, which at the face of it is very, very difficult, right? Before I told you this, you would think that, oh, these are like first generation learners and their parents are out working. How would you solve this problem? So this is one example. Another one which is very different is one of the non-profits which we worked at, Change Engine. It's a for-profit plus non-profit structure. It's called Scholarlyfy. And there the thing is that a lot of companies, individuals, CSRs give scholarships to kids for completing higher education. And the idea was very simple, that can you get a technology platform to do that, right? So they both have a problem of how to distribute. Let's say there's a new scholarship which is for girls and their college education in technology, and you were wanting to give them some money to buy a laptop or pay their fee. How do you get to the right candidate? And then how do you, as Sir was talking about, how do you do various levels of verification? That this is a genuine candidate, their Aadhaar, their 10th, 12th, their 10th, 12th mark sheets, so on and so forth, right? So they built a digital platform to distribute the scholarships and then do various level of verification starting from Aadhaar, so that when it comes to the donor, they can see every application on two axes. One is merit and one is need, right? And then determine on these two axes who to give the scholarship to. And again, this brings two very important things, right? Because you're talking about grassroots nonprofits, and this kind of answers that question too, that they are using technology, but that the applications then go to all the grassroots nonprofits, because those are the ones who have the best access to the underserved community, right? So in our theory of change, we see that nonprofits have to work at two levels. There are these systemic nonprofits, which we call nonprofit unicorns, which will do these catalytic kind of endeavors through technology, through government policy, and otherwise. But you need the grassroots nonprofits to be able to work the last mile. So it's a symphony of these grassroots nonprofits and these nonprofit unicorns, which can lead to change, right? So this is the view. I just wanted to, sir, two thoughts on what you said, and I'm sure you have thought about this better than me. But one, it's interesting that at least in AIMS, if when you go to the doctor, they do the tests again, because for right reasons, probably they don't trust the tests which come to them, right? So probably that's why they don't see that value of being able to get the test data. But another very interesting problem which we have been interested in for some time is this problem of triaging. So when a person gets unwell, AIMS has a person who has a cough problem to cancer. Everyone goes to the same doctor, and that's why the volumes kind of swell, quite high, right? And I think today if you have these DPGs which have tests, and with AI being able to do basic triaging, I think that could be, when you were talking about bed allocation and appointment allocation, I think if that can be linked with better first level of triaging, that could be a huge unlock, right? Because I have met people when I go to Banaras who are like going from one hospital to the other for days, and they have not even figured out कि problem क्या है, दिखाना किसको है, right? So they have not got to the next level. So I just thought I'll mention one of those use cases.
No, thanks for that, Varun. Also, you almost mentioned about that cascaded approach that you're taking, which is very interesting, that there are these non-profits which are developing tech, they're almost at a mentor or a high level, and then they are cascading it through the other non-profit grassroots organizations. An example that you shared was also of the chatbot, right? And we are seeing a lot of chatbots being made. We're also seeing that this is one of maybe the biggest AI use cases that has picked, which is chatbots. But AI is going to pick up in a much, much bigger way. And for that, the government will have to play a role in creating that safety layer, the transparency layer, and that inclusive layer, so that at the last mile, the citizens' trust is not broken. And I believe, Dr. Shruti, you're working towards that. How is the government enabling it? If you could share some thoughts.
Yeah, sure. So before I just touch on AI, but just really want to echo mandating API. That's something, anything you can build on AI, but the data foundations need to be right. And that's something we are really assertive, like, in GDS, that how we could really mandate APIs for the different departments, how they could really enhance interoperability and foundational data assets. So there is a lot going on in that particular space to enable AI. And definitely once AI is enabled, trust is something very high in agenda, and there are a couple of programs working in that space. I would really say that, as it's a user-centric design focus, again, it is trust by design, how we could really develop these services by enabling, even from the data sharing perspective, there is a trust by design over there, and how we could really complement AI or any other technology over there, and and how we could scale. So that's the core. And I would really like to talk about one of our flagship product, which is on algorithmic transparency record standards, which is like a mandate for the different departments and ALBs, anyone who is working towards where they're providing services to the citizens in some way. And it's not just AI, any kind of system that is being used over there. So they have to really make it transparent that how this algorithm is working. So as of now, if you go online, you will see on gov.uk 100 plus ATRS records have been published, where you can go over there. It will really give a good detailed description how the data is flowing over there. That really helps if any citizen is interested, can go over there to understand. And similarly, there is we had been talking about entrepreneur efforts and a lot of prototyping, piloting, scaling. That's a similar approach, and there is a i.ai, a proper incubator there, which is actually working in this particular space. And then there is a AI knowledge hub online, again, where these prototypes and how we could really collect that particular use cases, success story, failure stories all together and put it there, that really could so that it is more transparent over there. Another product that my teams are working on is the data and AI ethics framework. So if you go online on gov.uk, there is a data ethics framework, and now it is being revamped in the current circumstances, because AI is everywhere, and it's not being again developed in silos. It is more cross-government, cross-departments, other organizations, universities, academia, private, how actually, what is needed in that particular framework. And in the day earlier today also, we touched how we could really make these policies right that could enable. So that is really another key initiative in this area. And then we are setting up a responsible AI advisory panel, which is more for the ministers, and which will really work in the space of discussing the different use cases of AI. And again, this panel is not just government. It is a panel which has been open, and even could apply, and there had been a proper swifting and all. So that's the particular way over there. There is an AI playbook online on gov.uk, and again, it is all about how actually to, from start, how to get AI adopted. So I can go on and on, but there is a long list of different initiatives which are in trail, which are working.
No, you've left at an interesting point. Let me pose the last question to both Varun and Vikramji. The role of the ecosystem is extremely high, especially in the health stack also, where we want the public ecosystem to come and start building these services and use cases for the citizens, and likewise here also, right, for the nonprofits. So what's next? How do you scale the nonprofits? How do you take the scale even further? And there, what is one message that you want to leave for the ecosystem? What is the role that they can play?
I mean, what is the role that the ecosystem plays? Yeah. So health ecosystem is strange because there is power asymmetry. The maximum power that is there, it is with the doctor, it is with the hospital. See, if my doctor does not want to go digital, but I have to get treatment, right? Whatever my doctor says, I'll have to do. So the decision maker in this entire ecosystem, however we may think of like making it citizen centric and developing awareness among the citizens, one thing which we have realized is what is important is capacity building and training and awareness of healthcare providers. If that is achieved, maybe then they can like educate the citizens, as well as they can take those decisions, do that change management thing. And second thing that I wanted to say is that we have still kept it voluntary. It would have been very easy for the government to say that from tomorrow all the lab reports have to become digital, all the prescriptions have to become digital, all the discharges have to become digital. But then the costs of healthcare would increase. The private sector would have to do a lot of things to comply to that. Rather than that, what we have done is taking on lines what the US had done. We don't have so much money, but we have some money. So we have what we have done is we have set up something which is called as the Digital Health Incentive Scheme, wherein we are trying to promote hospitals and clinics and doctors to create digital record, and for every record that they create, we give them 20 rupees, and for the software that they use, we give them 5 rupees. So the software can make very user friendly interfaces like that of the UK, and the doctor can, for the effort that she invests in creating that digital record, she would have to buy a laptop, maybe an internet connection, get a software, we would reimburse it.
Great, thanks for sharing. Varun?
Yeah, no, I'll just keep it brief so that maybe we have time for a question or two. But I think 2 comments mainly. I think we are still, as far as the role of technology in better governance and taking services to the citizens is concerned, we are still scraping the surface. So there's so much which can be done, and I think India is almost a global trendsetter because we have 1 billion people. Nothing scales without technology, right? Other countries are able to scale even without technology, but the opportunity is still huge and untapped. Two, I don't think we have enough tech talent coming into solving these problems, right? They're all gravitating towards startups or foreign jobs or whatever, right? So more and more, I think what we need is, and I think this is a fabulous initiative in that direction, that to students who are in college and technology, we show them the level of opportunity of making a change is there. And as, I mean, one thing which we constantly say, and in the data which we see says, is that it's much easier to work with the government than the general person on the street believes, right? The government is ready to work with non-profits, and there's some hard data also we have around that. So I think that message has to be taken. And the last point I like to make is that when technology is being built, people need to have deep problem understanding. So one of the challenges we see is that they build some technology, but they have not really thought through, right? And in case of DPGs, I think a good, model, a very old model is the Linux model, right? Where you put something out as a public good, but then you are also selling services on top of it, or getting it adopted. And probably the second is a good validation of the first, that someone has any value to it, right? Otherwise you can keep putting kind of DPGs out. So I think really solving the problem with technology is where the gap occurs.
Great, thanks for sharing. I don't think that we'll be able to take questions from the audience, Shailaja. Maybe one question? Anybody from the audience? Yes, please go ahead. Can we pass the mic there, please? Please go ahead while the mic reaches you.
Hi, thanks everyone. Really interesting listening to all of the examples you shared. And thanks Varun for the shout out to Rocket Learning. I think what I want to probably understand from all of you is that, is to talk about the collaboration mechanisms with the government, right? Like I feel, like you said, Varun, that we're working with Anganwadi workers within the government system, right? And we're not looking at them as a means to an end, but actually looking at them as the key stakeholder, and working with them on capacity building and enhancing, their existing work, right? Like that's where we're bringing in the aspect of technology to sort of, make things simpler, more effective, more efficient, more impact focused, right? Now we would think that this is something that the government would be interested in, right? But the equation becomes different. The equation becomes that we have a solution and we're going and pitching, right? So I just want to understand, beyond like RFPs and like GEM portal and all of that, how do we really create this demand from the government side? Why isn't the government putting out a word saying that we're looking for innovators, solution providers to help us make our system better? So maybe you could also share some reflections on that. How do we flip the equation, I think, is the question.
Thank you.
Yeah. I can give my my example, how it happens in India, and maybe you can say how it happens in UK. See, for government also, the vision that is there, the problems that they want to solve, the Women and Child Ministry, they want to solve the problems of women and child. The Health Ministry wants to solve the problem of health in India. The problems are, there are so many problems, and it is very difficult to solve these problems maybe. And what happens is that for government, there are like, if you and I want to be humble and but say this, like when I come to my office, then there are so many emails, we want to present our idea, we want to present our idea, we want to present our idea. So to say listen to them and understand what they are trying to do, and to figure out that these are 5 things that we are focusing on, whether these 5 things that they are proposing, are they matching with what we are trying to do? And suppose if that is also they are trying to do, and I'll again be very frank with you, like when you go to public offices for government, the thing that we cannot do is we cannot pay you. We cannot say, for example, this is my product. If you use it in so many schools, if you use it in so many hospitals, it is useful, but it would require a cost of this much. For any payment that I have to make, I'll have to do an RFP. For making an RFP, it is a 3-month process. I would never do that because I don't have the bandwidth and nobody in the government has the bandwidth to do it. But if you have your funding sorted out and you go to the government, see, I have a problem and this is what I have a solution in mind. I want to do a pilot and I will do it at free of cost. Then everybody would come to you and solve that. But you have to figure out your funding. You don't expect government to figure out funding for you. If you want to do that, then your product should be like A++, and then you would have to give some time for the government to make an RFP.
No, first.
I would just echo what he said. And I would say that in UK, what I have found is that I was like in Department of Work and Pension, we had did a innovation lab where we really internally gathered what are the problems, and similar is the similar thing I have found in other departments also. So again, it is like from outwards, the problem may be different, but from inwards, what is your priority? What are the problems that are really are to be solved now? And also sometimes the tools don't work in silos. So, your tool may be good fit enough to solve one problem, but there are hundreds. So how could you really scale, how you really could align the tech stack and the data flow and the user-centric? So it has to be more. So now it's more retrospectively, there is a lot of things that need to be corrected, changed, but at the same time, going forward with AI, new services have to be built. So the focus of the government is in both ways. But now it's so it's more how you are working on it. And again, I would echo how you pitch your, everyone goes to these conferences and panels. There are pitch days, there are supplier engagement days. And it's how you really show that how your product is different. And many times, if it is not working in the government, but if it is working in other organizations, for example, we really want to understand how banks are using this, because there is so much sensitive data in the government, and banks have that data. So, if your product is really working there, then it could really outshine. So that could be the ways.
Yeah, thanks for sharing, Varun.
Yeah, quickly, one thing, I'll just tell the story in jest, but in the US, when we looked at it, there was a company non-profit called Code for America, which came up and said, look, we'll help governments in solving their pain points and we'll give them these many tech resources. But they told the states to actually bid. And they said that we'll give it to the state, which shows that they'll, within USA, which state will give our team the best environment and the problems, and the states actually bid, right? And they gave it to the best state. So I don't think that can happen in India, but that's really flipping what you're saying. But I think I'll just echo what others said, in the sense that given this convening and many others, there are a lot of challenges which the government now puts out, right? And there are all these hackathons and so on and so forth. So we see that kind of intent from the government for solutions. Prototypes get built. I think what Sir said, I'll say it in a different way. My view is that procurement is broken in the government for tech tools. That is the larger problem. So from prototypes to production systems is where the kind of value chain breaks. And Sir told you the solution, that find CSR donors who are don't make the government pay, because as soon as they have to pay, they have to go into these procurement rules, which is a huge problem in themselves. But there's enough CSR donors and others who can fund it, and then it becomes kind of easier to work with them. So, we can take that offline.
Yeah, we can take that offline. But this has been an incredibly rich discussion. A lot of wisdom was shared on how to create population scale, identify the right friction points, and then also the high frequency use cases. Make the solution extremely simple. And if you have to take it at the large scale, you have to also assist and do it in a hybrid mode. A huge round of applause for the panel, please. And thank you so much for the audience also for engaging it. We have a small token of appreciation for everybody.
Thank you so much. Thank you to all the panelists. Thank you, Manisha, for moderating it so beautifully. Okay, so we are coming to our almost ending segment. So I would just request you all to bear with me. I know it's like post-lunch, post-tea time. Everybody's a little sleepy. It's been a long day. But just give us another 1.5 hours and we'll be done. So every year as part of Code for GovTech, we release knowledge assets, consolidating our experiences and learnings from the entire year to share it with the larger ecosystem for the entire larger ecosystem's benefit. So this year we have 2 such knowledge assets that we would like to release and unveil in your presence. To do the honors, we would like to invite Rahul Kulkarni to the stage. For those who missed his panel in the morning, I would like to reintroduce him. Rahul is the chief technologist at Samagra, where he drives large-scale digital transformation across state governments. He's also co-founder of DNU, a social enterprise advancing the pedagogy and practice of mentorship, and previously served as Google's first product manager in India. I would also like to invite Dr. Sandeep Shukla to the stage. Dr. Shukla is the director at IIIT Hyderabad. Before joining IIIT Hyderabad, he was the Rajiv and Ritu Batra Chair Professor of Cybersecurity at IIT Kanpur. He also served as the head of the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at IIT Kanpur, and was a founder and joint coordinator of the National Interdisciplinary Center for Cybersecurity and Cyber Defense of Critical Infrastructures. Professor Shukla also advises several key national bodies on cybersecurity and technology policy, including committees for the RBI, SEBI, and the Ministry of Power, demonstrating his role in shaping national-level security frameworks for critical financial and utility sectors that are increasingly digitized. For this, I had to refer my notes. It's a long, long introduction. Dr. Sandeep, welcome. We are really honored to have you here. So the first asset that we would like to release is the DPG State of the Community Report, aka DPG Score. Okay. Yeah, no, I'll just set some context and I'll then ask you to release it. So the DPG score seeks to provide a holistic overview of the current state of community building efforts across DPGs, offering insights into both organizations and developer perspectives. This is the second edition of the report, and this year we have co-authored the report with the Digital Public Goods Alliance, which is a global multi-stakeholder initiative that accelerates the attainment of sustainable development goals by facilitating the discovery, development, use of, and investment in digital public goods. The DPGA team couldn't join us here in person, but we have a video message from Liv Nate Nodog, who is the Chief Executive Officer at the DPGA Secretariat. So let's hear it from her. I would request the team to play the video.
Dear all, my name is Liv Nordhaug and I lead the Digital Public Goods Alliance Secretariat. It's a great honor for me to join you virtually for the DPG Dialogues 2025, and I wish I could have attended in person. I want to start with some quick context. Digital Public Goods, or DPGs, are open source software, data sets, content collections, and AI systems that are relevant to one or more of the Sustainable Development Goals and have been designed to minimize the risk of doing harm. The DPGA Secretariat that I lead conducts core functionalities on behalf of the broader digital public goods community. This includes maintaining the DPG standard and a registry of digital public goods that have been assessed to meet this standard. As I'm sure you are well aware of, the opportunity to freely reuse and adapt digital public goods also means that it is hard to develop sustainability models for these solutions. There is what we call a free rider problem, where those that benefit from using the digital public good do not necessarily contribute back to sustaining it. Therefore, enabling more contributions to the development and long-term maintenance of DPGs is a top priority for us at the DPGA Secretariat, and we see ourselves as closely aligned with Code for GovTech's mission in this regard. This is also why we chose to partner with C4GT for this year's edition of the DPG State of the Community Report, SCORE for short, and because in order to mobilize more and better contributions to DPG development and maintenance, we also need to understand how this can create value for contributors. We need to understand the constraints and challenges that contributors face in order to try to reduce them. And this year's SCORE report is a great help for understanding these challenges. Impressive work has gone into the report in terms of interviews and surveys, and the results are a great help for informing our thinking. We see that there are some challenges that we can more directly help address from the DPGA Secretariat end, such as increasing awareness of the need for contributions and making it easier to discover projects that are actively looking for contributions. Then there are challenges where we can mobilize the DPGA membership and broader community to support, such as mentorship and financial incentives. But the most frequently mentioned challenge, mentioned both by those already contributing to DPGs and those not yet doing so, is a complex one that I hope can be substantially discussed at these 2025 DPG dialogues. It's lack of time. It's clearly linked to other challenges such as financial incentives and mentorship, but there can also be other dimensions to it, such as making it more relevant to commercial opportunities to contribute or giving contributions more visibility. At our recent annual members meeting in Brasilia, where several DPG product owners participated, one of the topics we discussed was, for instance, vendor training and certification programs, and approaches for giving more consistent recognition to vendors that have demonstrated that they have the skills required to implement the DPG. I now hope that you can set aside some time during the upcoming DPG dialogues for discussing this topic and other ways that we can increase your return of time invested in developing and maintaining DPGs. And again, thank you, Code for GovTech, for the great partnership on the 2025 DPG State of the Community Report.
Thank you, Liv, for the message. And now I would request Rahul and Dr. Sandeep to do the honors and unveil the report. Thank you. So a quick glimpse into what we have in the report. Of course, we can't deep dive into all these insights. But this year, we interviewed 31 DPG builder organizations, spoke to 362 developers in the larger tech ecosystem. These DPGs are across 10 countries and 13 domains, so the scale was really huge this year for us. And across, when we spoke to all of these stakeholders, there are 20 broad insights that came out, and I'll deep dive into one of those insights. And there are 8 case studies as well that we have documented this year of best practices, of things that different DPG product owners are doing that might be interesting for some of you. So I'll just go into one of the insights and go, share more details on that. So when we interviewed the product owners, one of the things that came out was more than 50% of the product owners said that they're facing difficulty in attracting and retaining skilled contributors. So when we deep dived, product owners, the reason why what is the biggest barrier for them is that 55% of them lack mentoring bandwidth. So as Liv also mentioned in the video, that they lack time to mentor the contributors. Similarly, DPGs who are not building a community or couldn't build a community, they also reported, 80% of them reported that lack of mentorship was one of the key reasons why they couldn't build a community. We went to the contributors and deep dived further there. So there, if you look at the emerging contributors who are in the initial journey of open source contributions, 58% of them say that they need weekly touch points with their mentors or organizations that they're working with. And 69% of them switch repositories or maybe switch projects every 3 months because they're not getting that mentorship from the organizations. And if we look at seasoned contributors who have been contributing to open source for maybe 4 or 5 years, they actually want to help out with community management and mentoring. So 70% of them said that they would like to mentor and give back to that community. So what does this all mean, in essence? This means that mentoring today will actually create the mentors in the future. So if you put in that time to mentor an emerging contributor who is in their initial stage of open source contributions, that emerging contributor will turn into a seasoned contributor and would want to mentor the same set of community and to take it forward. So it's a cycle of mentorship that we want to, break into. But like we all know that time is a constraint here. So one of the organizations, OpenMRS, so we documented their case study. So what essentially they are doing is as those channels to do deep mentorship for a short duration. And that short duration bandwidth that they spend is helping them throughout the year. So the idea and the bottom line is that if you can, even participate in mentorship programs like, for example, the dedicated mentoring program or the Google Summer of Code, and you get contributors and you're working with them for 3 to 4 months, spend a lot of time and energy into mentoring them, and they will convert into seasoned contributors and then mentor back newer contributors, and you'll be able to kickstart that cycle of mentorship. And we have seen that happening in C4GT. So this is something that we also say from our experience. So this is one example of a broad insight in this report. You can all go over the report. It's on our website. You can download, go through it, share your thoughts, share your feedback with us. We would love to hear from you. We also have case studies across different, different sort of, different end-to-end, how do you get and build a community. So we have case studies from onboarding, to mentorship, to incentivization, to how do you get a DPG adopted. So we have some of these case studies that we have identified and documented. And we would also like to thank all the product owners, all the 31 product owners who interviewed with us. These were like really long, tedious interviews that we did with them of 2 hours, 3 hours, and follow-up conversations to really understand what is it that they're doing to build communities. So a big round of applause to all of them. So this is the first asset that we wanted to release. The second asset is a new one. So DPG score is something that we did last year as well, and this is the second year that we are unveiling it. The next one is C4GT's product directory. So this is a new thing that we have, that we are working on. So as you all know, by now we've said this number again and again that we have now worked with more than 80 organizations in the ecosystem. You can all see the organizations in the backdrop as well. And from all the organizations, we have realized that there is, at some point in time, there is a lot of overlap in the problem statements that some of the organizations are working on, because they may or may not be aware that an existing solution exists. And there is this lack of discoverability that is there. So if I am building, for example, I want to collect data from the field and I want to build a very robust platform to do that, and I may not be aware that ODK already exists. ODK is another DPG that helps in collecting data from the field, and I can pick that up and I can build on top of it, but instead I was not aware, I just built an entire system on my own. And that is causing a lot of tech resources being spent on something that has already been built, and that was the gap that we saw, and we received feedback from a lot of organizations for us to at least make all the projects where the C4GT community has contributed to discoverable at a platform where they can filter through different filters, different domains. They can figure out what is a DPG, what is open source, what is available, and also get in touch with the people who have built those projects, so that if there is an alignment, they can work with them and replicate in their context. So this is the brief about what the product directory is, and we are going to unveil it. Sorry, I have the ticker here, but I'm going to share it with just click next and we'll unveil. So it's on our website. We don't have a hard copy version of it like the report. You can just click next. Yeah, next. So this is also on our website. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Sandeep and Rahul. Moving on to our penultimate segment, where we would like to share a very, very important announcement with you all. Personally, very bittersweet for me, and I'm sure for my entire team at Code for GovTech here, but a very, very proud moment as well. When we started C4GT as a small pilot in 2022, we were testing a very simple belief that if we brought the right organizations and contributors together, meaningful collaboration around digital public infrastructure can become possible. The pilot worked, and with that success, the mission became bigger and much more audacious to build and stabilize a community that could collaborate consistently and create real impact. Over the next 3 years, we did exactly that. We grew from working with 4 organizations to now we have worked with 80+ organizations and have a strong community of 33,000 interested contributors. This was a result of multiple experiments, innovations that we tried, and of course, being at it and not giving up. Through that journey, we nurtured C4GT through its infancy, and today we are at a place where we understand what it truly takes to enable frictionless collaboration at this scale. And with that clarity, we also knew that it was time for the next stage of C4GT's journey, one which is surrounded by core engineers, situated at the cutting edge of research, grounded in the understanding of DPG and DPI space, rooted in impact, and have a permanent home and environment that will nurture this philosophy for decades to come. And I'm delighted to share that this new home is going to be IIIT Hyderabad. And big round of applause for that. More specifically, C4GT will now be anchored at the Raj Reddy Center of Technology and Society, RCTS, at IIIT Hyderabad. RCTS is a research translation lab named in the honor of Professor Raj Reddy, the first Turing Award winner from Asia, whose vision has always been about using technology to serve society, especially those at the bottom of the pyramid. This center takes a problem-first approach, working closely with governments and ecosystem partners to develop scalable, real-world solutions using advanced technologies. They also run college affiliate programs where they mentor students from other colleges on cutting-edge tech work and contribute to live impactful projects. There couldn't be a better place where the spirit of C4GT matches. IIIT Hyderabad is uniquely placed to take C4GT forward. It brings deep technical strength, a strong open source culture, and a long-standing engagement with real government systems. The institute is recognized among the top institutions in India for AI research and has a strong global reputation in competitive programming, including consistent top performances at the ICPC World Finals. IIIT Hyderabad has also demonstrated its ability to translate advanced research into real-world public infrastructure, from production-grade platforms across digital identity and language technologies to its recent role for Indian languages and document processing as part of Bharat Gen and Bhashni. IIIT Hyderabad has also contributed significantly to initiatives in Indic vision and language technologies. This makes it a natural home for C4GT's mission of creating practical, reusable digital public goods at population scale. With that, I would like to introduce the new C4GT team at IIIT Hyderabad, led by Professor Ramesh Loganathan, who heads research and innovation outreach and also serves as the Dean of Resource Development, Alumni Affairs, and Industry Relation. That's a lot of things. After a 25-year career in global product R&D across Silicon Valley and India, Professor Ramesh moved into academia to focus on research translation and building strong bridges between industry, startups, and institutions. We are genuinely excited to see this team take C4GT forward. This is the entire team that we have now at IIIT Hyderabad who will be taking C4GT forward. Yeah, and we also have the team here, so please come on the stage. And we are going to now pass the baton to IIIT Hyderabad. We actually have a baton, yeah, from the relay race, guys. Memory from your sports days. Okay.
Okay, we should all be on this side. Yeah, on this side.
Yeah, Sanjay, Mudit, come.
Come.
आगे आ जाते हैं. can cherish, so you can pass it on.
All right.
Yes.
All right.
You're handing over the relay.
Ramesh patented.
Cool for these pictures. You want to selfie?
Instant. All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Welcome to the gang.
Thank you, Ramesh, and thank you, Triple IT Hyderabad team and the Samagra C4GT team. Now the entire team is C4GT. So to support us through this next phase, we have also put in place a new governance structure. So this includes an advisory council of ecosystem leaders to provide strategic direction, a governance council comprising of individuals who have been closely involved in C4GT's journey in the past, and a partners collective made up of key DPG ecosystem organizations, both public and private, who will help co-drive initiatives and offer continuous feedback. So I'll just quickly, give you a glimpse of who is part of the advisory council. And then we also have the partners collective. So in partners collective, we have IIT Delhi, IIT Madras, Triple IT Delhi, NSUT Delhi, and the George Washington University as part of our academic partners. And as part of the ecosystem partners, we have the DPGA, GitHub, NHA as well, now added to our partners collective. We have the MeForce initiative and MOSIP. So this is going to be our new governance structure and the entire collective. So really, really excited to see where this is going to go. I'm sure it's going to take another leap of its own with Triple IT Hyderabad and Ramesh and Dr. Sandeep being there. Now I'll hand it over to you, Rahul, for a fireside chat with Dr. Sandeep. Over to you.
Great. Thank you so much, Shailaja. And one big round of applause for Shailaja. We've all interacted. She's brought everyone together. Everyone in this room, Shailaja, I think, is here because of you. Thank you for all your amazing work in bringing this together.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Great. So, brings us to this next wonderful moment. I think we all heard of Dr. Sandeep's wide range of achievements. I think we had like a 2-pager, then we made it a 1-pager, and then Shailaja compressed it to half one. So we're really honored to have you here, Dr. Shukla. Thank you so much for coming. We're gearing up for Vikasit Bharat in 2047. Right? And the last 5 years have produced so much, Never did we think a vaccine can be produced in 1 year. Never did we think AI would ever exist. And everything has just happened in the last 5 years, if you think about it. What is that's going to happen in the next 5 years, you think, to set us up for 2047?
Well, AI is going to become even more active and even more performative, but we might see a little slowdown on the AI's performance slope, right? Like, so we saw that in GPT-5. It didn't satisfy the people that wanted that. So, but we'll see more of AI, and also we'll see more of AI enabled cyber attacks. And we'll see more of cyber attacks on AI based systems. We also will see probably a lot of success in the quantum computing arena, where right now they're talking about 100, 200 qubits, clean qubits, but it might actually go, suddenly it might go exponentially faster, because there are some results that says that if you increase the number of qubits, your error correction becomes better. Some results were talked about. So we might see sudden encroachment of the quantum computing, which would give us a big problem with respect to the public key cryptography. So we'll suddenly have to very quickly move to post-quantum cryptography. So we also will see a lot of more usage of robotics and drones, right? So we saw that in the Operation Sindoor, quite a bit of use of drone. We have seen drone attacks in the Ukraine-Russia wars and so on. So more of that, and also drones for various other things, like IIIT has a good robotics lab. They're doing helping agriculture with drones and various other things. So those kind of things I expect to see. Other than that, I think that one thing that is clear, right now, actually, we are becoming too technocentric, right? So even when we were talking in the previous panel, we were talking about helping and scaling with technology and so on. But certain things we have to remember is that we are kind of receding back in our human values part, right? And that is that if we cannot solve that, we'll have a big problem. For example, what they were talking about is that if the doctor can use the registry to create the certificate, sickness certificate, then we solve the problem. Actually, we don't, because the doctors are going to lie, right? So even if the doctor has the right registration and everything, if the doctor lies, then that this guy was sick, we cannot do anything about it, right? So we have to work on the human values part as vociferously as technology. I think that is something in the next 5 years is going to be make or break situation.
No, wonderful. I think that's a wake-up call for all of us. In fact, you struggle a lot with alignment, bias and all, but that's still superficial. What really matters is the underlying values. Now, all the things that you mentioned, very cutting-edge technology, and with the geopolitics happening in the world right now, with the whole need for controlling or having some level of control over what we are doing, whether in terms of cyber warfare, whether in terms of even just running Op Sindoor was an eye-opener for that. How do you see the role of native Indian-grown technology in this whole mix? In the next 25 years, would you see a lot of self-sovereign LLMs be created? How do you see the relationship between technology being developed in the world versus technology being developed in India, and how do you think we'll go about it?
Yeah, so I have a big gripe about that, because when I was a student, BTech student in late 1980s, so many of my seniors, they would go to TRDDC to work or go to CMC to work. And at that time, these companies used to work on sovereign technology. They used to work on their own compilers. They used to work on their own hardware modems and things like that, because those things were not easily available at that time. Even HCL started the first PC, even though the chips were from Intel, but at least it was there. 1990s, we opened up the economy, and at the same time, the Clinton era came, where WTO opened up for China, and they all started talking about this free trade and all that stuff. And we got seduced by that, and we actually stopped developing our own technology stack. So starting from our silicon semiconductor chips to our operating system, to our device drivers, to applications, enterprise applications, nothing is ours. Everything is from US. So what has now has happened is that we are at the mercy of them, because we saw in the Naira Energy case that Microsoft can anytime turn off their access to Office 365. That was just a wake-up call, but it can happen in large scale. If Google tomorrow or OpenAI tomorrow stops access, we won't be able to do things. So therefore, it is imperative to develop our own technology. There is no, we have to go back to late 80s when we were doing this, and we have to remember that the constrained environment. I remember at that time, the IISc and Pusha Institute bought 2 supercomputers. That also was a lot of problem from the US. There was embargo on the high-end Intel chips also at that time. But the open trade thing actually made us believe the American system. And China did not do that. China decided that don't trust them, right? So even though they never got colonized, we got colonized and we still didn't learn, right? So now we have this problem that we do not have any of this basic computing stack. We have done well in the DPI. We have done UPI very well, probably best in the world, except maybe PIX in Brazil. We have done well in Aadhaar, right? We have done a little bit on our NEFT, RTGS. Those are better than the US payment systems. So we have done well in those. We have done good in space and atomic energy because those were denied to us. Things that were not denied to us is where we actually gave up.
Oh, wonderful insight.
And we need to, right now we should take the cue from what is happening in geopolitics, and we should actually consider those things denied and start working on them. And to do that, I think this open source community creation with our students is the best way to actually bring them in, because otherwise most of our young people have a very short attention span now, right? The attention span in IIT student is 5 minutes, right? Triple IT it may be 15 minutes, slightly better, right? So, but the problem is that unless you hook them to some, some innovation that starts doing some work, nothing better than seeing your product to do something, right? So I think that we need to create a lot of developers whose goal is to create, things that are very important for our sovereignty, and of course digital public good and digital public infrastructure. But I think we are in a precipice, of a complete change in the way we look at technology. If we don't do it now, then we are doomed.
Great words. In fact, the good news is we've done it before. And we've done it in some sectors wherever there was denial. And so all the more power to us, we can do it again.
No, see, even the ones, Microsoft is full of Indians. Google is full of Indians. Very true. Very true. So why we can do it.
Absolutely.
We just
and we will do it. So, one of the things though is, we have had this whole wave of developers over the last 30 years, and that has been in the IT services industry. A lot of the technologies that you just mentioned, we talked about, are hard, deep tech technologies, research-oriented technologies. It needs research grounds up. What does it mean to really translate research from a lab, from a paper, into a real product, into a spacecraft that flies, into a missile that flies, into, LLM that actually works?
No, so again, that's a story of seduction, right? So we do not consider a paper published in a local conference, no matter how good that conference is, as a brownie point. But it has to be one of the conferences like AAAI or Neuro IPS, where 23,000 papers are submitted. How good is the review process? It's obviously not very good, but somehow we got that thing. So somehow our academic community has over time has kind of started, instead of having their own confidence, they get their confidence by being patted in the back by a conference happening in the US or in Europe, right? Now, for some time it was okay. I mean, we all have done it. But now I think now that we understand, now that we are outside the, misunderstanding that the world is a brotherhood and everybody is going to do free trade, and the software will be developed in India and call center will be in India, and chips will be in the Malaysia and Taiwan and things like that,
Very
and
true.
everybody will be using
Very true.
each other's products. Not going to happen, in the future.
Very true.
So therefore, we have to now actually tell our academics that I'm not going to measure you against the paper you publish. I'm going to measure you in terms of products you develop, right?
Nice.
And if we can make our incentive system or reward system accordingly, properly, put in place, then I think that they will change, right? Right now, the incentive is publication, count the publications and so on. So, so obviously that has to change.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
What's your vision for IIIT Hyderabad? You've been at IIT Kanpur for a while, and now you're taking charge of IIIT Hyderabad as director. What's your vision for the institute? How are you inculcating these kind of deep research kind of institutions within IIIT Hyderabad?
Yeah, so that's a very long pitch, but let me try to shorten it. So first thing I'm doing is that IIIT, Professor Rajiv Shangal, who was the second director of IIIT, he created this human values course that that is mandatory in the first year and in the third year, right? So human values is given a lot of importance. Human centricity is very important in technology. But now what we are doing is that we are also working with a foundation called Goodness Foundation by Ravi Sharma. He used to be Alcatel MD of Asia Pacific, but now he has started this foundation to create curriculum for K-12 on goodness education, on human values education. Because without human values, technology is not going to work. You know, we often think, you know, there are so many ways to, misuse Aadhaar authentication. There are so many ways to misuse, various kinds of payment schemes and so on. So many frauds are happening, and we need to change the people's mindset and also value system. So that's one important thing. I think it's very important in next 10, 15 years. If value system is not changed, if it remains like only, very self-oriented and all that, then India will never get to that 2047 Viksit Bharat.
Very true.
Second thing, of course, we are thinking that, there are every year there are over 1 million people taking the JEE exams, right? But with all the IITs and NITs and IIITs together, we can only cater to 50,000-60,000 students, right? So what happens to the 1 million students, right? So they go to private engineering colleges where the teaching quality is not very good. So we're actually going big on online education, right? Because online education is the only way we can reach good research-oriented faculty, reaching to those people who are not very fortunate to get into one of these institutes. So that's the second thing we are doing. Third thing is that cyber security. We are doing a big push on cyber security. We started a center for cyber security called Cyber Manthan Center. We also are working with the Telangana police on cyber crime investigation, analysis and process. So that's one of the new areas. The fourth area that was already being pushed in IIIT before I came is the digital intervention in health technology. So that's where CDIT is one of the translation centers that has been created. Also our iHub is also involved in that. So I think the health is another area where public health, right? The health interventions that can reach the last person. Creating tools and technology that through which you can easily detect some disease which make people say blind because they had poor eye health and stuff like that. So that is another area where we want to do very good. So we being a small institute, we cannot do everything.
Yes.
But we are selecting certain areas. So cybersecurity and health technologies are two major areas where we want to push.
You also had something around quantum computing right now. Quantum and semiconductor. Are you doing something around that?
So our quantum, we have 6 faculty in quantum center. We have a CQST. but they are very theoretical. They are physicists mostly,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
So we are trying to push there. So we are now connecting with University of Hyderabad or perhaps TIF or Hyderabad to actually bring together people to actually see how we can translate what these guys are doing into some technology.
Yeah.
But it will be mostly on the quantum sensing side, not so much on the computing side as of now. As of the current manpower we have, it's not so much on the computing side. But another thing we are doing is we are working with Micron, AMD, and Silicon Labs and University of Hyderabad to create a new degree program in VLSI, because now India is going into semiconductor.
Yeah.
So we are planning to do a VLSI MTech program, but involving all the companies, not just theoretical.
Very interesting. No, wonderful. A lot of things happening already as you're getting there. No, one of the things you mentioned a couple of times, the warnings you've given about cybersecurity, and you're such a foremost expert in cybersecurity. That's one of the things we don't think about, part of the DPG world. And, 2021, I think, December 21, Log4j vulnerability was exploited big time.
Yes.
And the entire internet came down.
Yes.
How do we prevent this? So everyone's building some DPG or the other in good faith. Now, if the bad actors exist out there, things get murky. So how should we think about cybersecurity in the DPG context?
No, so first of all, even before Log4j in 2013, we had the OpenSSL problem, right? The OpenSSL had this big problem. So, so one thing is that you might have or Unix, Ubuntu 16, the kernel, there was a kernel bug in Unix, which you let anybody to take over your machine and all that stuff. Yeah. So there are often this kind of things. So see, that's where you need an ecosystem. See, you cannot create a software that has no bugs, right? That is impossible, right? So, but one thing is that we should actually have the certain tools available, like static analysis tools and dynamic analysis tools, fuzzing tools, to actually have a proper testing. That also in the DPG context, those tools are required. But even after doing all that due diligence, and we have to also train the DPG developers with the how to go about securing your products. Basically, you have to do DevSecOps basically. So not just DevOps. So your CI/CD pipeline should have these tools in the middle. But I think that even after this, there will be cyber problems because there will be some bugs somewhere or the other, and some will be quite bad. So I think that's where, like, for example, things like Red Hat or companies that actually take a open source thing and then provide the services. So if a DPG is very useful, there has to be a company that has to actually service them. It's not possible for open source developers to go ahead, continue to serve, right? Then they have to also do other things. And so I think that if a DPG, not all DPG is going to become very, viral, right? But the ones which become viral, somebody has to take it up and also create a support infrastructure so that the patching is done, whenever there is a bug discovered. They also themselves have to try to continue to do fuzzing and other things to find new bugs and patch them and so on. Other problem is that patches are the places through which the supply chain attacks happen, right? So if your patching, is directly through your, like, as you know that in open source, there has been a lot of supply chain attacks in the Python libraries, right? So so somebody has, gotten into the system and then they changed the code in the Python library and so on, and then people downloaded it and all that. So I think that keeping it in the open source, community for the whole life cycle of the DPG is not going to solve the security problem. It has to be taken up by somebody. Okay.
So would your advice be, so there are a bunch of contributors here, right? Some maintainers of such projects.
Yeah.
They're doing this part-time, as you rightly said. Should they start a company to help maintain it and charge for security patches on it and so on? What should be a commercial model?
No, first they have to see whether that product has a
demand,
long life and this thing uptake. But starting a company is easy. Making that company actually run and profitable and have the governance is difficult. So they will need mentoring, right? So, right now, government wants to create X number of startups. Like, you know, you'll hear them say that we have 1,017,000 startups, right? But that does not, out of this 1,017,000 startup, not even 17,000 are going to survive, right? So unless proper, mentoring, the same thing as DPG, proper mentoring and guidance and other things are given. And second problem, the other problem is that only a few of them will be very successful.
Correct.
But the people can become very, impatient, and then they will not be, continuing that. I have seen so many startups abandon midway, things like that. So I think they should think deeply, and maybe, we should create such infrastructure where mentors are available. Like, I know that incubators are there, but most incubators are there because there is money into incubation, right? Government is paying Atal scheme and all that stuff. Doesn't mean that they have good mentors or good business-minded people. So we have to find volunteers who actually know do these things.
And in fact, we've been fairly successful at C4GT having angel mentors.
Yes.
So they come in from different organizations and they volunteer their time to help out some government or anything, don't have the mentors.
So that's where human values will come in, right? I mean,
absolutely.
Not everybody is going to do that.
Absolutely. And the other one, in terms of cyber security, currently there is the part of development that we talked about, CI/CD pipelines, DevSec, and all of that. But when it's getting deployed, especially in government systems, there is a security, audit that happens. Now the security audit is very, high level OWASP kind of checks for validation on the front end and all of that. They're not really doing a pen testing, hitting ports, DDoSing the whole thing, doing any perf tests or anything. How do you see those things changing or needing to change?
Yeah, so actually CERT-in has 200 plus auditors impaneled, right? But I have seen many of them actually hire somebody for few months when the impanelment test is happening. Then those guys these are high pay guys. Then they go away. Now CERT-in will only after 2, 3, 4 years will only check. So the quality of this guys are not very good. Second problem is that as people were talking about RFPs, right? So if you are not very good, you are going to give a low ball, bid. Then a good VAPT company will never, because they have highly paid engineers. So the low, I have seen people are things that would cost at least 40-50 lakhs. People are giving it for 2-3 lakhs, bids, right? So there is a big problem in the governance of the empanelment and all that stuff. So that has to be fixed, right? Secondly, L1, this whole L1 thing, I usually tell that don't do it by L1, do it by this, what is called this, so quality-based, valuation first. But many places that is not even in the policy, so that's the problem. But so I think this is a big problem in the country. And again, human values, because these companies, they are actually doing your vulnerability assessment, and then they are going to certify that you are okay. Next day you get attacked, right? So that is
what happened to the certification?
People actually can die if it is a power company or something, right? So this is a value system problem.
Very true. No, that's very insightful. Now, in terms of attack vectors that you are seeing in the currently and also in the near future, what are some dimensions that we should be worried about, or not just worried about from a consumer lens point of view, but also ramp up on as developers? What are the cyber attack vectors that the audience should know of?
No, so what we found is that most attacks happen because of poor hygiene or poor processes, right? So for example, we have seen attacks where a person has left the company 1 year ago. His VPN account is still around, right? And then that VPN is not two-factor. So somebody then after 1 year, maybe that guy himself, we don't know, got in and then got into the system, right? So authentication, having poor password, you saw that Louvre had a password of Louvre, right? And then in Gujarat, there was a hospital where these cameras, during the mothers giving birth, there were cameras. They were used in a porn site, and then the admin, the password was admin123, right? So obviously it got hacked, right? So there are so people not having the minimum cyber hygiene, what should be done, two-factor, not using two-factor authentication, not having proper sense of what should be done and what should not be done, where using products that are like, we got a student in IIT Kanpur. She came to us this was 21. She wanted to download. She's a biological engineering student, PhD student, almost finishing PhD. She came crying, saying that I downloaded a free software for drawing molecules, and when I did that, it was a ransomware. Ooh. So it completely encrypted her disk, and she had no backup, right? So her entire thesis is gone, and we could not decrypt it. So people are doing things like that, like responding to phishing emails, or clicking on the links. People are falling for links that are sent on WhatsApp and all that stuff. So majority of the attacks we see that are because people are not aware, and the awareness training is very, very important. But other thing is that the organization has to also have put the right controls, right? You have to, if you have a firewall but your firewall rules are not there properly written, then everything will start coming, right? So you think you have a firewall, you are safe, but that's not the case. Same thing with, if you don't update your virus definition in your antivirus, then you will get attacked. So these are main thing, but other things are, when virulent attacks happen, like SolarWind, right? In SolarWind, you do a patch, thinking that it is signed by SolarWind itself, but SolarWind got attacked by itself. Correct. So there is supply chain attack is one of the bigger issues.
Got it. No. These are all things that we need to figure out how to fix for. Now moving to the talent side of things, what does it mean to develop a force that really understands all these things, aware about these things? Now most students, if you think of, after they graduate, masters or bachelors even, they want the FANG companies, or now they call them the Mango companies. What's your advice to them? Are they really going to go and be able to create all of these things, be aware, or what should they be aiming for? Is their aim wrong? Should they have better goals?
No, I think that what we have found is that during placement time, the students consider it as a competition rather than what is their goal. So I once asked my students, what do you want to do in life? And most of them answered that I want to make a lot of money. So I said that cannot be a goal, right? That can be a byproduct of what you become. But what do you want to become, right? And nobody thought about it, right? So obviously then, when you ask even IIT students who are supposedly very good, if you ask them like, what do you want to do? I want to get placed in tower research, or I want to get placed at JP Morgan or something. But they are not interested in developing something that will help the community, help the world, because they have been programmed by their family also that not to worry about all these things. Those are Gandhi type people do such things, right? So what is happening now is that the top students of our country are, in my case, I have to write them off. So our main workhorse will be our tier 2, tier 3 colleges. And we have to figure out how to improve the education there. So for example, we constituted an organization called ICANN, in Indian Cyber Academic Network. So all various IIT professors, IIIT professors in cybersecurity are in there. So we are doing, every 6 months, we are doing a faculty development program where we are calling, first 2 weeks of online training, then we take a test, and then we do offline for a week, right? so we are hoping, and we give them collaterals, like this is the virtual machine you can use to
That's
create a
very nice,
project and
very
all that
nice,
stuff.
very nice.
So that they have the
Yeah.
things to actually give to their students.
Yeah.
So our, this is the idea from Professor Ashok Jhunjhunwala, that he also has taught in IIT Madras forever, right? But he also gave up on IIT students, and he said tier 2, tier 3 are the future, and we have to train their teachers so well that they can be very competent.
Okay. And how about mentoring? So, coming to the C4GT program, where we are connecting mentors to students, and now IIIT Hyderabad at RCTS will be taking it. Where do you see that role of, I hear you're saying faculty needs to upgrade for sure. Now, can the same logic be applied to students as well, and can that extend to students of other colleges as well?
The students' number is very large for a few faculty to handle, like mentoring and all that stuff. So that's why we are trying to see whether we can do it on the, if we upgrade the teachers, then we can upgrade the students, right? But one thing that I must say, and I have already told the parliamentary committee who visited us recently, that we actually have a problem that we do not have a proper regulation of our colleges. AICTE regulates what syllabus, curriculum, etc. But they don't regulate who is hired as teachers, right? So what is happening is that same teacher is shown in 5 different colleges. Tamil Nadu, there was a case recently that same guys were shown in 30 different colleges for getting their accreditation and all that stuff, right? Similarly, we have seen also that the faculty who are not very good are hired, and they are given like very minuscule salary. In Kanpur, I saw a college, 25,000 rupees. The guy teaches 3 courses a semester. How can any good teaching be happening with that, right? So we need to actually also do some oversight on what kind of teachers are being used for this kind of engineering colleges. Now some of these teachers, even if you do FDP and all, will not happen, right? Nothing will happen, right? So we have to figure out that how to the last mile education. How we improve the last mile education. We are only thinking of improving the IIT students. They have their intelligent students, so they will succeed despite whatever we teach. But our main focus should be on the last mile education, and that's what we are not doing well. And I think we have to start doing that if we want to become sovereign.
No, that's great. Now, in terms of other things, in terms of there's a system integrators, a lot of service companies in India. Where do you see them in this role of building sovereign technology and so on? And what should be the talent pool there? Because this is the talent pool going to service companies at the end of the day.
Indian companies, less you say is better, right? Because see, I saw all these projects, in the booths. They're all funded by Gates. They're funded by Omidyar or some other organization, right? Why can't Adani, Ambani, and others, large companies of India can not do this, right? So we have a big problem there also, right? I mean, so we are dependent on a foreign, entity to give us this. So Indian companies, the system integrators, right? So they charge you an arm and a leg for doing simple things that anybody can do. So what the government has started doing now is that they're saying, okay, so they created this research innovation hubs in IITs and IIITs, right? So now government is coming and saying that, for example, Metro Rail come to IIT Kanpur and say that you look after our cyber security, right? And my point is that IIT is there to do innovation, not to do service for your cyber security. The reason why they are going to IIT is because it will be much cheaper than going for an integrator, right? So there has to be some regulations also on what kind of costing should be allowed and stuff like that if you're doing this. So system integrators are basically ruling the entire this business of cybersecurity and all that stuff. But I think that's why we need more startups, right? So the startups should give a good like So each startup will have, there should be a lot of startups in the same area, so that there is competition. Like we don't have a Indigo-like situation, right? A monopoly or duopoly or something. Second thing that we need to have is that these startups should also also focus on certain areas, not in everything. For example, you look at Zoho, right? So after the Nayara Energy, suddenly everybody wants Zoho to be used, and I heard that government has already adopted, right? But everybody in the government is very upset because Zoho is not at par with Microsoft, right? That why is it not at par with Microsoft? Because last 20 years Zoho's existence, government didn't pay any attention to it, right? So they all continue to use Microsoft. If they started using slowly, then by now Zoho would be at par. So there is a whole vision problem, right? So I think that system integrators will only be there has to be some limit on how much they can charge for things. Like they should not be like charging whatever they want. And since there are only few, I have a suspicion they might be colluding with each other. So the L1 thing is also not helping because the price discovery is not happening.
Very true, very true. And now you've seen kind of the quality of projects happening, the kind of direction happening, the passion of students in that, building such projects. So what's your general impression, and what would you say the future of Code for GovTech and initiatives like this is now that you're kind of leading it?
No, see the students I saw here are very enthusiastic, but this is only like about 100 students, right? India needs million students doing this, right? Now the question is, are million students doing it? Now I'll ask Ramesh 1 year later, right? How many are there? How many are really contributing, right? So and then we'll see how it is. See, it would be also very, very important to. And I don't know how to do it because it's a scaling problem, right? So, if we can go from 30,000, you said 30,000.
33,000,
contributors. But to 3 million, how do you go there? How do you make sure that they are actually producing? Maybe some of the tools that they were showing in Dimagi and all, not Dimagi, the other one, the one that was showing that how data collectors, how the data collectors.
Avni,
right? Avni. So I think some of those tools can be used for actually making sure that the contributions are measurable and all that.
Very true, very true. Actually, we do, one of the things we do is automated checks whether the contribution is merged or not. And that's a huge drop off. Partially because say mentors are not, or the organization is not getting time to merge it. But on the other side, the code is not of good quality. So I think it's a
so other thing we should
funnel.
We should do, and I'll ask Ramesh to actually let's talk to AICTE and make contributing to this as part of course.
Make it a curriculum. Yes.
In curriculum,
very
right?
True.
So I recently met the AICTE chairman. So we can invite him and give the idea to him. Yes.
Very true. This is one of the best BTech projects they could work on than what they currently do. No, this is perfect. Do we have time for some audience questions? Let's take out some audience questions. I know some students in the room, you are itching to know what's going on with the future. Please. Do you have a mic?
We can give one of this.
Yeah, one of us can. Okay, they have one.
No, I think we won't merge the code unless there is quality, right? So there could be sub repositories and all that stuff, right? So
I think what she's referring to, there was an influencer who taught people how to submit code, and in that, as part of that, he demoed how to correct one full stop or comma in a README doc and submit PR. And because he had such a fan following, everyone followed his tutorial. And a very reputed repository got like thousands of PRs just to change a full stop or a comma. Now, the reason why that happened is they were incentivized to complete the tutorial. So as she's asking, Garima saying, if people are just doing it because they need to achieve that course completion, will the quality go down? Because right now,
so that is, this is a task for you to use LLM to actually figure out whether the
contribution
is substantial or not, right? Now with LLMs, I think you can do it.
That's a good project to have. Yes, 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 yes. Yes. Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah. So I mean, I agree with you that it will be better if it is volunteered and if it is based on their understanding that they have something to contribute and all that stuff, and also they see some of the products that are actually being used. All that is right. I'm not like saying that you will do it, but I'm just saying that there would be some way of reaching. I think a lot of people don't even know that there is something like this.
Yes,
right?
yes, 81%.
So,
you know, a large number.
yeah, 81%. So that has to be solved in some way, right? So maybe it is through volunteering, through student chapters, various
and maybe
other
part of the values courses,
Yeah.
you know, maybe some of that is there. But love your suggestion. If you have any concrete ideas around it, would love to figure out how do we test it out in some colleges. In fact, in your college, we could try it out. But totally agree that inherent desire to contribute needs to be there. Rest is
so
otherwise just
in early to late 90s and early 2000, there used to be a FOSS movement in India.
Yes,
I think that somehow that died down, you know. So they used to call Richard Stallman, and Richard Stallman used to say that there is nothing called open source. It has to be either free software or not free software. Right? There is open source or not, it doesn't matter. But I think that FOSS movement kind of died down. Maybe people didn't try enough. And that's when the time we were being seduced by Clinton era, globalization. But now we are deglobalizing, so we have to accordingly act.
Very true. No, thanks for the suggestion. Wonderful one. Any other questions before we close? So Manushil, I'll introduce you. So Manushil Gupta has been one of the foremost persons who's connected mentors with funders to academics, and actually mentors a lot of projects himself. So very, very strong contributor to Code for GovTech. Please, Manu, your question.
DPG and C4GT as a case study in the curriculum, like in engineering department also, in management as well as design department. I just wish to ask you one question, since you mentioned about AICT accreditation and the whole process around that. I mean, not getting in the whole set of business around AICT, but wish to ask that if we kind of pilot it out and restructure it out, what do you think could be the next course of action, like a MOOC program for a C4GT setup, or perhaps having a more instructional design setup for a MOOC program in C4GT? I mean, what are your thoughts on that? And second question I wish to have is that one of the challenges or one of the feedback that I constantly receive when I was in discussion with some of my professors who taught me like 25 years back or 24 years back was that they said that the program is fantastic. C4GT is perhaps the right way to go ahead. But they were also looking at some instructional design onto how we can kind of incorporate it semester by semester, year over year, and perhaps land it to what Ganesh sir mentioned, that is a final year BTech thesis project, which is essentially where they are looking for inputs. So would like to have some thoughts and your specific analysis from the security side, because again, there's a lot of intersection between DPG and cyber security that's going on with this.
No, so I think MOOC is one way to go, but I think it's harder to do it through the MOOC. So Professor Rajiv Sangal from IIIT Hyderabad, he told me that so he created this value education class in IIIT, and then IICT decided that it will be, in every engineering college. So in there, they actually had a lot of, so first of all, they wrote a book. The second is that they actually trained teachers in very large numbers. They brought in a couple of other people, and then they do teachers training. So I think that that human contact is a lot more important and a lot more useful than MOOC. But if that cannot be done because of financial constraints or other constraints, then obviously the next best thing is to actually go through the MOOC. But I think that given that you have all this experience, so Ramesh should connect you to our guys and yeah.
I met already. Yeah. Wonderful. I think that's all the time we have. Thank you so much for being here, Dr. Shukla.
Thank you.
The wake-up calls are well taken. I think that's inspiring as well. You've been very inspirational to the young crowd here, because often the young crowd doesn't know what to do and what are the things that are going to be important in the future. So I think you laid it out very clearly. Thanks for your very candid approach and candid answers to all the things, the difficult questions that I was throwing at you. Thank you so much, Dr. Shukla.
Thank you for listening. Yeah.
A big round of applause for Dr. Shukla, please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shukla. Thank you, Rahul. With that, we are at the end of the convening. Thank you so much for attending, taking out the time, and staying till the end. I think this group deserves a separate round of applause. So a round of applause for all of us to be here till the end. Can't believe this is the third year of DPG Dialogues, and I really hope we have another, annual convening next year, and we are able to see all of you there. So do join us for next year. I'm giving you all an invitation in advance, and yeah, really, really glad that you could all be here. Special thanks to the team behind all the action that happened today. So Parth, Tanmay, Mudit, Ajita, Monica, Durga, all of us, together made this all happen. So thank you so much to the C4GT team and the new C4GT team for making this convening happen. And of course, the volunteers as well. Thank you, Tanmay, for reminding me that. The volunteers, some of them have traveled from outside of Delhi, taken trains to come today and attend the convening because flights were not available. So a big round of applause to all the volunteers who did that. And we still have a few people from the community showcases around, so if you want to interact with them, talk to them, please feel free to do that. We also have tea and coffee, we have some snacks as well, so please eat and then head out. And yeah, look forward to seeing you all again next year. Thank you.